Hello everyone. We hope you're doing well. We're doing great, and we truly appreciate your ongoing support. We'd like to briefly address some comments regarding our audiobook series. Rest assured, progress is ongoing. That said, your feedback is vital. If there's a novel you particularly enjoy and want to hear more of, please let us know in the comments. Each chapter requires a financial investment, so we can only continue series that receive strong audience interest. Although we retain core names and plot lines, we make significant editorial changes to enhance clarity, pacing, and immersion. These are not simple recitations. We work hard to deliver a polished, thoughtful listening experience. Without sufficient feedback or engagement, we may need to discontinue a series. So if you're enjoying something, don't stay silent. Your input truly matters. Note, our default audio speed is 3x. If that's too fast, let us know. We're happy to adjust it. Interested in early access to unreleased audiobooks? Visit our Patreon. You'll get to experience new content before it reaches YouTube. Just to clarify, I'm a fan like you. I've purchased these novels and adapted them with care, while respecting all rights and guidelines. For updates, follow us on Facebook and Twitter, X. YouTube update: recently, YouTube flagged some of our content for including mature themes, realistic violence, and darker story elements. As a result, we've decided to stop uploading anything that violates YouTube's guidelines. If you'd like access to the full, uncut versions including the more intense or mature content, you can find them on our Patreon page, where we upload everything first. Available now on Patreon: Shattered Innocence transmigrated into a novel as an extra. Transmigrating over 10,000 years late, I was forced to become a mighty presence. I, the celestial dragon, rule the heavens through the double gate, reigning supreme in countless worlds with peace taming, Tower of God sequence strength, cultivation when you take things to the extreme. Naruto is an Uchiha with cyst. WTF, the centuries-old ancestor in our family take concubine again. Plus 18, Ichi, reincarnated in Bleach as a wizard. Thanks for listening and happy listening. Chapter 1, The opponent is legendary. Land of rain, at the border. A gentle drizzle fell, drifting with the wind. Amid the curtain of rain, a caravan of merchants hurried on. In the center of the convoy, Uzumaki Senshai sat at ease. Inside one of the wagons, he faced another person, chatting away. He looked about 18 or 19 years old, with a striking head of red hair. Suddenly, a lone figure appeared in the middle of the road. He wore a black robe adorned with fiery cloud patterns, fluttering in the rain. A hidden waterfall village headband hung askew on his forehead, bearing a long slash. A gray-white hood clung to his scalp, and behind a black half-mask gleamed a pair of cold, pale green eyes. Creak, a soft sound shattered the stillness of the rainy night. Inside the wagon, Mizunai, seated opposite Senshai, was startled by the sudden commotion. He couldn't help but slide the door open slightly, peering outside with furrowed brows. What's going on out there? He appeared somewhat frail for a middle-aged man, and tension further drained the color from his face. Senshai, perched in one corner of the carriage, cast a sharp look at the figure in the rain before letting out a playful chuckle. TSK, Lord Mizunai, you've really run into bad luck this time. A rather big deal just showed up. At those words, Mizunai's heart tightened. But seeing only a single silhouette in the downpour, he relaxed a little. Don't spout nonsense. My guards are all hand-picked, each of them worth 10 men in a fight. There's no need to fear just one person. Senshai glanced at him, lips curving higher. His airy tone carried a hint of mockery. That man is Kakazu, formerly of Hidden Waterfall Village's assassination squad, top 5 on the black market most wanted list. Back in the Great Ninja War, he even crossed fists with the first Hokage of Hidden Leaf Village. A living legend. Mizunai's face went pale at once. He'd heard tales of the first Hokage's terrifying might, and a ninja who had once faced that Hokage. Struggling to stay composed, Mizunai forced a retort, "You greedy brat, don't try scaring me. Why would such a formidable ninja come after me for no reason?" Before Senshai could reply, a menacing pressure suddenly permeated the air. Swish. Like a gust of wind scattering a shadow in the dark, Kakazu's form vanished, leaving only a blur behind. In the next instant, he appeared silently behind one of the guards. Countless black threads, like the tentacles of death itself, thrust straight through the guard's chest. In a heartbeat, the man's heart was ripped to shreds in a spray of blood. Thus began the abrupt, brutal slaughter. Like a phantom on the battlefield, Kakazu used his earth grudge fear to manipulate those black tendrils, hunting his targets with grim precision. Neither the caravan guards nor the ninja Mizunai had hired at great expense could muster the slightest resistance. Before Kakazu, they were as helpless as fish on a chopping block. Seeing this, Mizunai's face turned ashen. Sweat poured down his brow like rain, soaking his collar. At that moment, Senshai cast a roguish grin. "Lord Mizunai, Do you need me to deal with him? No sooner had he spoken than Mizunai practically roared, "What are you waiting for? Hurry and go." Senshai merely rubbed his fingers together, chuckling. At his shameless behavior, Mizunai nearly burst a blood vessel. But with a deadly enemy present, he grit his teeth and choked back his anger, silently cursing this wandering shinobi of the rain as a pauper who'd never seen money. "Uzumaki Senshai, aren't you a ninja? Once hired, you should do your duty." Senshai shook his head repeatedly, quite unlike any hot-blooded protagonist who preaches the way of the ninja. He wagged his index finger in front of Mizunai. "No, no, no. I only agreed to protect you personally, my lord. As for your guards and the other shinobi, sorry, they're not my responsibility." "You." Mizunai's teeth clenched. Those guards and attendants had been carefully chosen from far and wide, each bringing crucial skills he needed for his operations in the Hidden Leaf. Losing even one was a wrenching blow. Taking a long breath to steady his fury, he asked, "How much?" Before he could even finish, Senshai raised two slender fingers, a cunning glint in his eyes. Mizunai's expression flickered. After a brief calculation, he ground his teeth. "Fine. 2,000 ryo it is. Get out there right now and save my men." But Senshai just rolled his eyes, as though he'd heard a joke. "Huh? You're not kidding, right? He's gone head-to-head with the first Hokage." Mizunai's face turned green. He forced himself to spit out words, 20,000 ryo. Senshai folded his arms, shaking his head in clear dissatisfaction. "Lord Mizunai, are you short on sincerity or short on money?" Mizunai was practically grinding his molars to dust. 200,000 ryo. Deal. At Senshai's reply, a transparent panel appeared before his eyes. New commission detected. Client, Mizunai. Objective, rescue Mizunai's subordinates. Fee, 200,000 ryo. Difficulty, A rank. Reward, 200 commission points. Senshai smiled, satisfied. Mizunai's fee was generous, but for Senshai, it was merely the icing on the cake. What he truly valued was the system's lucrative bonus. Ever since arriving in this world, every time he completed a commission, the system would reward him with points according to the amount paid. Commissions were triggered by the client's request. The higher the price, the richer the reward, and those points could be used to draw for all kinds of prizes. Wasting no time, Senshai accepted the mission. In the blink of an eye, he flickered like a ghost, appearing opposite Kakazu. Whoosh! A piercing whistle cut through the air. Kakazu's hands wove seals, activating Earth Style, Earth Spear, thrusting at one of the caravan's guards. The guard's face went pale, as though he could feel death looming. But in that split second, Lightning Style, Elbow Bolt. Senshai shouted, lightning surging over his right arm, electric snakes dancing. After countless missions, he had built up a monstrous physical strength and huge chakra reserves. One might truly call him a walking tailed beast, though he'd never compare himself to the Nine Tails, of course. Boom. A deafening blast tore through the night as fists collided in midair. Kakazu's arm, strengthened by the Earth Spear Jutsu, turned jet black, seemingly able to withstand any blow. Yet Senshai's punch struck with overwhelming power, a force that shook even Kakazu, sending him skidding backward and carving two long furrows in the ground. Regaining his footing, Kakazu's eyes glinted with surprise, locking onto the young shinobi. "So it's this kid." He swiftly steadied his breathing and calmed himself. As a regular in the rain's black market underworld, Kakazu recognized Senshai, though they'd rarely spoken, they had crossed paths. Now Kakazu's gaze grew even sharper, searching Senshai for the slightest vulnerability. But Senshai showed no sign of alarm. Kakazu realized that his earlier failure was partly due to his own carelessness. Still, he remained confident, he had not yet revealed his trump card. Just then, Senshai spoke again, "Kakazu, why not forget this job? Go take on something else." Kakazu's forehead veins bulged in anger. He glared at Senshai, biting out his words, "Damn kid." Secret jutsu, Earth Grudge Fear. Without further talk, Kakazu's chakra flared dramatically. Provoked by Senshai's taunt, he unleashed his full power immediately. Seeing Earth Grudge Fear activated so soon, Senshai looked startled, as though he'd spotted a pig climbing a tree. "Really? You're going all out the moment we meet? It's not easy gathering those hearts. No need to lose them all here." Kakazu did not reply. With a roar, he released one of the Earth Grudge Fear masks, which shot at Senshai like a ghost. Fire Style, Searing Migraine. From the fire mask-scaping maw, a wave of flames burst forth, rushing toward Senshai like a seething tidal wave, threatening to swallow him whole. Then, almost simultaneously, Wind Style, Pressure Damage. The wind mask let out a sharp screech, spewing a giant compressed wind sphere that instantly turned into a violent gale. Wind-fed flame, the blaze swelling in intensity, and in the blink of an eye, Senshai was engulfed in a sea of fire. A satisfied smirk crossed Kakazu's face, one that froze almost immediately. Within the raging flames, Senshai's figure abruptly burst into a cloud of white smoke, leaving behind only a wooden log. Lightning style, backhand chop. Senshai's speed was like lightning, a streak of brilliance slashing across the night sky. In a flash, he reappeared behind the fire mask's heart. With lightning-wreathed hands, he sliced it apart, leaving it scorched and smoking. Seizing that opening, Senshai gathered his chakra and lunged at the wind mask in a blur. Blue arcs of electricity crackled wildly around him, illuminating the battlefield in a flickering glare. In that brief instant, his lightning-charged hand cut through the wind mask as though slicing hot butter, annihilating it in one strike. Chapter 2, Spying? Crack. A crisp shattering sound rang out. 2 precious hearts were lost just like that, and the job still hadn't been completed. Kakazu felt such heartache that he could scarcely breathe. He fixed Senshai with a cold, piercing stare. However, Senshai didn't pursue another attack. He reined in his aura, shrugged, and spoke in an easygoing, teasing tone. Are we still going? We're both in the black market business, just trying to make a living. There's no need for us to risk our lives fighting over a commission fee. Why don't we each take a step back and leave it at that? If you ever need my help in the future, I'll give you a 10% discount, friends rate. When Senshai finished, Kakazu's expression darkened. His emotions were all over the place. He took a deep breath, trying to calm his seething anger. Then he gave Senshai one final frigid glance before turning and leaving. Recalling the scene moments before, where Kakazu had slaughtered so many as though it were child's play, Mizunai and the others still felt their hearts pounding. The caravan guards, as well as the various ninja Mizunai had spent so much time and money hiring, were only now snapping out of their daze, as if awakened from a nightmare. We're still alive. Like we were dragged back from the gates of hell. The ninja our boss hired is incredible. Those jutsu were practically blinding. If not for him, we'd have been dead a long time ago. Their eyes brimmed with the relief of survivors, still clearly shaken by the fear Kakazu had instilled. Yet at that very moment, Mizunai suddenly blew up. As the client, he was filled with rage. How could you let him get away? He roared in anger. Throughout the battle, Senshai had held an overwhelming advantage, cornering Kakazu. If he'd put in just a bit more effort, he could have kept that monster from escaping. Yet the man who had killed so many of his guards had simply walked away. Mizunai felt his blood pressure spike. Upon hearing his outburst, Senshai merely raised a hand and mockingly rubbed his ear. Lord Mizunai, you only hired me to rescue your subordinates. Whether to chase him or capture him was never part of the deal. Aren't your men safe now, every last one of them? The job's done, so about that 200,000 ryo commission. Time to pay up, don't you think? With that, Senshai stretched out a hand, palm facing upward, casually awaiting Mizunai's response. The man's face twisted with anger. Though he was seething inside, he couldn't do anything but grit his teeth and hand over the money. Senshai's strength clearly outmatched even Kakazu's, and Mizunai didn't dare provoke him further. The moment Senshai received the commission, a timely system prompt appeared. Commission completed, reward, 200 commission points. Snatching the system reward felt like a warm breeze sweeping across him, and Senshai's face took on a contented smile. The client's payment was secondary, the system's additional reward was what really mattered. After collecting it, Senshai glanced at his status screen, new plans already forming in his mind. Name, Uzumaki Senshai, gender, male, age, 18, commission points, 721, chakra natures, fire, D, wind, B, lightning, S, water, C, yang, D, yin, D, chakra capacity, SSS, your chakra reserves are monumental, truly astonishing, physical strength, SS, both strength and speed far surpass Elite Jonin, heavenly thunder, greatly boosts affinity for lightning style, higher chance to draw lightning-type rewards in the lottery, KK Genkai, none, substitution jutsu, B-level proficiency, lightning style, lightning ball, C-level proficiency, lightning style, lightning clone, D-level proficiency, lightning style, earth slide, A-level proficiency, lightning style, elbow bolt, S-level proficiency, lightning style, lariat, lightning plow hot knife, A-level proficiency. After reviewing his attributes, Senshai's face lit up. He only needed 300 more points for his next 10 pull from the system. When he glanced at Mizunai, he saw the man still staring gloomily at his fallen guards and ninja. Reading Mizunai's thoughts, Senshai smiled mischievously. If you really can't let it go, just say so. I'll bring him back for you to deal with however you like. Mizunai let out a cold snort. You'd really do that out of the goodness of your heart? Senshai rubbed his fingers together, letting out a sly chuckle. 4 million flat fee. Of course, If you only want his head, I'll do it for 2 million. Or if you'd like him alive, maybe you want to recruit him, I can hand him over unharmed for 6 million. Think of it as our friends and family deal. Though Mizunai had half expected such a thing, he still stared in shock at Senshai's offer. 6 million? Are you messing with me? Senshai replied with complete seriousness, he wiped out so many of your people, and you just let him walk off. Can you stomach that? I sure couldn't. Besides, 6 million is already the discounted price. Someone who knows Kakazu's power would ask 60 million, at least. Mizunai let out an incredulous laugh. In all his life, he had never met someone so shameless. Aren't you the one who let him walk away in the first place? And with that price, I could hire 3 of Hidden Leaf Village's top jonin to handle it. Why bother with you? Senshai nearly rolled his eyes. Top jonin? Right. Why not top chefs while you're at it? You haggled over a few thousand ryo earlier. Please, you think that'll get you far in Hidden Leaf Village? You'd be a third-class citizen at best. Meanwhile, several figures hidden among distant shrubs quietly watched the caravan. They wore white, animal-like masks and gray sleeveless flak jackets, each with a ninja blade on their back. Their protection is too strong. The plan has changed. Lord Danzō's orders, move to the backup plan. Thus, Mizunai's convoy resumed its journey. In reality, Mizunai had another trick in mind all along. His true goal wasn't mere protection but to contact a secret organization within the Land of Fire. Mizunai was indeed a merchant, yet what he dealt in were people, those with special abilities. He'd already made multiple transactions with certain Hidden Leaf Village ninjas, who had promised him that once this deal was done, he'd be granted citizenship in the Land of Fire. As the caravan pressed on, Mizunai grew uneasy, constantly scanning their surroundings. Something's off. According to our agreement, this should be the meeting point. He pulled out a map to double-check. Meanwhile, Senshai lounged at the front of Mizunai's wagon, continuing to pitch his services. You're really not going to reconsider? I'm not just blowing smoke, I'm on par with Hidden Leaf Village's elite jonin, easily. And if you do want me, I'll give you a returning customer discount. Senshai was desperate to raise his strength. After all, the ninja world was far from peaceful, it was rife with dangers and alarmingly high birth rates. Though it seemed calm on the surface, a treacherous undercurrent lurked beneath, with numerous forces waiting in the shadows. And in a few more years, there would even be an alien threat invading the shinobi world. Only by becoming powerful enough could he protect himself in this turbulent land. Inside the wagon, Mizunai tuned him out entirely, sneering to himself, go on and gloat. You swindled me out of 200,000 and let Kakazu walk away. As if my money were that easy to take. Just as Mizunai was stewing over these thoughts, a group of Hidden Leaf Village ninja finally appeared in the distance. Chapter 3, The Route? Upon seeing those ninjas, Senshai felt his nerves go numb. Damn it, aren't those from Hidden Leaf Village's route? Has Danzō set his sights on this shipment? At that thought, a hint of delight flickered across Senshai's face. Huh, a big job's landed in my lap? Just as he was about to turn and say something, he saw Mizunai eagerly jump down from the carriage. He rushed toward that group of shinobi as though greeting family. They clearly recognized Mizunai as well. Once he got close, the squad leader at the front stepped forward. Mizunai, where's the goods? Mizunai greeted him warmly. They're on the wagon. The route squad leader continued his questioning. Are they still alive? Alive, of course. When have I ever let you down? Mizunai had worked with route before, so he was well versed in the process. While he conversed with the few route members, several of his subordinates hefted a large trunk off one of the wagons. Seeing how their client was cozying up to the newcomers, Senshai clicked his tongue in regret. Too bad, they aren't here to cause trouble. Feels like that's not right. Caravans typically had many such large crates filled with precious goods, gold, silver, gems, that sort of thing. But this time, Senshai guessed wrong. When the trunk was opened, inside was a pale-skinned, beautiful, red-haired girl wearing glasses. She looked about 10 years old. Judging by that bright red hair, she was almost certainly a descendant of the Uzumaki clan, just like him. Once they brought out the box, the route operatives immediately went over to check. Mizunai boasted, this girl is the cargo Lord Danzō specifically requested. And she's not just any ordinary Uzumaki. She possesses an incredible healing ability, most injuries can be healed just by biting her. I spent a lot of effort extracting her from Hidden Grass Village. As Mizunai prattled on, Senshai stared, stunned. Hidden Grass Village? Healing ability? Uzumaki? He had a sneaking suspicion about her identity, which left him very surprised. Karen? How did she end up in Root's hands? Didn't she show up later for the Chunin exams in Hidden Leaf Village? Of course, Mizunai had no intention of clarifying that for Senshai. He took 2 steps closer to the root members. Sirs, not only have I brought Lord Danzō's target, I even have an extra surprise. With a smug look, Mizunai pointed straight at Senshai. He's also from the Uzumaki bloodline. And he's extremely powerful, far beyond an average Uzumaki. Who knows? He might already have awakened the special ability that Lord Danzō wants. I hope that, in light of how well this job turned out, Lord Danzō will grant me official status as a citizen of the Land of Fire. Mizunai was a businessman driven by profit. Over the years, Hidden Leaf Village had thrived, and by extension the Land of Fire had grown ever stronger. Born in the backwaters of the Land of Grass, Mizunai dreamed of moving to the Land of Fire, even if it meant selling out Hidden Grass Village's interests. The Root Squad leader didn't give an immediate response. Mizunai's identity wasn't in question, the only problem with him was that he was a refined egotist. But for Root, that could actually be an advantage, so long as he posed no threat to Hidden Leaf Village and could help Root protect the village. Feeding him some scraps would make him a very handy tool, and one that could be sacrificed any time. Of course, if not for Senshai's presence, this entire convoy might well have been annihilated by Kakazu. But now, Mizunai and the Root members were making no effort to hide their plans from Senshai. They clearly thought that, backed by Hidden Leaf Village's operatives, there was no reason to sneak around. Senshai, standing at a short distance, heard them loud and clear. Good grief. That bastard Mizunai is actually trying to treat me like cargo, too? The Root Squad leader by Mizunai's side didn't immediately attack, he simply scrutinized Senshai with a keen gaze, focusing especially on his red hair, then gave a satisfied nod. Not bad. Lord Danzō will take your request into serious consideration. Mizunai felt that, with those words, his acceptance into the Land of Fire was practically guaranteed. Elated, he glared at Senshai and said, "A worthless wandering ninja. A greedy idiot. Did you really think I hired you because I admired your abilities? Ha! You fool. And you dared swindle me out of 200,000 ryo. Now I'll show you my money doesn't come free." None of the Root members bothered to contradict him. Mizunai wasn't qualified to order them around, of course, but he was shamelessly borrowing their authority. Danzō wanted Uzumaki clan survivors, and if Senshai was indeed one such survivor, someone Mizunai had brought along, then Root was more than happy to take him as well. Sensing the hostility in their eyes, Senshai felt half amused, half annoyed. These small fry, didn't they see Kakazu wiping out entire squads without breaking a sweat? And they still think they can mess with me? It wasn't that Senshai held any personal grudge, he just knew that Root specialized in espionage, data theft, stirring up rebellion in small countries, and fomenting strife within Hidden Leaf Village itself. But in terms of individual combat prowess, aside from Danzō himself, few among them could hold their own against a real threat. If they'd faced Kakazu, they would have been wiped out. Now they planned to capture him? Sure enough, the 5 or 6 Root ninja began to fan out, encircling him, but it brought Senshai no sense of pressure, only frustration at the way Mizunai and the ninjas stared at him like he was just another piece of merchandise. TCH. I'm a hired hand, not for sale. Root agents always acted with swift decisiveness. They clearly had no desire to exchange insults. As they closed in, the squad leader spoke in a frosty tone, "Subdue him and take him back to Lord Danzō." At his signal, the other ninja moved. Clang. With a sharp ring, their short swords slid from their scabbards, and they charged Senshai at high speed. Knowing Senshai was no pushover, Mizunai still yelled, "Everyone, help the Hidden Leaf Village ninjas. Take him down. Anyone who helps capture Uzumaki Senshai gets 10,000 ryo." Although Senshai could casually earn 200,000, to the regular guards and hired mercenaries, 10,000 ryo was a considerable sum, especially easy to earn with the famed Hidden Leaf Village ninjas in front. It felt almost like picking money off the ground. Without hesitation, they followed suit. Senshai could only shake his head, half annoyed, half amused. So that's how it is, these guard dogs have such short memories. Have they already forgotten the terror they felt at Kakazu's hands? And as for Root, if they'd really analyzed how he'd just battled Kakazu, they should have realized his true level. Swish, swish, swish. His thoughts were cut short by 3 shuriken flying toward him, each tagged with an explosive note. The shuriken came fast, but Senshai moved faster still, like a streak of lightning. Boom, boom, boom. The 3 explosive tags detonated on empty air. Senshai was no longer there, he was already moving at top speed. The Root members strained their eyes but could only barely glimpse the blur of his motion. In the next instant, a pained cry rang out. One of the Root ninjas had Senshai behind him, delivering a thunder-charged punch. Seeing his teammate in trouble, another Root member acted decisively, hands flashing through seals, mind transfer jutsu. Clearly, he hailed from the Yamanaka clan. But the moment he cast his jutsu, his eyes went wide. What's going on? He couldn't figure out why his secret technique had failed to take control of Senshai's body. Poof! Senshai burst into white smoke. A clone? Before that Yamanaka could form more seals, Senshai's real body appeared beside him, chopping into his neck with a lightning-charged hand. The man's eyes rolled back, he coughed up blood and slumped to the ground. Senshai's lightning-enhanced figure flickered through the battlefield, leaving after images in his wake. Against the combined force of route, caravan guards, and random hired ninjas, his massive chakra reserves and physique, rivaling the Rukonga's, let him hold the upper hand effortlessly. Chapter 4, Orochimaru. In no time, Senshai had already materialized in front of the route squad leader, a member of the Aburame clan judging by the insect jaw on his back. Before the Aburame could unleash his poisonous bugs, Senshai swung a hand chopping down with a burst of lightning-style chakra, lightning-style, horizontal chop. With a roar, the man flew like a kite with a snapped string, crashing hard to the ground. Ordinary route operatives and mercenaries alike stood no chance. Senshai tore through them like a tiger among sheep, dispatching them swiftly. Mizunai watched the scene, pupils contracting in fear and shock. In his mind, Hidden Leaf Village shinobi, especially Danzō's agents, were invincible. Had he not witnessed it himself, he would never have believed Senshai could defeat them so effortlessly. Swoosh, a blur of motion, and Senshai was suddenly right before Mizunai, who stumbled back in alarm. What are you doing? Faced with Senshai's horrifying strength, Mizunai trembled from head to toe, words tripping over his tongue. To his surprise, Senshai merely narrowed his eyes in a smile. You met up with those Hidden Leaf Village ninjas, so that means my escort mission is finished, right? Mizunai stared at that unsettling grin, chills creeping down his spine. He didn't know why Senshai would bring that up at a time like this. He only knew that his life was in Senshai's hands and he didn't dare argue. Nodding fervently, voice shaking, he said, why yes. The escort job is complete. So, the payment? Senshai pressed. Mizunai frantically pointed to a carriage nearby. The money I promised you is on that wagon, 300,000 ryo. It's all there. At his words, Senshai walked over to the carriage and found a heavy suitcase loaded with bills. The moment he picked it up, the system chimed in his head, commission completed, reward, 300 commission points. Carrying the hefty case, Senshai slowly approached the large trunk. With a loud creak, he lifted the lid. Inside, the red-haired girl curled up like a frightened kitten, just as he'd suspected. It was indeed Karen. Do I take her along or not? He hesitated. Originally, he just wanted to boost his strength via system missions without meddling too much in canon events, especially ones tied to major plot lines. But after thinking it over, having Karen around might be useful, and perhaps it wouldn't change the overarching narrative too drastically. Moreover, with his immense chakra reserves, a physique comparable to the Rukonga's, and a decent repertoire of jutsu, he'd have little trouble fending off Danzō's wind style and shuriken, though the Akatsuki would still be a headache. Deciding on the spot, he hoisted Karen over his shoulder and swiftly left. Meanwhile, Kakuzu had quietly returned, but this time, he wasn't alone. A pale-skinned, androgynous man in the same black robe with red clouds followed at his side. Kakuzu hadn't truly fled, he'd gone to seek backup. And he had never taken a loss like that quietly. That man's skin was unnaturally white, his eyes as cold and narrow as a snake's. There was no doubt, he was one of the legendary Sannin, Orochimaru. They raced through the forest at astonishing speed, the scenery zipping past as though someone had hit fast forward. Orochimaru hissed as they ran, that wandering ninja. He's that Uzumaki Senshai from the Hidden Rain Village, correct? Ever since witnessing the power of Nagato's Rinnegan, Orochimaru had taken an interest in the Uzumaki clan. He and Danzō had an agreement to acquire several Uzumaki survivors. Ninjas like Senshai, who regularly took black market jobs, were few in number and well known. Hearing Orochimaru's question, Kakuzu nodded slightly, eyes flickering with cold anger. Yes. It's him, Uzumaki Senshai? I underestimated him before. If not for his sudden interference, I would have completed my mission. Orochimaru raised an eyebrow in slight surprise. You're telling me you weren't his match? Enough to warrant asking for my help? Kakuzu quickly clarified, not that I can't beat him, only that the best move, given the battlefield conditions, was to withdraw and regroup. One-on-one, I might need a long fight to decide a winner, and I wasn't interested in a drawn-out battle. Two-on-one, though, we can take him down quickly. The real goal here is that shipment, requested by the client. A convoy that can hire someone like him must be transporting something extremely valuable. If we manage to seize it, our funding problems will be solved for a good while. At the mention of funding, Orochimaru's eyes glinted. In the Akatsuki, Pikazu was the financial manager, always on the hunt for resources, while Orochimaru was consumed by his experiments. Money was definitely useful. He idly asked, "So, once we catch him, should we kill him?" Pikazu answered without hesitation, "If possible, yes. That'll stop him from interfering again. But if we can't, driving him away is fine. Our focus is the convoy's goods, not him." At that, Orochimaru nodded thoughtfully, lapsing into silence, likely scheming up some experimental ideas. After racing for a while, both of them stopped in unison, staring intently at the scene ahead. The caravan's wagon stood motionless in the middle of the road, the guards sprawled around on the ground. Even more surprising, among the fallen were several hidden Leaf Village shinobi. That ''S. route? Orochimaru's narrow eyes flicked over the scene in mild surprise, while Pikazu wore a confused frown of his own. However, he didn't dwell on it. Instead, his gaze shifted quickly to the wagons. "Hey!" A low, unsettling chuckle escaped him, a rare sight for someone usually so grim. The reason for his delight was obvious: this was a perfect example of the Sandpiper and the Clamp fight, the fisherman prophets. Both the caravan's guards and the Hidden Leaf Village ninjas lay defeated, yet the wagons loaded with valuables remained. TSK. Orochimaru's slit pupils constricted. He'd expected a tough battle, but upon arrival, discovered that Sensei was nowhere to be seen. Chapter 5, Karen. A lush forest stretched all around, and Uzumaki Sensei strolled along at a leisurely pace. As he walked, he opened his system menu. Time for a 10 pool. 1,000 commission points deducted. Remaining points, 21, drawing. Congratulations, you have received, inventory, 10 shuriken, 2 kunai, 20 military rations pills, 10 explosive tags, abilities, Earth-style chakra level +1, Lightning-style chakra level +1, +2 chakra bars, new jutsu, Lightning-style, lightning burial. Sensei frowned at the results. It felt like a total ripoff. What kind of junk is this? Seriously? Lightning burial, that's practically a suicide jutsu. Damn it, give me a refund. Shaking his head in disgust, he shifted his attention to the small girl slung over his shoulder, Karen, and began thinking about what to do with her. She looked around 10 years old, not yet the feisty young lady she would become. Despite her age, she was clearly sharp. Sensei could tell she'd actually been awake for a while but, likely uncertain about her situation, had chosen to play possum. Of course, with someone of Sensei's caliber, that little trick wasn't going to do much. After walking for a bit, he stopped, smiling faintly with an almost lazy air. "Karen, sweetie, how long do you plan to keep pretending to sleep?" Startled, Karen didn't hesitate. She sprang up, placing both hands on Sensei's shoulder and shoving off, trying to break free. Too bad the next instant found her dangling in midair, held by the back of her collar as though she were a kitten. Realizing the huge gulf between her abilities and his, Karen stopped struggling and let him hold her there. Seeing her settle down, Sensei put her on the ground and squinted at her. "So, what's your plan?" Karen just turned her head away, refusing to speak. Sensei found her little display both amusing and exasperating. He knew she really didn't have anywhere to go. Her mother was deceased, leaving her alone with no meaningful place to return to. Plus, considering she'd been kidnapped, if she went back now, those same people would likely just come for her again. Though it was obvious he wasn't part of that group, she still didn't know who Sensei really was. As Sensei resumed heading toward the Hidden Rain Village, Karen followed silently behind. He expected her to ask where they were going, but interestingly, she kept quiet. They traveled on for some time. When Sensei noticed the sun edging toward the horizon, he began looking for a place to make camp. Karen had spent the entire journey secretly observing Sensei. Seeing his bright red hair and sensing that familiar chakra, she guessed he was also a descendant of the Uzumaki clan, but that alone wasn't enough for her to trust him completely. When Sensei started scanning the area, Karen thought to herself, so he's looking for a spot to spend the night. But this forest doesn't seem to have any good camping spots. Karen was clever, with strong observation and sensory abilities. After a moment, she realized what he intended. Sure enough, Sensei made his way into a wooded area, and Karen hurried to keep up. This was the wilderness, after all, there could be bears or other dangerous creatures roaming around. In fact, in the original storyline, assuming nothing changed because of Sensei's arrival, Karen had indeed once run into a bear during a test. Now, trekking alongside Sensei through the forest, she soon saw he confidently located a small stream filled with fish and shrimp, with plenty of dry wood nearby, enough to build a temporary shelter or use for fire. There was fresh water, food, and fuel. Put them all together, and you'd be set for a comfortable campsite. While Karen looked on in astonishment, Sensei drew a ninja blade. Though he didn't have Kami's space-time storage, he did have his system's inventory. That's where the blade had come from. Swish, 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 swish. Walking into the woods, Senshai began chopping here and there in a casual yet efficient manner, leaving Karen clueless until the results became clear. Thump, thump, thump. Tree sections dropped neatly one after another, some long, some short, each piece apparently cut for a specific purpose. Next, Senshai skillfully stripped bark and wove it into ropes. He tied the logs around the perimeter in a smooth, seamless process. Before long, he had built a snug little shelter with his bare hands, complete with 2 rooms of different sizes and a couple of makeshift beds from dry twigs and straw. Karen was dumbstruck. Just a single ninja blade, and he'd constructed a functioning cabin. Meanwhile, Senshai was oblivious to just how much he'd impressed her. He simply walked to the stream, musing inwardly, if only the system would grant me wood style. Then I could just clap my hands and, boom, wood style villa, ready to go. Though he'd learned a wide variety of ninjutsu, he hadn't obtained wood style. At the water's edge, he didn't bother fishing normally. Instead, he carefully surveyed the creek, formed a series of seals, and pressed both palms down on the ground. Lightning style, earth slide. In the ninja world, electro-fishing wasn't exactly frowned upon, so he could go all out. Crackle, crackle, crackle. Bolts of blue lightning snaked through the water. Fish floated to the surface, stunned by the electricity. Karen stood by, one hand over her mouth in wide-eyed amazement. So that's how you use lightning style? Senshai gathered up the fish and skillfully gutted and cleaned them. Living the life of a mercenary meant a lot of traveling on foot and camping in the wild, so he had plenty of practice. As he lit a campfire with some dry wood and placed the fish above the flames to roast, he retrieved a small bottle from his tool pouch, really from his system inventory, containing salt and other seasonings. After all, grilling fish or chicken without spices would be far less tasty. The sky gradually darkened, and Karen settled down by the fire. Having observed him so long, she felt more or less convinced that Senshai posed no threat. Soon after, he handed her a piece of grilled fish. Here, eat up. Wouldn't do to let you go hungry, or you'll lose your value. Karen swallowed a bit of saliva. Value? Does he plan to sell me? Still, the aroma of that grilled fish was irresistible. There must have been some special method to his cooking. After a brief hesitation, she took the fish and bit in. To her astonishment, it was the best meal she could remember having. Even in such a rough setting, it tasted amazing, crispy on the outside and juicy inside, with the perfect blend of seasonings. Senshai, unaware of Karen's internal turmoil, joked as she wolfed down her food, "You know, I saved you from those kidnappers, and I've been taking care of you all this time. Technically, you owe me a fee." Karen had been silent almost the entire time, likely shaken by her ordeal. Startled by his comment, she huffed, "Humphrey. I never asked you to rescue me. And whatever those people wanted from me, they would have fed me and kept me safe until they got what they needed. Now that you've taken me away from them, that responsibility falls to you." She spoke harshly, but inside she was uneasy. She had no money to pay him, and no way could she afford someone with his skills. She also worried that if he really abandoned her, she'd be stuck in the middle of nowhere, which was seriously dangerous for someone her age. To her surprise, Senshai just burst out laughing. "Ha ha ha. I get it, you're broke, right?" At that, Karen's cheeks flushed red, embarrassed that he'd guessed her true thoughts so easily. Chapter 6, Friendly. After finishing their meal, the two cleaned up briefly by the creek and then returned to the little makeshift shelter. The shelter had 2 rooms, one larger, one smaller. Karen went into the smaller room and lay down on the little bed. After some hesitation, she finally asked, "My name is Uzumaki Karen. What's yours?" From the adjacent room came Senshai's voice. "Senshai? Uzumaki Senshai?" Learning his name, Karen spoke with a serious tone. "Senshai, I don't have a single ryo to my name right now, but I can be really useful. I can earn a ton of money later to repay you." Hearing that, Senshai couldn't help but chuckle. That night, Karen hardly slept. Even though she'd made all sorts of promises, they were only words. She worried that come morning, Senshai might be gone. Senshai, on the other hand, slept very well. With his current level of strength, he had little fear of anyone causing trouble. Morning arrived without incident. After washing up at the creek, Senshai set off again with Karen. She had been traveling alongside him for a while and was slowly getting used to his presence. Eventually, she asked, "Senshai, where are we going?" He answered offhandedly, "We're headed to the Ames Black Market to pick up a commission." Karen nodded, hoping she could be of some help. As they neared the village, Senshai dug into his ninja pouch for the Hidden Rain Village forehead protector and fastened it in place. Everything about the Hidden Rain Village fascinated Karen, and she looked around curiously as she followed him. Passing a stall selling deep-fried meatballs, she couldn't help but swallow hard. Sensei casually pulled out 100 ryo and handed it to the stall owner. 2 orders, please. The stall owner took his payment and quickly served up 2 portions of fried meatballs, passing them to Sensei and Karen. Overjoyed, Karen blushed at Sensei's glance and quickly averted her gaze. I can be useful. I'll pay you back for all this. Sensei just smiled and didn't make a fuss. Continuing onward, he said, Karen, for a while I need you to stay put here. I'm going to the black market to pick up a job. Chewing her meatball, Karen shook her head vigorously. No way. I'm sticking with you. Since he was going there for a commission, she didn't want to be left behind. She was banking on proving her worth. You're not really capable of much right now. If you come along, I'll have to take care of you. Karen hadn't fully developed her abilities yet, and keeping her by his side could be dangerous. But instead of arguing, Karen simply clung tightly to his leg. Sensei scratched his head in mild exasperation. This pretty much means you're hiring me as your bodyguard, you realize that? And that's no easy job. I'll have to charge extra, you know. He was mostly joking, but Karen clenched her small fists, saying, I'll pay you back. Sensei was surprised by her sincerity. In the end, he brought her along to the Ames black market. On the way, he also helped her pick out some new clothes. She chose a light purple outfit, seemingly fond of that color. After paying, Sensei figured he might as well go to a nearby ninja tool store to restock his supplies. Since he'd snatched Karen from her captors, bringing her along, he had no desire to let her go to waste. Her abilities were quite valuable if nurtured properly. She could serve as a good assistant. Only after wrapping up these errands did Sensei finally head for the Hidden Rain Village black market with Karen. The closer they got, the fewer ninja were around, but those they did see gave off a menacing air. Most who survived on the Ames black market had blood on their hands. Before long, the pair spotted someone familiar, and that person clearly noticed them, too. In the black market, there weren't many regulars one might call acquaintances. Who else could it be if not Kakazu? What's got you all on edge? Orochimaru looked around but saw nothing out of place. Kakazu kept his eyes fixed on Sensei's location and said, straight ahead, about 50 meters. Following Kakazu's line of sight, Orochimaru spotted the wandering shinobi he'd seen a few times before in the black market. So that's the guy who cost you 2 lives. He regarded Sensei with a flicker of curiosity. For Kakazu, losing a heart basically meant losing a life. During his last encounter with Uzumaki Sensei, not only did Kakazu fail the mission, he lost 2 hearts. He and Orochimaru had tried to salvage something from the convoy, but the crate they'd snatched didn't contain the client's intended goods. Kakazu now knew the real target was a red-haired girl. Thinking of that, he looked down and noticed the girl by Sensei's side, a light purple coat, glasses, and vivid red hair. Orochimaru, that little girl next to him is exactly the target our client wants. Orochimaru peered at Karen. So do we attack him here in the black market? It was tricky. Kakazu had experienced Sensei's power firsthand, and fighting in the Ames black market wasn't always the best option. Better to test the waters first. With that in mind, Kakazu went straight up to Sensei and Karen, blocking their path. Knowing how strong Sensei was, he remained on guard. Next to him, Orochimaru kept his arms hidden under his robe, ready to strike with snake-like speed at any moment. Kakazu had told him often about how formidable this Uzumaki Sensei was, so Orochimaru wasn't taking any chances. But what happened next took Orochimaru completely by surprise. Suddenly confronted by Kakazu, Sensei didn't get angry. Instead, he stepped up with a big grin and grabbed Kakazu's hands, greeting him warmly. Kakazu? What a pleasure. You got a new job for me already? I knew you were the real deal. Who in the black market doesn't know Kakazu? Anything I can do, just say the word. I promise 100% success rate. Kakazu was left baffled by this barrage of enthusiasm. What the hell is he talking about? Orochimaru also looked a bit confused. Was this goofy fellow really the same ninja powerful enough to cost Kakazu 2 hearts? At such close range, Sensei looked completely off guard. Orochimaru realized that if he launched a sudden ambush right now, there was a good chance he could kill him in one blow. Some distance away, Karen was left gaping. She sensed strong hostility from Kakazu and Orochimaru towards Sensei, so she'd expected an immediate fight. Yet everything was unfolding in ways she could never have imagined, almost like they were old buddies reuniting. Sensei's smile seemed genuinely friendly, without the slightest hint of pretense. Kakazu found it bizarre and suspicious at the same time, and he was definitely on alert. Where's the catch? Uzumaki Sensei must be plotting something. Orochimaru, too, was studying Sensei closely, wondering if this open, defenseless posture was just an act. He was fairly confident he could turn Sensei into a corpse right now, but he noticed no immediate hostility from Senshai. Meanwhile, Kakazu remembered how arrogant Senshai had seemed before. Now he looked like a fawning merchant. How could these be the same person? It was night and day. In any case, Kakazu had no desire to stand around making small talk. He shook his head. I'm not here to hire you. Chapter 7, My Man. Kakazu listened to Uzumaki Senshai brag about his 100% success rate on missions and felt an urge to blast a fire style, searing migraine right in Senshai's face. If not for this meddlesome hunk, Kakazu's last mission wouldn't have failed. When Senshai heard that Kakazu and Orochimaru were not here to hire him, his smile vanished and he straightened up. TCH. He spat on the ground right in front of Kakazu. If you've got no commission, why the hell are you blocking me? He flung Kakazu's right hand aside, then casually grabbed Orochimaru's sleeve to wipe his own hand. Quit wasting my time. Seeing this, Orochimaru's mouth twitched a few times, itching to pull out his Kusanagi sword and skewer Senshai on the spot. Kakazu raised a hand, signaling Orochimaru to keep calm. Uzumaki Senshai wasn't a pushover, and there was no need to start a fight over something so trivial. Kakazu addressed Senshai, we don't have a job for you, but, Senshai didn't wait for the rest. He immediately turned to leave. If they weren't hiring him, why hang around? Every moment counted in picking up more missions. Until he was strong enough to survive an alien invasion in the future, he had to prioritize taking as many commissions as possible, leveling himself up non-stop. Thanks to his mercenary system, he could potentially develop ninjutsu infinitely. Many of these jutsu might start off unimpressive, but with the system's help in refining them, they could become incredibly powerful. Moreover, his chakra reserves and physical body could continually be strengthened. He reckoned that if he kept grinding, he'd become a sage someday, though not the Mount Myabaku kind. As he led Karen away, Kakazu once again stepped forward to block him. Senshai halted, his face growing cold. Don't push your luck. Kakazu glanced at the red-haired girl Senshai was leading by the hand and said icily, you can go, but leave the girl. She's got nothing to do with your mission, she is my target. Senshai tilted his head. Oh? The implication was, you really think you can take her from me with your meager skill? Crackle, crackle in a flash, brilliant blue arcs of lightning danced around Senshai. He was bathed in potent lightning-style chakra, ready to strike at any moment. Clack. Kakazu immediately retreated, putting distance between them while forming hand seals, prepared to unleash a jutsu. Their last encounter had taught him that underestimating Senshai was a grave mistake. This time, he'd give everything he had if a fight broke out. Swoosh, Orochimaru's hands rose instantly, also starting to form seals. Senshai's blatant disregard for the legendary Sannin had him itching to retaliate. If not for Kakazu stopping him earlier, he would have already made a move. Around them, the black market ninjas quickly scattered as soon as they sensed a fight brewing. Anyone who had spent time here knew better than to stay close when these two were involved. Even spectating was risky, let alone getting caught in the crossfire. Uzumaki Senshai was notorious for constantly taking commissions, successfully completing them one after another without fail. Kakazu, too, was known for being formidable. Each on their own was trouble, but together? Definitely a situation to keep away from. Sensing Senshai's rising chakra, Kakazu eyed him with growing apprehension. Though his mask hid his expression, his mind was churning. Impossible. It's only been a few days, yet his lightning-style chakra has grown this much stronger? Feeling the immense lightning power surging from Senshai, both Kakazu and Orochimaru stiffened slightly. Kakazu thought frantically, this guy is incredibly dangerous. The bounty on this mission isn't even that high, there's no point risking my life for something like this. Moreover, a sudden brilliant idea popped into his head. Uzumaki Senshai was also a well-known mercenary in the black market, rumored to be obsessed with money. Aren't we actually perfect partners, then? With that in mind, Kakazu gave a couple of dry coughs. Uzumaki Senshai, I acknowledge your strength. Are you interested in joining our Akatsuki organization? If you do, you'll receive a hefty monthly reward just by completing the missions they assign. Senshai rolled his eyes. Still holding Karen's hand, he walked away, grumbling, I don't care about some small fry organization or big fry organization. Don't bother me when I'm trying to grind missions. Money didn't matter much to him anymore, he was already earning way more than he could spend. Power was what truly mattered. Then something happened that Senshai never expected. Long-term commission detected. Client, Kakazu. Objective, Kakazu, on behalf of Akatsuki, acknowledges your strength. Reward, upon accepting, you receive a super draw immediately. Commission points at final settlement will be doubled. Just as Senshai lifted his foot to leave, the system bombarded him with prompts. One glimpse at these new rewards stunned him. No way. A super draw? That was a guaranteed SSS level prize. His current heavenly lightning talent was something he'd drawn from a super draw in his newbie gift pack. It had boosted his lightning style affinity to S level and greatly increased his chances of rolling lightning-based jutsu. It was insanely strong. And now there was a second super draw? Plus, at the final settlement for this long-term mission, the commission points would be doubled. Who could refuse that? Senshai didn't hesitate. He spun around 180 degrees, grinning broadly as he returned to Kakazu. Grabbing both Kakazu's hands, he exclaimed, "Kakazu, my man. You're the best. From now on, you're my big bro. Please, let me join Akatsuki, gotta let me in." Afraid Kakazu would change his mind, Senshai gave him a nudge and a wink, patting him on the shoulder in the most ingratiating way possible. His behavior flipped so drastically that Karen, Kakazu, and Orochimaru were all stupefied. Karen clutched her forehead, at a loss for words. Kakazu and Orochimaru were just as puzzled and astonished. Once again, Kakazu studied Senshai carefully. This guy was capricious and completely impossible to read. Then again, his abilities were first-rate. Even within Akatsuki, he'd be a standout. And his mercenary mindset would fit right in. After a moment's hesitation, Kakazu said, "Follow me. I'll take you to see our leader." Orochimaru had no objections. He had his own agenda and didn't really care. Kakazu had worried that Senshai might turn down the offer, but it turned out he was more than happy to join. However, now Kakazu faced another headache. Akatsuki's secrecy was a huge part of its power. Few outsiders knew the location of its species, let alone its leader. Yet Uzumaki Senshai was already strolling toward the hidden rain village tower, leading a bewildered Karen by the hand as if he knew exactly where to go. Wait, who's really the Akatsuki member here, me or him? Kakazu couldn't help but wonder if there was any secret left in Akatsuki that Senshai didn't already know. The answer was obvious. If anything, Senshai might know even more than Kakazu did. Orochimaru, witnessing all this, wore an intrigued expression. The ever-mysterious Akatsuki had basically no secrets at all in Senshai's eyes. Chapter 8, Joining Akatsuki as a hired member. Orochimaru found the whole situation amusing, while Kakazu's mood resembled attending a funeral. He had no idea how Akatsuki's security measures could have slipped so badly that this was happening. From atop the hidden rain village tower, Nagato and Conan had long since noticed the four approaching figures. Nagato wouldn't have been surprised if it was Kakazu bringing Uzumaki Senshai in. But seeing that Senshai was the one leading Kakazu over left Nagato a bit puzzled. Seated on the tower's edge, Nagato observed them for a while before asking casually, "That's the famous Uzumaki Senshai from the black market, right?" Senshai's name carried some weight in the underworld, so even Nagato had heard of him. Still, Nagato always felt that Senshai was not their type, so he'd never considered recruiting him. Conan nodded. She was equally curious about why Senshai had come to the tower in the first place. "He seems very familiar with this area. It's like he's specifically looking for us." Nagato didn't seem too bothered. At least for now, in his eyes, Senshai wasn't a threat to be taken seriously. After discussing it briefly, Conan and Nagato heard approaching footsteps. Nagato looked over and saw Uzumaki Senshai, accompanied by a young red-haired girl. That familiar color. Someone had once told him that red hair was characteristic of the Uzumaki clan. Because of the wars, the Uzumaki clan had been scattered all over. It was quite rare to see three different people, each presumably of Uzumaki descent, all in the same area. Nagato glanced briefly at Senshai, then turned to Kakazu. "What's going on?" In a measured tone, Kakazu replied, "I believe Uzumaki Senshai is well suited to join the Akatsuki." He didn't mention that Senshai first refused, then abruptly insisted on joining. In Kakazu's mind, Senshai's train of thought back then must have been abnormal. Still, as long as he was willing to do work for Akatsuki, that was good enough. Nagato continued, "What about his abilities?" Kakazu took a breath and answered, "He's very strong. His success rate on black market missions is 100%, the only person in the Ames black market with that record. Not long ago, during one of my own missions, we crossed paths and he destroyed 2 of my hearts." Nagato and Conan had known Senshai was a decent ninja, but they hadn't realized just how formidable he truly was. For him to destroy 2 of Kakazu's hearts and leave unscathed clearly put him at a level worthy of joining Akatsuki. Nagato next turned his gaze towards Senshai. "You wish to join Akatsuki? Why?" Senshai answered without hesitation, "Leader Nagato, I'm very happy to join. As for why, because Kakazu-san invited me, so I've got to give him some face." Hearing this, Kakazu's face twitched slightly. Nagato and Conan remained impassive on the outside, though inwardly they were speechless. What kind of flimsy reason was that? At least they didn't have any issues with Senshai's identity. He'd grown up in the Hidden Rain village, only venturing out for his mercenary work, He had no real affiliation with other hidden villages. After a brief pause, Nagato nodded. You can join, but you'll have a probationary period. During that time, you and Kakazu will operate as a two-man cell, and he'll be observing you. After the probation is over, we'll reveal some of Akatsuki's core information to you. Before Nagato could finish, Senshai interrupted. No problem. But I have a few conditions. Nagato's eyes flickered slightly. Not just one condition but a few? Akatsuki had taken in plenty of strong ninja, but someone like Senshai. This was a first. Let's hear them. Both Konan and Kakazu, as well as Orochimaru and Karen, shifted their gazes to Senshai. The young man cleared his throat, then said, 1. First, I want to join Akatsuki as a hired member. 2. Second, I'll need a monthly salary. It doesn't have to be huge, 100,000 ryo, about the standard pay for an A-rank mission. I think that's fair, considering I did take Kakazu's 2 hearts in 3 seconds. My record speaks for itself. Kakazu was mortified that Senshai would lay it all out in front of everyone. But Senshai paid no mind to the awkwardness in the air and went on. 3. Third, if the organization wants to assign me black market missions, I'll only accept commission jobs. 4. Lastly, she stays with me. Senshai lightly patted Karen's shoulder to indicate he wanted her by his side. The main reason he only asked for 100,000 was because he knew his demands might come across as too much. Asking for more money could backfire. As for the commission-only requirement, it was because of the system. The black market basically deals in 2 job types, bounties and commissions. Bounty missions typically involve killing someone or stealing something with no questions asked. The client sets a reward, the ninja completes the job, and collects the bounty through the black market. Commission jobs range from menial tasks like cleaning or tracking down lost pets, up to high-level duties like guarding a daimyo. Most ninja didn't care about the difference, but for Senshai it mattered a great deal. His ultimate mercenary system only recognized commission jobs. Any other kind of mission yielded no system rewards. At first glance, his demands seemed excessive. Nagato paused, clearly pondering, then said flatly, no. To Nagato, Senshai had the strength to join, but these conditions were too unorthodox. Akatsuki tasks tended to be very dangerous. Having Karen tagging along would be a liability. Sure, you could leave her at a safe house during high-risk missions, so that wasn't the real problem. The real sticking point was that Senshai insisted on joining as a hired hand. Akatsuki had grand, almost sacred objectives, so secrecy and unity were paramount. Letting someone join on a mercenary basis seemed entirely too unstable. After Nagato spoke, Kakazu paused a moment, then said, let him in. For a wandering ninja like him, Akatsuki is an excellent place to settle. I believe, given time, he'll change his perspective. Since Senshai would be paired with Kakazu, Nagato had to consider Kakazu's input. After a bit more thought, Nagato nodded. For the time being, Uzumaki Senshai will act as your partner. If you have no objections, he can spend this probationary period with you. Nagato trusted Kakazu because if any partner turned out to be problematic, Kakazu would simply kill them. Orochimaru, on the other hand, just smirked. I wonder how long this rookie will last. Once Nagato officially approved Senshai's membership in Akatsuki, the system prompt finally sounded in Senshai's head. You have joined Akatsuki and accepted a long-term commission. System reward number 1. 1 super draw. Hearing that, Senshai's eyes lit up, and he instantly pulled up his system panel. Draw. He couldn't care less about the so-called death squad. All he wanted was this super draw from the system. Drawing super reward. Congratulations. You've obtained an SSS rank reward, the Rumble Fruit, Naruto World Adaptation, the Rumble Fruit? Glancing at its info, Senshai couldn't stop grinning. Name, Rumble Fruit. Naruto Adaptive, Rank, SSS, Origin, a rare treasure from the One Piece world, now adapted for the ninja world with negative side effects removed. Development level, D, current unlocked abilities, Mantra, Observation, sense every disturbance within a certain radius, Lightning Finger, release lightning from your fingertips to attack, Lightning Teleportation, transform into electricity, moving through electric fields or conductive materials, Thunderbolt, Inazuma, turn an arm into lightning to form a massive thunder pillar, striking targets within your mantra range, lightning form, become pure lightning, generating light and heat to negate all physical attacks, discharge, 360-degree omnidirectional lightning barrage, hitting everything in range. None of the others in Akatsuki knew what Senshai was doing. They just saw him suddenly break into a suspicious grin, which quickly grew wider and more unsettling. Konan, Nagato, Kakazu, Orochimaru, everyone was a bit taken aback by the eerie pleasure on his face. Karen, likewise, was baffled. Sensei was already an oddball for wanting to bring a young girl on missions and only accepting commission jobs. But now he'd started cackling out of nowhere, his grin getting bigger by the second, looking downright abnormal. Even Nagato's gaze grew more serious. This team is getting harder and harder to manage. Chapter 9, Non-Stop Commission. After these past few encounters with Uzumaki-sensei, Kakazu had come to realize just how odd this fellow truly was. So when Kakazu saw sensei behaving like this now, he felt surprisingly calm. In the Akatsuki, having the occasional fit didn't matter as long as it didn't hinder completing missions. Come with me, Kakazu's voice reached Uzumaki-sensei. Sensei did not refuse. Taking Karen along, he followed Kakazu away. Kakazu led sensei to an unoccupied room in the tower. From now on, this will be your place in this hideout, for both of you. Then he said to sensei, as for your uniform, I'll bring it to you later. Hearing this, sensei interrupted, not just for me, get one for her, too. Speaking, he patted Karen on the shoulder. Kakazu's face twitched slightly, but he chose not to argue over minor details. Before long, Kakazu returned with 2 sets of black cloaks patterned with red clouds and handed one to sensei. His tone was casual, take the rest of today off. Starting tomorrow, you'll begin official missions. Sensei gave a slight nod. No problem, I'll be ready to start tomorrow. After Kakazu left, Karen asked curiously, so we'll be living here for a while? Sensei walked over to a relatively clean-looking couch and plopped down, shaking his head. We probably won't come back here often. Most of the time, we'll be out on various missions. Of course, you can stay here if you like. Karen sniffed and said, Humphrey. I'm not staying here. I'm following you. I told you I can be really useful. Logically, remaining in the hideout or in a hidden rain village would be safer for her. But in Karen's mind, sticking with Uzumaki-sensei was the safest option of all. Ha ha ha. Hearing Karen's insistence, sensei couldn't help laughing. He got up, walked over to the young girl, and playfully ruffled her bright red hair. Karen pursed her lips, looking as though her world was ending. When dinner time came, someone from Akatsuki's logistics unit delivered meals to their room. After dinner, Karen washed up and went to her own room to sleep, while sensei headed to the tower rooftop to experiment with the Rumble Fruit's powers. An unimaginable burst of lightning coursed through him. Bright arcs of electricity crackled wildly around sensei. Members of Akatsuki soon appeared at various vantage points in the shadows, all taken aback by what they saw. Aside from Kakazu, most didn't truly grasp the extent of sensei's abilities until now. They were shocked by the purity of his lightning-style chakra and the sheer power of his lightning jutsu. Rumble, boom, 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 boom. The phenomenon caused by sensei's tests lasted some time before gradually subsiding. His exceptionally pure lightning-style chakra and tremendous aptitude for lightning techniques made a deep impression on everyone. Having finished experimenting with the Naruto-adapted Rumble Fruit, sensei was in an incredibly good mood. He didn't linger on the rooftop in the cold breeze, instead returning to the room he shared with Karen. After a quick wash, he went to sleep. An invisible electromagnetic field soon spread outward from him in all directions. Roughly 1/8 of Hidden Rain Village lay within his field's radius. Thanks to the mantra ability, he could sense every slight disturbance within that range. Nothing else happened that night. The next morning, sensei and Karen got up early and washed. After changing into the black cloak with red clouds, sensei took Karen to meet Kakazu, and the 3 of them left the Hidden Rain Village tower for the black market. Both Kakazu and sensei were regulars in the black market with good reputations, so it wasn't hard for them to take on missions. However, when Kakazu tried to accept a bounty mission, sensei stopped him. I'll only do commission jobs. Kakazu could only sigh. It's not like there's an endless supply of commission tasks. If you don't want to take part in a bounty mission, just wait nearby while I handle it. For Kakazu, most targets were small fry, not worth teaming up for. But sensei shook his head. No can do. Only commission jobs. Wait a second. He suddenly realized something, startling Kakazu, who wondered what was wrong now. Say Kakazu hires me to help him with a bounty mission, would that trigger the system's reward? At that thought, sensei brightened up. If that worked, then from his perspective all missions could become commissions. Turning to Kakazu, he said, Kakazu, you can hire me to help you on bounty hunts. I'll just take half the pay. Kakazu's eyes went wide. He muttered, hand over half of the reward. To hire Uzumaki-sensei? It wasn't impossible. Considering sensei's power now, if the two worked together, they could handle any job short of assassinating a Kage. Rifling through his pocket, Kakazu pulled out a stack of mission slips and found one. This one's a bounty on some renegade ninja from Hidden Rain Village. There are 10 of them, scattered around outside the village, which is too much hassle. That's why I've been putting it off. The bounty's not bad, 20,000 ryo per head. Uzumaki-sensei, I'll pay you 100,000 ryo total if you help me clear it. New commission detected. Client, Kakazu. Goal, assist Kakazu in eliminating the Hidden Rain Village renegades. Reward, 100,000 ryo. Difficulty, B rank. System bonus, 100 commission points. Seeing this system prompt, Sensei was momentarily stunned. Whoa, did I really just exploit this loophole? Overjoyed, Sensei realized he could farm commission tasks even more efficiently this way. From then on, Sensei followed Kakazu in a frantic mission spree, never turning anything down. With their combined power, practically a crushing force in Hidden Rain Village, they completed missions at an astounding pace. Under the range of Sensei's mantra, targets had nowhere to hide. A job that would normally take Kakazu 3 to 5 days was now finished almost effortlessly. By nightfall, the three took rooms in an inn. Kakazu, thoroughly exhausted, handed 30,000 ryo to Sensei. Under normal circumstances, Kakazu wouldn't bother with low-paying tasks, but their efficiency was so high that the black market was running out of missions to dole out. Commission completed, reward, 30 commission points. Hearing the system prompt, Sensei was delighted. Over the past days, he'd piled up a wealth of rewards, rocketing forward on his path to becoming a humanoid 10 tails. The next morning, at first light, Kakazu, who had barely lain down, was woken by loud banging on his door. Bang, bang, bang. Sensei's voice rang out from the hallway. Kakazu? Big Bro Kaku. Lord Kaku. Open up. No slacking, time for more missions. Kakazu felt a massive headache. Is this guy even human? They'd been running missions non-stop all day yesterday, and now before sunrise, Sensei wanted to head out again? Bang, 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 the insistent knocks kept coming. Kakazu lay there in bed, utterly drained. His teal-green eyes stared at the door, and he let out a weary sigh. The grayish tint to his face seemed accented by big dark circles under his eyes. This monster. For half a month straight now, he hasn't stopped. He's been running missions non-stop. Does the guy ever rest? Is money worth risking your life like this? Why does he have so much energy? Before meeting Uzumaki-sensei, Kakazu had thought of himself as the ultimate mission addict. But upon witnessing Sensei, he had to admit he was far behind. Yesterday they worked from morning to night, and now he was back at it at the crack of dawn. Didn't he get tired? How was he always so full of vigor? With a sigh, Kakazu rolled over, deciding to ignore the knocking. Meanwhile, out in the hall, Sensei was checking his status screen. Name, Uzumaki-sensei, gender, male, age, 18, commission points, 225, chakra natures, fire, B, wind, C, lightning, SSS, water, B, earth, B, yang, B, yin, B, chakra capacity, SSS+, your reserves surpass most tailed beasts, akin to a perpetual motion machine, physical strength, SSS, far stronger than steel, ordinary ninjutsu can hardly harm you, heavenly thunder, greatly boosts lightning style affinity and probability of drawing lightning type rewards, rumble fruit, Naruto adapted, SSS rank treasure from the One Piece world, side effects removed, development level, A, unlocked abilities, mantra, since all movements within a certain radius, lightning finger, fire off lightning through your fingertips, lightning teleportation, transform into electricity to move through electric fields or conductive materials, Inazuma, thunderbolt, turn your arm into lightning to form a colossal thunder column, striking surrounding targets or pinpointing any within your mantra range, lightning form, become lightning itself, releasing heat and light to negate physical attacks, discharge, blast electricity in a 360-degree radius without discrimination, divine punishment, condense a pillar of lightning for sustained bombardment of an enemy, electrotherapy, use electrical current to revive a stopped heart, making it beat again, lightning metallurgy, melt metals with electricity to reshape them, potentially creating weapons, lightning shockwave, generate a supersonic shockwave amid crashing thunder, knocking back incoming attacks, 30 million volts, thunder beast, gather lightning into a wolf shape for a destructive strike, 30 million volts, thunderbird, gather lightning into a bird shape for a swift aerial assault, KK Genkai, none, techniques, substitution jutsu, S level, lightning style, lightning ball, S level, lightning style, lightning clone, A level, lightning style, earthwalk, S level, lightning style, heavy current rage, SS level, lightning style, lariat, lightning plow hot knife, S level, lightning style, lightning burial, A level, Chidori, A level, Chapter 10, Snake Bros Commission. From the status panel, it was clear that his total chakra had surpassed the SSS tier, reaching SSS+. An SSS level amount of chakra was already on par with most of the tailed beasts. SSS Plus Menti now had reserves comparable to the 8 tails or 9 tails. Still, SSS Plus was not the system's upper limit. He could continue growing his chakra pool. Previously, even though he had tailed beast level chakra and physical strength, he had a glaring weakness: his ninjutsu development wasn't very advanced. That problem had now been resolved quite nicely. After half a month of non-stop mission grinding, most of his ninjutsu had reached A rank. Moreover, he had raised the development level of the Rumble fruit to A rank, unlocking most of its skills. The powers granted by the fruit significantly bolstered and complemented his ninjutsu. All of this only made Uzumaki-sensei thirst even more to grind missions and get stronger. As he stood there pounding on Kakazu's door, he thought to himself, let's set a small goal, step into the 10 Tails League as soon as possible. At least start reaching 10 Tails level standards in chakra reserves, physical strength, and the power of my ninjutsu. When Kakazu did missions, he really focused on the job at hand. When Sensei did missions, he was like a student cramming practice tests, going crazy with the grind. As a result, while Kakazu was worn out in both body and mind, Sensei felt it was barely even a start. How could this little Kaku be worn out already? At that moment, a man with pale skin, shoulder-length black hair, and strangely bewitching eyes arrived at the place where Sensei's group was staying: Orochimaru, someone who could be considered an old acquaintance of Sensei's. Orochimaru always had a strong sense of purpose and plans. Another ninja might just be passing by, but if he showed up, there had to be a reason. Seeing Orochimaru, Sensei asked nonchalantly, "What are you doing here?" For most ninja, Orochimaru was a dangerous individual. For Orochimaru, Uzumaki-sensei was probably even more so. Flicking out his long, narrow tongue with a sinister air, Orochimaru said, "I've come to discuss a business deal with you." The second Sensei heard those words, he changed his expression in a heartbeat, dropping his earlier indifference for a bright, enthusiastic smile. "Oh, Snake Bro. You're like my own brother. Got any tough problems you need my help with?" At that sudden shift in attitude, Orochimaru's eyelids twitched. Moments ago, Sensei had regarded him as a stranger, and now he acted all familiar. Orochimaru shook his head at Sensei's question. "No commission. I'm here to buy her." He raised his hand and pointed to Karen, who had appeared behind Sensei at some point. Karen, who had come out of her room when she heard noises, froze in panic. Lying in bed 1 minute, and now trouble had found her. Orochimaru was here to purchase her? She grew nervous because, after traveling with Sensei and Kakazu and seeing Sensei's ways, she knew money came before almost anything for him. She worried he might agree to Orochimaru's proposal. Over the past weeks, she'd realized she couldn't leave Sensei, she didn't want to leave him. But Karen didn't yet know her worries were groundless. Sensei wasn't frantically doing missions for money, he wanted the system rewards that made him stronger. Sure enough, when Sensei realized Orochimaru's intention, he put on a textbook-worthy display of changing faces again. Rolling his eyes, he turned away from Orochimaru, not even bothering to look at him. Not interested. He'd thought Orochimaru was bringing him a commission, but the guy just wanted to buy his little mascot. Although Karen hadn't matured fully yet, she could still use Kagura's mind eye to scan the surroundings. She was a pretty handy assistant. Besides, doing missions with Kakazu, an old guy nearing a century in age, could be a bit dull. Trying to talk about current news or interesting tidbits would inevitably reveal a generation gap. Having a little girl around added a bit of fun. Why would he sell her? Even though Sensei refused outright, Orochimaru didn't leave immediately. It seemed he still had further plans. He briefly considered just taking Karen by force. But upon sensing that subtly dangerous glint in Orochimaru's eyes, Sensei showed a smile. Since obtaining the Naruto-adapted Rumble fruit, he hadn't met any opponent worth going all out against. Orochimaru, being one of the legendary Sannin, was certainly formidable. But another thought suddenly crossed Sensei's mind. He remembered how the first long-term commission he had taken had yielded insanely good rewards. The memory left him wanting more. Could he possibly lure Orochimaru into giving him a similar long-term job? As Orochimaru was about to lose patience and strike, Sensei held up a hand. "Wait." Orochimaru paused. Karen got even more nervous. She looked at Sensei with anxious eyes and whispered, Are you really going to sell me?" Tiny tears glistened in her red eyes. Seeing her pitiful face, Sensei found it amusing. He couldn't resist flicking her on the forehead. "What are you even thinking? How could I possibly sell you?" Karen relaxed a little, feeling a warm glow in her heart. Yet, recalling how Sensei usually did things, she couldn't help but add timidly, "But what if he offers more money?" Sensei froze, thought about it seriously, then said with equal seriousness, "Well, my principles and bottom line are always flexible, but this time it's non-negotiable. If it were any other matter, Sure, add money and they could talk. But selling Karen? That profited him nothing. He already had more money than he knew what to do with. Realizing he wouldn't budge, Orochimaru considered, then dropped the idea of seizing Karen on the spot. While observing Senshai's transformation when he consumed the rumble fruit, he'd seen how powerful the young man had become. Forcibly taking a subject from him might be more trouble than it was worth. It'd be better to hire him to capture other test subjects instead. With that, Orochimaru smiled chillingly. In that case, why not accept a commission from me to capture children from other ninja villages, kids with KK Genkai? I'll pay you 200,000 ryo for each suitable target. In Orochimaru's mind, given how greedy Senshai seemed, there was no way he would refuse. Long-term commission detected. Client, Orochimaru. Objective, Orochimaru hires you to capture children with KK Genkai. Reward, 200,000 ryo per child. Mission rank, B. Mission bonus, 200 commission points per child. Seeing the system prompt, Senshai was a bit taken aback. Orochimaru really was offering a fortune. But kids snatched that way would certainly face a grim fate. That is a mighty tempting offer. But I refuse. I'm not about to do something that depraved. He left it at that, not wanting to speak further for fear that he might accidentally say add more money. Even so, no amount of money would entice him on a mission like that. Orochimaru's eyes lingered on Senshai. After a moment's hesitation, he turned away without a fight. Swish, he had just turned when, with a flash of body flicker, Senshai appeared behind him. Orochimaru smirked slightly. Something else? Senshai nodded solemnly, then launched into a self-promoting spiel. Lord Orochimaru, since you're so interested in test subjects, what about me? Strictly speaking, I'm perfectly suited to be one of your experiments. Orochimaru. Did he look like an idiot to be told something like that? Or was Senshai's mind truly abnormal? You really couldn't apply common logic to this, ninja. Unfazed, Senshai went on, I'm also a descendant of the Uzumaki clan, my body is quite special, and I possess a certain degree of regenerative and healing ability. I'd think I have a lot of research value, no? At that, a wicked grin tugged at Orochimaru's lips. Compared to analyzing those physical traits, he was now more intrigued by the uniquely twisted way Senshai thought. In the shinobi world, plenty of people had bizarre mindsets, but seeing that plus extraordinary power, Orochimaru had only encountered two such cases, this Uzumaki Senshai and his loathsome old teammate, Jiraiya. As Senshai tried to pitch himself as Orochimaru's test subject, Karen could do nothing but cover her face, she was too embarrassed to watch. Chapter 11, Pitching. Orochimaru's expression was peculiar, his vertical pupils contracting as he tried to figure out what the other party was really up to. Lord Orochimaru, in fact, the special thing about me goes beyond that. Take a look. After speaking, Uzumaki Senshai's form rapidly began to change. ZZZT. Only moments ago he had been perfectly normal, yet now he transformed into a being of pure energy, enveloped in arcs of lightning. This is. Even someone like Orochimaru, known as the great scientist of the ninja world, was astonished by the scene. He had seen a similar ability before, with certain ninjas able to turn their bodies almost entirely into water. That was impressive, but it hadn't piqued Orochimaru's interest so strongly. However, Uzumaki Senshai's power here made Orochimaru's heart stir. Transforming oneself into lightning implied an extraordinary affinity for lightning style. Not only that, but lightning could serve as a power source for various high-energy ninja tools. Plus, from what Orochimaru knew, Uzumaki Senshai's lightning-style jutsu were already top-tier. Mulling it over, Orochimaru grew even more intrigued. Not bad. Not bad at all. Could this be some brand new KK Genkai? Moreover, can a body that can so easily transition into a pure energy state even age in the normal sense? Energy can weaken or vanish, but it doesn't grow old like flesh does. That thought made Orochimaru even more tempted. If he could obtain Uzumaki Senshai's body, if he used it as a vessel, his ninjutsu research might enter an entirely new realm. But he still needed to test whether Senshai's abilities were truly as impressive as they looked, or if it was all style with no substance. Orochimaru eyed him up and down before speaking, follow me. I want to test your capabilities and confirm whether you're worth a long-term contract. As a scientist, Orochimaru wouldn't jump to conclusions without verifying. Senshai shrugged. No problem. Karen, however, was a bit nervous, since these two had nearly broken into a fight moments earlier. In an open space, Uzumaki Senshai and Orochimaru stood facing each other. Karen, not far away, clenched her delicate fists, inwardly worrying about Senshai. Orochimaru let his arms hang at his sides without adopting any particular stance. Among ninja, he was an unusual one. he could unleash bizarre jutsu anytime, regardless of posture. "Hey, are you ready?" Orochimaru spared a glance at Senshai's youthful face. He only knew what Kakazu had told him and had never witnessed Senshai in action himself, so he didn't truly know how strong Senshai was. Senshai beckoned Orochimaru with a casual gesture, signaling him to make the first move. Orochimaru, however, chose not to strike, he chose to stretch. Swish, his neck elongated like rubber in an instant, his head lunging forward like a serpentine to bite at Uzumaki Senshai. Whoosh, facing the attack, Senshai extended his hand and unleashed Lightning Finger, a technique that fired lightning-style chakra from a fingertip. Zzzt. A streak of lightning shot toward Orochimaru's head, but Orochimaru's snake-like neck evaded it with ease. Twisting and turning in bizarre coils, his elongated neck finally sank its fangs into Senshai's throat. Crackle crackle. Zzzt. Yet in that same instant, the normal-looking Uzumaki Senshai transformed again into a body of electrical energy. Orochimaru's bite ended up shocking him to a crisp, burnt inside and out by the high-voltage current. Simultaneously, a short distance away, Orochimaru tore open his own neck, forcing himself out of that snake-like husk. He had escaped the intense electric shock by discarding his shell. Orochimaru's jutsu often shared a common theme: Orochimaru spitting out snakes, snakes spitting out Orochimaru, Orochimaru spitting out Orochimaru, and snakes spitting out snakes. Having abandoned his old body and escaped electrocution, Orochimaru quickly formed hand seals and slammed a palm to the ground, formation of 10,000 snakes. When the technique took hold, Orochimaru opened his mouth, and countless summoned snakes flooded toward Uzumaki Senshai, hissing to bite. Karen's face went pale at the sight, as the very ground seemed carpeted in snakes. But Senshai showed no concern. Lightning style, earth slide. Zzzt la la. Zzzt. With the rumble fruit enhancing his abilities, Senshai's lightning style had become exponentially stronger. The moment he cast his technique, the space around him formed a net of lightning that quickly grew denser. Before long, that net morphed into a kind of electric field. No matter how many snakes rushed in, they were all reduced to ash. Hidden shadow snake hands. Swish. Swish. Orochimaru's two arms shot out like serpents, aiming to sink their fangs into Senshai. Zzzt. Lightning flickered around Senshai. In the blink of an eye, he reappeared behind Orochimaru. Wishing to prove himself without killing his client, he had already made a plan. Lightning style, backhand chop. He drove a punch at Orochimaru's back. Thud. A dull impact rang out, and Orochimaru crashed heavily to the ground. Nearby, a huge snake opened its jaws, and Orochimaru emerged from within it. They exchanged several moves like this, neither able to best the other. Then, suddenly, Orochimaru felt a deep sense of foreboding. It was as though some force had pinned him in place, any attempt at a substitute technique would fail. That force was Senshai's mantra, observation haki-like sense. More precisely, he had locked onto Orochimaru's chakra signature. No matter how many times Orochimaru tried to shed his skin, the strongest chakra source in the area would reveal the location of Orochimaru's true body. 30 million volts, Thunder Beast. After locking on, Senshai blasted Orochimaru with a searing bolt of lightning. Roar. A fierce beastly roar echoed through the air. Countless arcs of blue lightning converged into a massive, intimidating thunder beast radiating terrifying voltage. It howled to the skies, then charged Orochimaru's real body. Orochimaru didn't dare underestimate it. Triple Rashomon. Without hesitation, he rapidly wove seals and slammed his hands onto the ground. Boom. 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 3 colossal demonic gates burst up from the earth in succession, blocking Orochimaru's front. Rumble rumble. Boom. 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 Senshai's Thunder Beast plowed through all 3 Rashomon gates, but by then it had expended much of its power. It was no longer a serious threat. In a flash, Orochimaru summoned another giant snake, which crashed into the beast head-on. Boom. A deafening explosion rang out. Orochimaru vanished from the blast and instantly reappeared in front of Senshai. His strangely glowing eyes were fixed on him with fervent desire. Orochimaru was thoroughly satisfied with Uzumaki Senshai's body. Beyond its special traits, his mastery of lightning style was astounding. If Orochimaru could transfer his soul into Senshai's flesh, he might unlock countless new jutsu. Before Senshai could attack again, Orochimaru spoke first. That's enough. I've seen enough of your abilities. Next, I want to hire you to help me with research on ninjutsu and other techniques. Even though you'd just be assisting my research, I'll pay you a knee-rank commission rate of 200,000 ryo. New commission detected, client, Orochimaru, Objective: Orochimaru is very interested in you. Use your special constitution and abilities to assist his research. Reward: 200,000 ryo. Mission rank: A. System reward: 200 commission points. Upon hearing this, Senshai immediately rejected him. No way. He didn't want just a one-shot deal. Judging by Orochimaru's finances and his need for research, there was clearly an opening for a long-term hire. Having already tasted the massive rewards from his previous long-term commission, Senshai wanted more of the same. Lord Orochimaru, I have conditions if you want to hire me. First, developing ninjutsu and other technical research can take a very long time. Assisting you will eat up a lot of my schedule, so you'll need to pay more for a long-term arrangement. His meaning was obvious: pay up. Second, if I disagree with any particular research project, I won't go along with it. Third, if you need biological samples, you're strictly prohibited from cloning my cells. Fourth. By now Orochimaru fell silent. Was he really hiring Senshai to assist in research, or was Senshai hiring him to do the research? And anyway, did he actually need a long-term contract? Once Senshai was on his turf, Orochimaru had plenty of ways to take control of him. Just then, Senshai spoke again. Orochimaru, I know the reason you joined the Akatsuki. Chapter 12, Hired. Orochimaru's heart skipped a beat when he heard that. As baffling as it was, he knew Uzumaki Senshai wasn't the type to make groundless claims. My reason? What reason would that be? Though inwardly shocked, Orochimaru forced himself to sound composed. In response, Senshai spoke in a casual tone. Lord Orochimaru, didn't you join the Akatsuki because you want Itachi Uchiha's Sharingan? Strictly speaking, Orochimaru wanted the Rinnegan most of all. But obtaining the Rinnegan was too difficult. He'd already suffered a setback and now harbored lingering fears. He could only lower his sights and go after the Sharingan. Not long ago, Orochimaru had already felt that Uzumaki Senshai's intelligence was shockingly accurate. Hearing him state this so bluntly now, Orochimaru found himself even more astounded. To his surprise, Senshai went on, seemingly unwilling to stop with just that bombshell. Actually, I happen to know where to find several extraordinarily powerful Sharingan with very special abilities. You'd be interested in those, right? That statement hit Orochimaru like a surge of electricity. The Sharingan was an extremely special and mysterious Genkai. Nobody, not even its own wielder, could know in advance exactly which powers a newly awakened Sharingan might hold. If anyone else claimed to know the whereabouts of extremely powerful Sharingan, Orochimaru would have scoffed. But Uzumaki Senshai was different. Even the behind-the-scenes Akatsuki seemed like an open book to him. Orochimaru didn't understand why, but it appeared that Senshai possessed some unusually potent intelligence-gathering capability, one Orochimaru greatly valued. After thinking for a moment, Orochimaru posed a question to test whether Senshai truly had such remarkable intel. Where is Shizue Uchiha's eye? He wanted to see if Senshai really did know top-secret information. Senshai paused briefly, then answered, one of Shizue's eyes is in Shimura Denzo's possession. To be precise, it was in Denzo's own eye socket, while the rest of the Uchiha's eyes were grafted to Denzo's arm, an arm Orochimaru himself had engineered. So one of Shizue's eyes was indeed with Danzō, something Orochimaru already knew. But that was an extremely high-level secret, known only to a handful of people. This made Orochimaru scrutinize Senshai once again. Just who is this guy? He was allowed to join Akatsuki, so their vetting must have found nothing amiss. Yet he knows about Shizue's eye being with Danzō. Information of that caliber is practically top secret. Who in the world is he, and how does he know all this? Orochimaru now felt a deeper wariness toward Uzumaki Senshai. Dealing with him might prove complicated. Still, he quickly thought of something else. He might hire Senshai long-term to study this mystery ninja. If Orochimaru hired him, he could get Senshai's help with intel and gradually analyze him in detail. Once he thoroughly understood Uzumaki Senshai, capturing him or taking him down would be easier. With that in mind, Orochimaru broke into a faint smile and said, I accept. I'll hire you long-term for 500,000 ryo per month to assist me in the development and research of ninjutsu and related technologies. Congratulations. You have gained Orochimaru's approval. He plans to hire you long-term with a salary of 500,000 ryo per month to aid in his ninjutsu and tech research. Upon successful acceptance of this long-term commission, you will receive one super draw. When settling this long-term commission, your commission points will be doubled. Reading that wave of system notifications, Senshai was overjoyed. There was a world of difference between rewards for a one-time job and a long-term job. Once he received this wave of rewards, his physical strength and chakra capacity would rival that of the Nightingales. Meaning in upcoming missions he could gain SSSS level chakra rewards, fully stepping into the realm of the Tentails. In time, he could genuinely become a human 10 tails. Come with me. Now that he had confirmed hiring Uzumaki-sensei, Orochimaru spoke offhandedly. Of course, Orochimaru wouldn't carry around 1,000,000 ryo on him. He planned to pay Sensei 500,000 ryo first, then take him to one of his nearby hideouts to do some research. Where are we going? Sensei asked casually, not seeming bothered. He hadn't yet heard the system's mission complete prompt, which suggested he had to do something like formalizing the deal with Orochimaru to finish. Leading the way, Orochimaru answered, first the money exchange, so I can withdraw your 500,000 ryo. After that, we'll go to one of my hideouts. I need you to help me with some experiments. Sensei nodded. Once he had the money, the mission would be considered complete. Along with Karen, he followed Orochimaru through town until they reached a moneylender's establishment. Orochimaru signed a document there, receiving a case containing 1,000,000 ryo. Swish, Orochimaru pushed the case over to Uzumaki-sensei and said, here's 1,000,000. Our employment relationship is now official. Now you'll come with me to my place and assist in some experiments. You have successfully taken on a new long-term commission, assisting Orochimaru's scientific research. System reward number 1, 1x super draw. The moment the system prompt appeared, Sensei's grin grew impossible to contain. Long-term commissions were no easy feat, and if the client's status didn't meet certain criteria, the system wouldn't even recognize the job. Akatsuki was the top mercenary force in the shinobi world, so it certainly qualified. Though Orochimaru was currently with Akatsuki, he was no mere minion. He had his own faction, making him eligible to issue a long-term commission. Sensei opened his system menu excitedly. Gimme a draw. Drawing super reward, congratulations. You have obtained an S-rank reward, unlocking a new rare attribute. You have unlocked World Affinity. Future draws may yield additional World Affinity bonuses. New entry on the status panel, World Affinity, current affinity with this shinobi world. See, Sensei was a bit perplexed by what he drew. World Affinity? What even is that? And it's only S-rank? Ugh, Snake Bro, can't you do better? He himself didn't feel any immediate change, but Orochimaru definitely noticed something. In that instant, Sensei had emitted a wave of energy that made Orochimaru's pupils shrink in shock. What did you just do? Orochimaru stared at Sensei in alarm. He had sensed an extremely familiar presence, one reminiscent of the first Hokage. Yet not exactly. Most people wouldn't pick up on the distinction, but Orochimaru had done countless experiments with certain cells, so he recognized the aura all too well. Orochimaru was already very interested in Sensei. After that sudden burst of a familiar, intense aura, he was even more fixated on him. And then the case of money vanished from Sensei's hand. Space-time ninjutsu? Orochimaru's eerie snake-like eyes flicked to the spot where the money had disappeared. He couldn't help asking. Summoning jutsu was also a space-time type, so the concept itself wasn't rare to Orochimaru. But using it with no hand seals, no visible formula, and not even a noticeable chakra fluctuation? That was bizarre. What Sensei had used was, in fact, the system space. He had simply placed the case inside it. Seeing Orochimaru's dumbfounded face, Sensei found it amusing. Outwardly, though, he remained calm, as if this was just a trivial technique. Karen, too, was left blinking in confusion. With her sensory abilities, she normally picked up on the subtlest chakra changes, yet she hadn't noticed any technique at all. Sensei had felt no need to fear Orochimaru earlier, and now that his power had surged again, he was even more interested in seeing Orochimaru's hideout. Orochimaru's original plan was to trap Sensei there, but now he decided to pursue normal cooperation first. This peculiar, outlandish shinobi was tough to handle, and he also had immense research value. Orochimaru wanted to study him thoroughly. Under Orochimaru's lead, the three arrived at his local hideout. Upon stepping inside, Sensei felt mildly disappointed. Though it was a well-equipped lab, none of Orochimaru's more bizarre or genius creations were here. Rustle rustle, Orochimaru unrolled a scroll onto the floor, revealing a strange black-inked formula. After that, he said to Sensei, sit in the middle of the seal. I want to examine your chakra and cellular traits in detail. Chapter 13, finally, Wood Villa. Sensei, unconcerned, walked over and sat right in the middle of Orochimaru's sealing formula. Apparently, Orochimaru had developed this technique to aid his research. Once Sensei settled in, he could feel a special energy wave scanning his chakra. After making these preliminary observations, the look on Orochimaru's face was priceless. He had great confidence in his own research-supporting technique, so he believed the measurements were accurate beyond doubt, and what he saw left him thoroughly astounded. What on earth? How does he have such a massive and pure chakra reserve? How can he have tailed beast level affinity with the lightning nature? His physical constitution might rival, even surpass, the legendary third Rukonga's. This body is beyond amazing, it's a flawless vessel. Orochimaru stared at Sensei, who was sitting calmly in the center of his experimental seal. He could barely resist seizing that body for himself right then. But the terrifying amount of chakra inside Sensei, his incredible constitution, and his mastery of lightning style all kept Orochimaru grounded. Without meticulous preparation, there was no way he could handle Uzumaki Sensei head-on. Bzzz, after a while, the glowing lines of Orochimaru's research seal faded. Orochimaru spoke, "That's enough for now. I'm finished with today's tests." In truth, Orochimaru was also thinking about whether to hire Sensei to capture the Rinnegan from Nagato or the Sharingan from Itachi Uchiha. With Sensei's enormous power, they might even have a shot at taking Nagato's Rinnegan. But Orochimaru decided against it, for now. He planned to study Sensei over the long term and eventually steal his body as the perfect vessel. Only then would it be easy to claim the Sharingan or the Rinnegan himself. Sensei, of course, had no idea Orochimaru was thinking that far ahead. After cooperating on the research, he and Karen left Orochimaru's hideout. Once they were away, Karen looked up at Sensei. "That guy means you no good. You need to be careful." Hearing that, Sensei reached out and ruffled Karen's hair. Ignoring her annoyed glare, he messed it up thoroughly. "Ha ha ha ha. You got it backward. He's the one who should be careful." At this point, Orochimaru no longer posed any threat to him. Sensei was stronger day by day, certainly more so than someone like Orochimaru could handle. And as a mission fanatic, he knew tomorrow's Sensei would be stronger than today's. If Orochimaru couldn't deal with him now, he'd be even more out of luck later. Eventually, Orochimaru would end up providing his talents in various fields for Sensei's benefit. Right now, Sensei hadn't decided exactly what he wanted or how he'd use Orochimaru's assistance. Perhaps forming the strongest mercenary force in the shinobi world to fight the Otsutsuki clan? That idea sounded good, but for now, his main plan was still to grind missions non-stop and get even stronger. When he reached the level of a human tentails, or even beyond, maybe then he could literally look down on the Otsutsuki and ask them how big a psychological blow he was dealing. In the end, Orochimaru's sudden arrival had at least let Kakazu rest for half a day. If Kakazu knew what was in store for him over the following weeks, he'd be deeply grateful to Orochimaru. The Akatsuki had been around a long time, and Kakazu had seen many new recruits join, fired up at first, only to slack off eventually. He assumed Sensei might be similar. But he was wrong. From the day they formed their two-man squad, every day had been relentlessly busy for Kakazu. He started to suspect that for Sensei, 24 hours in a day somehow lasted 48. Physically, Kakazu's body could rotate through multiple hearts, so he didn't get exhausted in that sense, but mentally, he was drained. Sensei was like a soulless mission machine, either on a mission or traveling to the next one. Like right now, the two of them were en route to yet another job. Under the starry night sky, Kakazu could only stare wordlessly, having lost count if this was their 48th or 49th job of the day. He used to ignore lower-paying tasks, but this lunatic Sensei accepted every commission job under the sun. The two of them had made quite a name for themselves at the Rain's black market. Ninjas and local powers in Hidden Rain Village and the surrounding minor villages had all heard about these two mission grinders. So long as it was a commission request, they rarely turned it down, and their completion rate was incredibly high. More impressively, despite such speed, they maintained a 100% success record. Kakazu knew the information but felt no joy. He watched Sensei flipping through another stack of mission briefs while traveling, and only felt a splitting headache. Maybe I should take a mission to assassinate the fire daimyo, then end up in prison for a while, just to get some rest. Sensei continued studying the mission details as he walked, now carrying Karen on his back. The girl was still young and couldn't keep up with the insane round-the-clock schedule as easily as Kakazu could with his multiple hearts. Earlier, she dozed off while walking, so he let her rest on his back. Half an hour later, they finished that day's 50th commission and arrived at a hot springs inn. Kakazu was worn out. Before heading to his room, he told Sensei, "We're taking tomorrow off, no missions. Then we can carry on." Sensei flatly refused. "No way. We can't betray Leader Nagato's trust or fail the organization's expectations." Kakazu simply ignored him and went to his room. Honestly, it had nothing to do with Akatsuki's trust. Sensei just cared about money more than life itself, preferring to drop dead on the job if it meant squeezing in more commissions. Where some ninjas dream of becoming Hokage, of protecting their village, Sensei's ninja way boiled down to two words: make money. Unaware of his partner's frustration, Sensei returned to his own room with Karen. He set her on the bed so she could get a proper night's rest. As for himself, he pulled out the day's commission earnings and system rewards to start rolling. Now that word of their deeds had spread, the number of tasks coming in had skyrocketed. Over these days, he'd racked up a huge sum of commission points, over 10,000. Seeing the system panel show, commission points, 10,102, he couldn't stop smiling. But after a while, his face started twitching from smiling too hard. It was truly a massive haul. Time to draw. 10,000 commission points deducted. Remaining, 102 points, drawing. Congratulations, you have received, Shuriken times 3, Kunai times 3, Ninjutsu, Lightning Style, Chidori, level +1 bar of Chakra, World Affinity level +1. Congratulations, host. Ninja World Affinity has reached C rank, you have unlocked the Wood Style KK Genkai, unlocked Wood Style, current level, D, New Jutsu learned, Wood Style, Cutting Jutsu, New Jutsu learned, Wood Style, Wood Clone Jutsu, New Jutsu learned, Wood Style, Wood Transformation Jutsu, huh? What's going on? Gaining 1 point of World Affinity unlocked Wood Style for me? So now I can do that wooden village jutsu I wanted? The next day at dawn, boom, a loud crash, and Senshai burst through Kakazu's door. Kakazu steadfastly refused to rise, he needed his rest. But Senshai's next move stunned him, he simply grabbed Kakazu and hauled him off to the Rain Black Market to pick up another job. It truly was necessary for Kakazu to come along, he'd been a fixture of Hidden Rain Village's black market for ages. With his formidable reputation and a near-flawless success rate, many clients knew him by name. Rumor said he had once assassinated the god of shinobi, the first Hokage. That legend made him a top pick in the black market. Although Senshai's own name had been rising quickly, it still couldn't compare to Kakazu's. After all, Kakazu was an old G from back in the day. So thanks to Kakazu's golden reputation plus Senshai's skyrocketing fame and their willingness to take almost any commission, they had a thick wad of mission briefs at nearly all times, a dream come true for countless clients who once never had a chance of hiring Kakazu. Now, with the unstoppable duo's insane pace, those same employers couldn't believe their luck. Chapter 14, Crazy Grinding. During this stretch of time, the two of them worked together to complete commissions with a 100% success rate, piquing the curiosity of potential clients far and wide. On the way to the Hidden Rain Village black market, Kakazu finally refused to be hauled over S-class prisoner style by Senshai, the two simply walked there together, one in front and one behind. Sure enough, as soon as they arrived, they instantly drew the attention of a crowd of employers. A swarm of people surrounded them. It's Kakazu and Uzumaki Senshai? Where? At last. I came here just to find them. Their success rate is insanely high. That's right. This is my second time hiring them. Amazing. Our village might really be saved now. In the Hidden Rain Village black market, talk buzzed among the many employers present. Everyone was discussing Kakazu, the black market's legendary agent, and Uzumaki Senshai, its newest rising star. A team-up between the deathless legend of the underworld and its hottest newcomer felt like an instant guarantee of reliability. More astonishing yet, they had never once failed a job. Watching the dense throng approach, Kakazu's face twitched visibly. Ugh. Apart from that single-minded lunatic Senshai, no normal shinobi would take on all these random jobs. Some of these missions are so trivial they could be handled by a few geinin in any average village. Sigh. That madman is throwing his life away for money. He followed along behind Senshai, sighing in his heart. Thanks to their widespread fame, they didn't even need to visit the broker's counter. Employers came flocking to them directly, mission slips in hand. Unlike Kakazu, who remained grumpy at the scene, Senshai was beaming ear to ear, practically shaking with excitement. He called out to all the eager clients, no need to crowd, line up and take turns. Listen, whether your mission is high-paying or low-paying, whether it's extremely difficult or ridiculously easy, as long as the payment matches the difficulty, and it's a commission-type job, we'll probably accept. If you have questions during the contracting process, talk to Mr. Kakazu here. If you're all set, just queue up, come to me, and hand me your mission slips one by one. With that, the crowd did exactly as told, forming two long lines. Upon reaching Kakazu and Senshai, each client passed forward their slip and hashed out the fee and timeline. If a mission was open-ended and the pay suitable, it required only a quick discussion and confirmation. Seeing this mass of people, Kakazu's scalp tingled. In his mind, he was doing calculations. So many missions. How long will this take? A lot of them pay practically nothing. Under normal circumstances, I'd just pick a few big bounties. They're turning the Ames black market into a catch-all request board. Somebody's even got a job to find a missing cat. Ugh. Suddenly came the noise of crackling wood. A newly formed wood clone appeared by Senshai's side, who handed the clone one of the mission slips. Kakazu just stared, hardly reacting to the surprise of seeing wood style in the first place. What are you doing now? While flipping through more mission forms, Senshai explained without pause, I recall hearing about ninja who use shadow clones to go to the academy for them. So if some tasks are trivial and time-consuming, why not use wood clones for those? He had just unlocked wood style and was keen to put wood clone jutsu to use. That slip was from an employer who wants us to tutor a would-be gain in shuriken practice. Low-level stuff like that, I'll just send a wood clone to handle it. That'll free me up for more challenging missions. As Senshai spoke with unrestrained enthusiasm, Kakazu felt his head spinning. So the wood clone wasn't to reduce overall workload, it was to let Senshai focus on even tougher jobs. Eventually the flow of employers tapered off. Kakazu was left holding a tall stack of mission slips, feeling vaguely unreal. Meanwhile, Senshai had at least as many. Some clients that Kakazu refused simply circled to the end of Senshai's line and successfully handed over their requests there. Kakazu, hand over your slips. Without thinking, Kakazu gave him a bundle of dozens, inwardly cursing them as future headaches. But Senshai regarded them as dozens of new chances to become stronger. That's a good 50+ opportunities for me to keep pushing toward my human tentails form, he said with excitement, clapping the stack of papers in his hands. Let's go all out, grind until we drop. Kakazu? All he could do was stare at the sky in silent misery. In the old days, employers would typically go to a village, major or minor, to hire ninja. But with Senshai and Kakazu making waves, everyone started treating the hidden rain village black market as an alternative. Knowing these two completed missions fast and flawlessly, most found it easier to trust them than put in a formal request at a small hidden village. Glancing at the near dictionary thick file of mission slips in Senshai's hands, Kakazu felt numb. Senshai alone had done as many missions as a small hidden village as entire staff might accomplish. It wasn't strange for Kakazu to single-handedly annihilate such a minor village, but single-handedly matching its mission output. That blew his mind. And to top it off, Senshai had practically monopolized the entire black market job supply. Kakazu, you look awful, Senshai commented casually, holding Karen's hand as they walked. Kakazu responded grimly, I think we can't keep this up. It's too, Senshai halted, considering briefly, then nodded seriously. You're right, Kakazu. We really can't go on like this. Kakazu exhaled in relief until he heard the rest. We've been too slack before now. We could totally come back here 3 times a day, morning, afternoon, and evening, to clear out new missions. Just thinking how some clients must be anxiously waiting for us makes my heart ache. Kakazu's face went from miserable to pitch black. That's not what I meant. All the while he mulled whether he could feasibly use his combined ninjutsu to kill Senshai. Keeping this schedule, he would die from overexertion. Running missions at max flow day after day for nearly a month had him exhausted. In the old days, Kakazu fondly recalled, any bothersome partner he could eventually discard. But that wouldn't work here, Senshai was too powerful to dispatch so easily. Nearby, Senshai and Karen were busily counting money. Having been around him for a while, Karen now also grasped the importance of money. Observing his obsession, she'd decided that seizing massive rewards through endless missions was the way to go. Ha! Karen sighed after counting for a bit. Senshai raised an eyebrow. Hands cramping? She nodded pitifully. They had far too many coins and dolls to count every day. Senshai took hold of her small hands, gently massaging them. Then take breaks in between counting, rest up, and continue after that. Blushing a little, Karen turned her head away with a huff. Inside, though, she took his advice to heart. Senshai just smirked, reached over, and ruffled her hair again. Cut it out. She yelped, pounding her fists against his back. She was unintentionally training her taijutsu on him. If one day she grew up and could throw a punch like that at an enemy. Well, with Senshai's body surpassing even the third Raikage's durability, he could handle her practice now. Watching them bicker, Kakazu let out a long sigh and once more tried reasoning with Senshai, I think we need rest days. Going like this, 24 out of 7, will kill us eventually. A little downtime is crucial for better mission performance. Chapter 15, Akatsuki's monthly meeting. Kakazu's suggestion was promptly shot down. Still poring over the mission slips, Senshai replied without looking up, no, I see that as an affront to the value of life itself. And come on, Lord Kakazu, after this month of non-stop work, haven't we reaped enormous rewards? Whether it's the commissions we've earned or the growth in our ninjutsu, these are things the vast majority of shinobi can only dream of. Hearing that, Kakazu snapped back, what I dream of is having at least 1 day of rest each week. Senshai just let out a great laugh, ahahaha. So you do share my outlook after all, Lord Kakazu, wonderful. Kakazu nearly rose to slug him. Uchiha of his heard that I agree with his nonsense. In truth, Senshai hadn't heard anything of the sort. He was simply strong-arming Kakazu into consensus. Having Kakazu along made their mission runs twice as efficient, and Kakazu was no match for him, so he could force his partner to comply. While Senshai was thinking all this, Karen, who had just been bantering with him, had drifted off to sleep, leaning her head against his shoulder. After a brief hesitation, Senshai scooped her up in his arms. Out here in the wild, if she got sick, it'd be troublesome. As the month drew to a close, a rather important event neared. The Hidden Rain Village, High Tower. This was one of Akatsuki's main bases, where monthly assemblies were usually held. Outside, the unending drizzle of Hidden Rain Village fell continuously. In reality, that ceaseless rain was a large-scale sensory technique. If any threat entered the village, Nagato would know. Akatsuki members arrived one by one at the usual meeting spot. But this time, they didn't see Nagato, they saw Pain. Nagato's body was weakening, forcing him to hide in the shadows and lead through these proxies. Upon sighting Pain, Orochimaru's eyes flickered with intense curiosity. He'd never lost his interest in the Rinnegan, though its sheer difficulty to obtain made him bide his time. Nearby stood Itachi Uchiha, still cold and impassive, eyes never betraying his thoughts. Sasori was even more poker-faced. His real body was a puppet, so expressing emotions wasn't exactly his forte. Zetsu arrived, scanning his surroundings, and finally fixed his gaze on Conan. Where's Nagato? Usually they'd see Nagato in a wheelchair, but he was absent this time. The others were likewise curious, so they all glanced at Conan after Zetsu's question. Conan's gaze swept across them, her tone utterly calm. Nagato will be training for a while. From now on, for the foreseeable future, he'll continue leading Akatsuki through him. She then looked toward the body that once belonged to Hueco. Her voice grew even quieter. You'll call him Pain. At this, all eyes focused on Pain's form. He was eerily lifelike, riddled with black chakra rods. Through these rods and a Rinnegan, Nagato controlled his paths. Pain spoke then, his voice chilly and distant. You needn't concern yourselves with such trivial matters. Akatsuki's plans remain unchanged. Our objective is still to gather abundant funds and then hunt down the tailed beasts to forge them into the ultimate weapon. The ninja world needs pain, only through suffering can it learn and grow. Though Pain's voice wasn't the same as Nagato's, the speech pattern clearly was. The usual lines about making the world feel pain were there. But whether many in Akatsuki truly believed in that vision was another matter entirely. Where's Kakazu? And the new recruit who's been working alongside him, why aren't they here? Pain's words had barely trailed off when Zetsu looked around again, obviously puzzled. Seeing that Kakazu was missing, along with the newcomer assigned to him, Zetsu's curiosity sharpened. Upon hearing the second question, several among them wore odd expressions. The Kakazu two-man cell had long been nicknamed the Death Duo. In the past, Kakazu had led quite a few partners to their deaths. If his new partner was absent, chances were he was dead as well. At first, Zetsu didn't connect the dots. After a moment, he realized, then his half-black, half-white face curved into a mischievous grin. Just then, three figures arrived late, Uzumaki Senshai, Kakazu, and Karen trailing behind. They were the last to show up. Karen, the cute little mascot, clung close to Senshai, while Kakazu dragged himself along in the rear, clearly exhausted. Seeing everyone already present, Senshai gave an apologetic smile. Sorry to keep you waiting. On the way here, we handled a few tasks, so we got delayed. At his bright grin, many Akatsuki members looked surprised. They hadn't expected that after a month, a newcomer partnered with Kakazu would still be alive. The Death Duo label was no joke. Over the years, Kakazu had indeed caused the demise of more than one colleague. So surviving nearly a month alongside him spoke volumes about Senshai. Nagato, through Pain, originally hadn't expected much from Senshai. Among all the members, only Uzumaki Senshai had demanded so many conditions for joining. But now, 1 month later, he was not only alive but had contributed greatly to the organization. In Nagato's mind, it must mean Senshai also bore a deep loathing for this rotten world. He seemed in a hurry to inflict pain upon it. Conan's impression of Senshai, the newbie, wasn't bad. He reminded her somewhat of Hueco in his spirited, carefree demeanor. Except Senshai was even more offbeat than Hueco had been. Thinking of the intel she'd heard regarding his frenzied mission pace, Conan's cool, lovely face took on a faintly peculiar expression. While others looked visibly surprised, Orochimaru was rather unperturbed. He mused inwardly, someone like him wouldn't die so easily. His lightning-style mastery alone is staggering. The other day, I had to use a triple Rashomon just to barely hold off one of his attacks. Little did Orochimaru know that by now, Senshai had grown so much stronger that they couldn't even play together anymore. If they fought again, Senshai might use the Hell Stab, one finger thrust to skewer him outright. As for Sasori, he had no strong opinions about Senshai either way, only that if Senshai could survive a month with Kakazu, he was qualified to remain in Akatsuki for the time being. Not far away, Hoshigaki Kisame leaned toward Itachi Uchiha, speaking quietly. "Hey, Itachi-san, what do you think of the newbie?" Itachi paused. "That ninja, Uzumaki Senshai, is extremely formidable. According to what I've gathered, he easily destroyed 2 of Kakazu's Earth Grudge Fear masks. And on the night he joined, he displayed unbelievable lightning-style talent, mastery as if he were a tailed beast made of chakra." Since Senshai had never gone all out in front of them, Itachi wasn't entirely sure of his upper limits. Kisame smiled broadly. Hearing that, I'd like to spar with him to build camaraderie." Kisame, of course, had yet to experience the sting of Hellstab and remained blissfully unwary. Itachi might have added more but kept his silence. In truth, he considered Senshai another dangerous individual, one whose presence upped the danger level of Akatsuki as a whole. Acting secretly on Hidden Leaf Village's behalf, Itachi concluded he'd better keep an eye on the newcomer from the shadows, gathering information. In reality, Senshai couldn't care less about destroying a village or triggering some war, he just wanted to grind until invincible. But Itachi had no way of knowing that. At last, a battered Kakazu shuffled in, trailing behind Senshai's group. The Akatsuki members turned toward him. To their shock, he looked utterly transformed, massive dark rings under his eyes, slumped as though wrung dry. Kakazu looked thoroughly depleted, and it showed on his face. How could he not be tired, under such a partner's insane pace? Chapter 16. Exhausted Kakazu. As he walked into the meeting hall, Kakazu looked dazed, like he'd been utterly drained. Seeing him in such a state rendered everyone speechless. Kakazu had the Earth Grudge Fear technique, losing his head typically wouldn't pose much of a problem. But now he looked as if he were completely squeezed dry. What on earth had happened? Orochimaru couldn't resist poking fun when he saw Kakazu. "Kakazu, what on earth has Uzumaki Senshai been doing to you? You look severely worn out. Don't tell me Earth Grudge Fear has its limits." Kakazu was in such a stupor he didn't even hear Orochimaru's jab. Without a word, he found a spot to sit and rest. Partnering with Senshai these past weeks had worn him down to a husk. Once Senshai and Kakazu arrived, Pain spoke calmly. "During this period, the organization's revenue is 10 times higher than before." All of Akatsuki reacted with obvious surprise. It wasn't a mere 30 to 40% increase, it was tenfold, a 1000% jump in earnings. Hoshigaki Kisame bared his rows of sharp teeth, sounding puzzled. Does that mean the organization has some new income source? Like a normal shinobi village, Akatsuki funded itself by taking a cut, 50%, of any commission its members completed. So Kisame naturally assumed some other revenue stream must have appeared. Pain shook his head. No. The reason for such an increase is that Kakazu and Uzumaki Senshai's duo has completed a massive number of commissions. The entire group exchanged glances again. These two were acting almost beyond reason. Their efforts had pushed the organization's income up by a factor of 10, an incredible feat. While everyone was still reeling, Pain continued. Recently, more and more people have been coming to the Hidden Rain Village for regular shinobi assignments, as well as posting requests on the black market. But the village's own ninja have been running into a serious issue. Many of them can't get any jobs. A lot of ninja complain they can barely afford to eat. Now that Nagato, through Pain, controlled the village, a more prosperous Hidden Rain Village would obviously benefit him. But in reality, it wasn't growing better at all. A village can't thrive on a handful of powerful shinobi alone. Its mid and lower level ninja are the foundation of that tower. They generate most of a village's wealth and, if they mature, become the next generation of elite shinobi or even mainstays. If those middling layers struggle to survive, they might desert. Should that happen, the village would be on the brink of collapse. Naturally, Nagato and Akatsuki didn't want that outcome. Zetsu gaped. What do you mean? If more clients are bringing missions here, shouldn't that make it easier for the village's ninja to find work and help it develop? He couldn't grasp why an increase in requests meant local Hidden Rain Village ninja were getting fewer jobs. Once Zetsu spoke, Pain shot a displeased look at Uzumaki Senshai. Ask our new recruit about that. Everyone's eyes turned to Senshai, who was off in a corner counting money. Startled by their looks, he gave an embarrassed laugh before answering sheepishly, "I'm just doing my part for the organization. I fully endorse Akatsuki's vision. Continuously taking on commissions is my way of the ninja. Also, if any of you need a ninja for hire, just came to me, I'll give you a 5% discount. And if you have leads on clients who need to hire someone, pass them to me. Once I'm paid, I'll split off 5% to you." At first, Senshai seemed self-conscious. The more he spoke, though, the more earnest he became. Clearly, when it came to mission work, he was dead serious, No joke at all. Karen, meanwhile, could only face calm. It was one thing for him to scoop up every outside commission, but now he was trying to do business with his own teammates as well. All eyes shifted questioningly to Kakazu. He sat in the corner, still looking half dead. In Akatsuki, he was considered the king of hustle. Yet somehow, Senshai had driven him to this state. Just how outrageously driven was Senshai? Zetsu glanced back and forth between the sprawled Kakazu and the money-counting Senshai. Are you telling me Uzumaki Senshai is even more enthusiastic about missions than Kakazu? Pain nodded seriously. Precisely. Based on the intel I have, ever since Senshai joined, he's been working day and night without pause. He uses clones to handle lower and mid-tier commissions. On top of that, he literally clears out the black market 3 times a day, morning, afternoon, and evening. So nearly every commission posted there ends up being snapped up by them. People in the black market call them the mission-killing machine. Their record, as far as I know, was 171 jobs completed in a single day. That's why the AIM's mid- and lower-level ninja aren't getting any work. When Pain finished, everyone looked at Senshai and Kakazu in a mix of awe and disbelief. Were they even human, working non-stop like that for a whole month? And to maximize coverage, Senshai had even used wood clones. Itachi had once used shadow clones to attend the ninja academy on his behalf, thinking that was as extreme as it got. Now he realized there was always a higher mountain. Senshai just smiled shyly. I'm only doing what I should for the organization. Then he handed a money box to Karen. Karen, count the commission fees from earlier. We were in a rush to get to the meeting, so I didn't have time. Karen nodded and deftly got to work. Meanwhile, Senshai took out a thick wad of mission slips, big as a dictionary. Kisame's jaw dropped as he stared, turning to Itachi. Ichi, Itachi-san, that's all commission slips. The sight of those papers, maybe 50 or 60 in total, had Kisame's mind reeling. Under everyone's astonished gaze, Senshai began cutting the deck of mission slips like playing cards. Then, tree branches sprouted from him, forming wood clones. He gave one clone a mission slip to handle, and continued sorting through the rest. He just used wood style? Orochimaru shot to his feet in alarm, inwardly in turmoil. Impossible. Aside from the first Hokage, no one should be able to master wood style. And now this madman was sending a wood clone on a mission, even in the midst of a meeting. Everyone else was equally stunned. They glanced at Kakazu with sympathetic eyes. At last, Kakazu snapped back to the real reason he come. He mustered his energy to speak. I'm in bad shape. For the next while, I shouldn't be going to the black market at all. The organization needs to reassign a partner to Senshai, or let him operate solo. He fixed his gaze on Pain and Conan, hoping they'd switch his assignment. Continuing like this, he was going to end up as shattered as Zetsu's split form. Ideally, let Pain's 6 paths go along with Senshai, one side already dead, the other unstoppable. They'd be perfect for each other. But the request to switch was denied. Under Kakazu's pleading stare, Conan, her blue hair draped in the black-red cloud robe, shook her head. In Akatsuki, Kakazu once partnered with Orochimaru, but the results from pairing with Senshai were much better. Conan's cool voice explained, so far, you and Senshai make the most efficient pair. No one else here can match your, or his, mission speed. The two of you have done exceptionally these past weeks, boosting Akatsuki's revenue tenfold. We've never been so well funded. If we keep gathering money at this pace, we can start the final plan sooner. Her reasoning was sound, and Kakazu had no rebuttal. Chapter 17, Finance. At the current stage, Akatsuki's top priority is to accumulate a massive amount of money. Only then can they swiftly move into the next phase, capturing tailed beasts to forge a tailed beast weapon and making related preparations. Conan's argument was irrefutable from Kakazu's standpoint, yet deep down he kept protesting to himself, no, this won't do. No matter what, I can't keep partnering with Uzumaki Senshai. Sure, I enjoy making money as much as the next person, but that guy values money over his own life. If I stay teamed up with him, even if I don't die on a mission, I'll probably keel over from exhaustion on the job. I have to figure out a way to switch partners. Orochimaru, my old partner, was definitely much better by comparison. At that thought, Kakazu glanced at Orochimaru, his former teammate. Orochimaru had his issues, but next to Senshai he seemed downright preferable. At least Orochimaru didn't operate like a perpetual motion mission machine, churning out back-to-back assignments day and night. Noticing Kakazu's look, Orochimaru immediately started to admire the scenery, pretending not to see the plea for help. He took in the surroundings with apparent detachment, sneering inwardly, hey. The more funds the organization amasses, the more R&D expenses flow my way. At this stage, Akatsuki is mostly stockpiling resources. One of our biggest expenses is my experimental research. Plus, I've already hired Uzumaki-sensei to assist me long-term. You're barking up the wrong tree, Pikazu. Pikazu couldn't read Orochimaru's mind, but from his expression alone it was obvious Orochimaru had zero interest in teaming up again. Pikazu found himself missing the good old days with Orochimaru. The immortal duo at least sounded better than his overworked duo. Seeing Kakazu's woebegone face, Conan felt a little sorry for him. He'd long been the organization's most tireless workhorse, but now he was hollow-eyed and battered. Of course, if even Kakazu, who possessed the Earth Grudge Fear technique, couldn't keep pace with Sensei, then pairing Sensei with someone else made no sense at all. Moreover, Kakazu had serious name recognition for missions, and combining him with Sensei was absolutely a strong plus strong partnership. Whether it was picking jobs or carrying them out, everything went smoothly. But after observing Kakazu, who looked as limp as a wilted plant, Conan finally spoke. You and Sensei will remain a two-man cell. However, Pain will adjust the mission system in the village to put limits on Sensei. When Conan finished, Pain also spoke. Though you two caused some minor problems for the Hidden Rain village, it doesn't affect the bigger picture. From now on, the village's mission system will be changed. Lower-level tasks won't go to the black market. The village will specifically assign such jobs to its own ninja who aren't getting any work. As for you two, when you pick up missions here in the village, you don't have to hold back. You're free to complete them as you wish. Realizing the extent of Sensei's enthusiasm, Pain had no intention of suppressing him. He was simply rebalancing the village's mission system. That way, the middle and lower tier ninja would have jobs and the village could remain stable, while Sensei could still operate at full capacity. Mid and lower level ninja form the backbone of a hidden village. If they collapse, so does the village itself. Since the Hidden Rain village would serve as Akatsuki's base for a long time, Pain couldn't let it fall apart. But he also wanted Sensei and Kakazu to keep up their stellar performance and make even more money. Kakazu? Pain's pronouncement stunned Kakazu. He was actually revising the village's mission framework to give Sensei even more room to operate, practically encouraging him to go all out. Kakazu was basically forced to keep pace with a ramped-up Sensei? How was that fair? Sensei, however, was displeased. I don't agree. Cutting me off from all low-difficulty tasks is impossible. I can cut down on them, but not cut them out entirely. Because of his mercenary system, Sensei's power spike was fueled by completing missions non-stop, even sending wood clones on easy jobs. If the system restricted how many missions he could do, his growth would slow, utterly unacceptable. Pain's face showed no reaction as he calmly replied, no need to rush. I have a different assignment for you. Recently, the Hidden Rain village has been aggressively taking on all sorts of ninja tasks, which has affected neighboring villages. Because of that, and the matter of Karen, Hidden Grass Village is extremely unhappy with us. I plan to hire you to handle this issue. You can deal with it however you see fit, as long as no Hidden Grass Village ninja ends up causing trouble for us. I'll classify it as an S-rank mission and pay 1 million ryo. Pain clearly knew how to handle Sensei's personality. If there wasn't a commission element, Sensei might flatly ignore the instructions. But attach a price, and he had proven to be not just reliable, but dangerously efficient. With a perfect mission success rate and no apparent gimmicks, the results were guaranteed. On hearing that, Sensei perked up. Wow, an assignment just fell right in my lap while I'm standing in the Hidden Rain village tower. Looks like it might even have deeper potential. Recalling what he knew about Hidden Grass Village, which specialized in learning and adapting other villages' jutsu, Sensei had a few ideas. He cleared his throat and proposed, I see 3 possible ways to solve this. 1. The worst option, wipe out every Hidden Grass Village ninja who tries to cause trouble. But that's not beneficial to the village or the organization, no long-term gains, and it might provoke ongoing retaliation. 2. A better option, capture them alive and bring them in as an outer circle to Akatsuki. Our group lacks not just core members but also enough capable affiliates. 3. The best scenario, we subjugate Hidden Grass Village itself, bring it fully under our control. At that, he turned to Pain, waiting for a decision. Pain? He was briefly at a loss. Ordinarily, the standard approach was to kill any hostile ninja. Since when was capturing them for recruitment or outright taking over their village a possibility? Why would I want to conquer Hidden Grass Village? Don't you see how many weak ninja in the Hidden Rain village are already a heavy burden? Why add more? His words were blunt but made sense. Hidden Grass Village's ninja might be worthless, just more freeloaders. If Pain had no intention of managing day-to-day village operations, why bother bringing in another batch of low-level shinobi as a burden? If the village's normal function didn't matter, even the weaker Hidden Rain village ninja were arguably superfluous. Chapter 18, Raise the Fee. Sensei understood that Pain's philosophy was to cultivate an elite route. Essentially, Akatsuki's corps was formed of high-caliber S-rank missing ninja from the major villages. But Senshai rephrased his own viewpoint and presented it. Lord Pain, you're missing an angle here. Akatsuki's next goal is to capture tailed beasts and craft them into a weapon. The 5 great shinobi villages each have one, whereas the smaller villages do not. As the 5 major powers expand, they put tremendous pressure on the smaller villages, undercutting their survival and growth. If that's the case, why not subjugate or ally with these smaller villages, banding together against the big 5? Are we seriously planning to pit only our meager handful of core members against the 5 great nations? Hearing that, Pain fell momentarily silent. He had never considered such a strategy. But the enemy of my enemy is my friend. From that angle, there were indeed plenty of potential allies for Akatsuki and a hidden rain village among smaller shinobi villages. At present, Akatsuki's recruiting strategy was to seek out elite S-rank missing ninja, Kakazu, Sasori, Orochimaru, Kisame, Itachi Uchiha, and Zabuza before he left, among others. Each possessed remarkable abilities, yet for one reason or another had become unwelcome in their home villages. Aside from these core elites, Akatsuki had only a small handful of low-level outside members, and even that number was sparse. Originally, Nagato's, Pain's, plan was indeed to keep following the elite path, bringing in powerful missing ninja from various villages. Yet Senshai's words were perfectly valid. The smaller villages had no chance to compete with the 5 major ones, and thus inevitably harbored grudges against them. Subjugating or allying with some smaller villages to resist the great powers was a realistic plan. While Pain mulled this over, Senshai too was inwardly criticizing Akatsuki's structure, because the organization's core members are all top-tier missing ninja. On paper it looks impressive, everyone is S-rank. But, in reality, there aren't that many of them, you can count them on 2 hands. As soon as a slightly challenging mission comes up, it's typically the same small group being dispatched. If we're short on personnel, Nagato himself ends up controlling the 6 paths of Pain to capture people. This reveals 2 big problems. First, the top-level fighting force is inadequate. Second, there's zero system in place for developing new talent. Nagato was aware, in part, of these weaknesses. But until now, if his subordinates could do the job, they did. If not, he'd deploy Pain. However, Senshai's suggestion opened a new line of thinking. By using this approach, Akatsuki could rally more strength and achieve their goals faster. Pain was still weighing the pros and cons when Senshai spoke again. Right now, the Hidden Rain Village isn't short on work requests. More clients than ever are coming here to commission shinobi. Thanks to Kakazu and me, I expect even more will come in the future. I've heard that some employers who live far from here have started visiting specifically because of our growing reputation in the black market. As that reputation continues to spread, the number of new clients will only rise. If we subjugate or ally with Hidden Grass Village, there's a lot to be gained. We can harness the Hidden Grass Village ninjas' capacity for learning and researching jutsu to work for us. Not to mention, we'd bring in extra revenue. And if we expand our pool of mid and low-level ninja, some might develop into remarkable talents. We could assign them moderately difficult missions, leaving only top priority work to our core members. In short, there's so much more we can do in this direction, all of which would benefit the organization's future. Hearing him out, many Akatsuki members around the high tower stared at Senshai in astonishment. Until now, they only knew him as a mission lunatic. But it turned out he also had a certain knack for planning and strategy. For a fleeting moment, some wondered if Senshai might serve as a tactician for Akatsuki, akin to how the Nara clan functioned in the Hidden Leaf village. Then, almost immediately, they dismissed the idea. Given a choice between staying at base to advise or going out on missions, Senshai would surely rush out to do more jobs. Exchanging looks, Pain and Conan silently admitted that Senshai had a solid point. He himself felt somewhat pleased. Of course, Senshai was a time traveler in disguise. His broader perspective came from a lifetime of different knowledge. The notion was essentially forming alliances to confront a common enemy, and the smaller villages, squeezed by the Big Five, could be potential allies or vassals. Finally, Pain reached his decision. He turned to Senshai and spoke in a serious tone. Your suggestion is good. I'll adopt your highest level plan, subjugate Hidden Grass Village. Hearing this, Senshai's eyes lit up. He rubbed his hands together, then turned to Pain. Gotta raise my fee. Pain? Senshai shrugged, looking sheepish but speaking bluntly. Different tasks come at different prices. If you want me to deliver a more comprehensive service, I need extra compensation. After all, if you want the horse to run, you gotta feed it, right? Confronted with such a weirdo, Pain could only compromise or else assign the mission to someone else. But none of the other members were ideal for this job, and if it succeeded, Akatsuki stood to gain a lot. So, after some deliberation, Pain relented. Fine, 10 million ryo for you and Kakazu to bring Hidden Grass Village under our control. Senshai shook his head. Lord Pain, Hidden Grass Village's situation is complicated. Inside the village, there are two rival factions, Hidden Grass Village no Jitsu, Grass Fruit, and Hidden Grass Village no Hana, Grass Flower. They're locked in intense infighting and are extremely xenophobic, so they won't be easy to handle. Plus, their ninjas specialize in studying and adopting jutsu from other places. You might see techniques from large, mid-sized, and minor villages alike. And rumor says there are powerful ninja tools, perhaps even relics from the Sage of Six Paths, in Hidden Grass Village. Senshai was still expanding on the difficulty of the task when Pain cut him off. I get it. Just get to the point. Senshai grinned, rubbing his fingers together. To put it simply, seizing Hidden Grass Village costs more. I only ask you raise it to Master Chiraku's level. The mention of Master Chiraku's level had Pain and the others reflexively twitching. From spending so much time with Kakazu, Senshai had clearly picked up some bad habits, like citing bounty postings as references for a person's value. This was rude, but in a mercenary's eyes, so it went. Pain glanced at Kakazu, who was more familiar with bounty listings. What's Chiraku's bounty? Kakazu answered without hesitation, 36 million ryo. He was a walking compendium of black market data, especially on big bounties. Before Senshai joined, Kakazu had spent most of his days plotting how to eliminate these high bounty targets. Now that he was drowning in work under Senshai, he just wanted some respite. Hearing the number, Pain wondered if they should try to take out Chiraku now, just to offset the huge expense. Chapter 19, How to Subdue. It was fortunate that, thanks to Senshai's month of non-stop missions, the organization's finances had swelled substantially. Otherwise, Nagato wouldn't have had the funds to pay such a hefty commission. He lifted his head, addressing Senshai once more. The organization will pay you 36 million ryo to subjugate Hidden Grass Village. New commission detected. Client, Nagato, leader of Akatsuki. Objective, subjugate Hidden Grass Village. Reward, 36 million ryo. Difficulty, S rank. System bonus, 36,000 commission points. Senshai was thrilled. 36,000 commission points, enough for 36 10 pulls. This single mission was set to be a massive windfall. In the last month, despite doing scores of tasks in the Hidden Rain Village, S-rank jobs were scarce, and often involved assassination of notable targets in the Land of Fire like the daimyo, the 12 Guardian Ninja, or even the 3rd Hokage himself. He wouldn't have minded picking them up, but Kakazu had refused, saying Akatsuki was still in a dormant phase and couldn't do anything too extreme. Hence, Senshai had only been racking up a large quantity of smaller commissions, the quality being far lower. He'd felt quite envious. All right, boss, he said, rubbing his hands happily. No problem, leave it to me. Pain nodded curtly. Go. Wasting no time, Senshai motioned to Karen, walked over to Kakazu, and clapped him on the shoulder. All right, little Kaku, enough dawdling. Time to set off. Kakazu let out a long, weary sigh. He'd rather handle the assignment alone than be dragged along on Senshai's endless spree of side missions. Granted, there were advantages to teaming up with him. Senshai's success rate was 100%, and he was unbelievably efficient. While Kakazu's body gradually wore down, his earnings continued to climb. That said, he couldn't even begin to rest. In the end, he had no choice. So, he followed Senshai out of the Hidden Rain Village, joined by Karen. Soon, they were making their way down the road. Knowing they were returning to Hidden Grass Village made Karen nervous. There, she and her mother had been treated like living medicine bags. Whenever a Hidden Grass Village ninja was injured, they would force her or her mother to let them bite them, healing their wounds. Her memories of Hidden Grass Village were dark and painful. Senshai seemed to recall that, for with a small grin he ruffled Karen's hair, ignoring her protests. No need to worry. Once we arrive, I'll beat down every last person who bit you, one by one. Karen blinked, suddenly realizing that, compared to the Hidden Grass Village ninjas, Senshai was likely more terrifying. And once he completed this new mission, he'd become even stronger. Not only that, a future alliance between Hidden Grass Village and the Hidden Rain Village might lead to more tasks, letting him power up endlessly via the mercenary system. Plus, there was a big job waiting back in Kusa. Someone from the Hidden Grass Village no Jitsu faction named Muo, who wanted to capture a Jinchuriki to harvest a massive amount of chakra and unlock the Box of Ultimate Bliss, a certain legendary ninja tool. Muo only needed chakra, so there was no conflict with Akatsuki's tailed beast plans. In other words, they shared a goal. Muo could become either an ally to Akatsuki or a client. In short, even before finishing this mission, Senshai felt like he'd already won. Hidden Grass Village was small, located between the great powers, the Land of Fire, the Land of Earth, and others. From those nations' perspective, it was a vital buffer zone, but for Hidden Grass Village itself, caught in the crossfire of multiple shinobi wars, it was hardly a blessing. Their scale was small, their politics convoluted, and they had no Kage. Outwardly, they had a village head. Behind the scenes, two major factions, Hidden Grass Village no Jitsu and Hidden Grass Village no Hana, fought for control. Now, three figures wearing black robes patterned with red clouds walked along a road toward Hidden Grass Village. Leading them was a red-haired young man with a handsome, lazy air, as if he were just out for a stroll. Obviously, that was Senshai. Next to him, Karen followed anxiously, returning to the place of her traumatic childhood cast a gloomy pall. She sighed inwardly, so I'm heading back to that cruel place, huh? They treated Mother and me as nothing but healing tools. Her mother's healing constitution allowed them to be used as human medical supplies. If a Hidden Grass Village ninja got wounded, they'd bite them and rapidly heal. Karen's mother kept offering treatment until she burned out, expending all her chakra and losing her life. Worried Karen might follow the same fate, she had died in despair. After walking a bit, Senshai sensed Karen's mood souring further. He lightly patted her head again, saying, "Don't fret. We'll drop by your house first and teach those fools a lesson. I'll avenge both you and your mother." Karen murmured a grateful thank you in a choked voice. If she'd been older, maybe Senshai would have let her take revenge personally, but at the moment, she was only around 10. He didn't want to force her into that. Trailing behind them was Kakazu, silent for a while before finally posing a question. "How exactly do you plan on subjugating Hidden Grass Village?" It was hardly a trivial task. Kakazu, in all his years of missions, had never received such an assignment. Without breaking stride, Senshai answered casually, "Simple. Go straight to the village head and the council elders. We bribe or recruit whoever's willing, those unwilling, we dispose of." Kakazu mulled that over, then shrugged. "Keep the obedient ones for labor, kill the rest." Simple but effective. They'd gone a bit farther when Senshai's expression shifted slightly. His mantra sense, from the rumble fruit, was constantly active, giving him wide perception. Just recently, after a month of frenzied mission grinding, he'd raised the fruit's development to S level, dramatically extending his range. Karen, too, via her Kaguru's mind eye, picked up on something and urgently alerted them. "Enemies approaching, there's an ambush in the forest ahead." At that, Kakazu's demeanor sharpened. In this past month, he'd grown used to Karen's warnings, but he was surprised by how, moments earlier, Senshai had already shown signs of detecting them. He realized Senshai's sensory prowess was even better than Karen's. Internally, he was astonished, so he not only wields an absurd lightning style, he also outperforms Karen in perception. Even as he marveled, the Hidden Grass Village ninjas swiftly closed in. The wide road was empty, yet they knew unseen foes were lurking nearby. Swish, swish, swish. In an instant, a volley of shuriken rained down, coming from all directions to block off all escape routes. Shup, Senshai simply took Karen and flickered aside, Kakazu likewise vanished. The Hidden Grass Village ninjas froze, unable to see how they'd moved so quickly. Boom, a crackle of thunder erupted as Senshai shot across the battlefield in a split second. Lightning arcs smashed the Hidden Grass Village ninjas, leaving them in shambles. "Ah! Spare me!" They screamed in terror, but many didn't even manage that before being dispatched. Then, clang! Senshai reappeared beside Karen, while Kakazu stood with arms folded a short distance away. He asked, "Why not keep at least one alive to interrogate for information?" Senshai answered offhandedly, "Look at these small fry. Do they look like they know anything?" Kakazu snorted faintly, not replying. If it had been his decision, he'd have kept the squad leader for at least some intel. But oh well. At that moment, the ones lying in ambush farther ahead realized something had gone wrong. Karen sensed the shift and quickly reported, "The ninja in the next forest have retreated. They're probably running back to Hidden Grass Village to raise an alarm." What do we do? Chapter 20, 3 Simple Things. Karen's worries were, of course, unnecessary. With no Kage-level masters at all, how could this ragtag Hidden Grass Village possibly handle Uzumaki Senshai as he was now? Upon hearing Karen's concern, Senshai merely laughed, "Let them go back and report. It's perfect for making the Hidden Grass Village leaders panic. Once those high-ups gather to discuss a plan, we can round them all up in one fell swoop. Otherwise, Hidden Grass Village's political scene is a convoluted mess of factions. I don't even know who its upper echelon members are. If they don't cluster together somewhere, we'll waste time hunting them down individually." That explanation left Kakazu and Karen exchanging looks. Neither had expected that the reason Senshai hadn't bothered to deal with the ninjas lying in ambush was precisely to herd the enemy leaders into one place. Meanwhile, back in Hidden Grass Village, the higher-ups were indeed on high alert. They'd previously received word that their vital strategic asset, Karen, had been snatched away by a shinobi from the Hidden Rain village. And recently, that enemy had been brazenly flaunting the fact by openly keeping Karen at his side. That was intolerable. Boldly walking around with Karen as though nothing were wrong, that was clearly a gigantic slap in the face to Kusa. Even though corruption and chaos reigned inside Kusa, they were unanimous on one point: they had to eliminate the red-haired Hidden Rain village ninja who had abducted Karen and reclaim their critical strategic resource. They couldn't afford to provoke Hidden Leaf village or Hidden Mist village, but surely they could handle the Hidden Rain village, right? It wasn't as if Hanzo the Salamander was still around to make them quake in their boots. Little did they know, after Hanzo's demise, the Hidden Rain village had gone from being merely tough to downright steel-walled. Not even a Kage-level ninja from the great nations could guarantee they'd escape unscathed if they caused trouble there. Hidden Grass Village Conference Room. Village Chief Chaya, along with the elders and top figures from Kusa various factions, had all convened. Chaya glanced at one of the village's masked Anbu. Repeat the intel we've gathered. Wrapped tightly in bandages, that Hidden Grass Village Anbu spoke in a neutral, toneless voice. The group we sent to retaliate against the Hidden Rain village and bring back Karen has been annihilated. All 22 of our ninja are dead, including 2 jonin in command. According to intel from our Anbu, it was the red-haired ninja who seized Karen that killed them. His name is Uzumaki Senshai, originally from the Hidden Rain village, and in recent times he's been highly active on the Ames black market. Right now, this ninja is headed straight for Hidden Grass Village, bringing his companions and Karen with him. As soon as they heard this, everyone in the room was shaken. Their supposed retaliation squad, 2 team leading jonin among them, had been wiped out? Granted, a jonin from a small village might be on the weaker side, perhaps more like elite chunin level in a big village. But from Kusa perspective, their own jonin were still extremely formidable. For them to be wiped out like that wasn't because the Hidden Grass Village shinobi were that incompetent, but because the opponent was far too strong. All the top brass began talking at once. Is this intel accurate? Just one Hidden Rain village shinobi named Uzumaki Senshai killed our 22 ninja by himself? Why is he coming to Hidden Grass Village with Karen, turning himself in? How many are with him? Who's assisting him? The meeting turned noisy. Only one individual, Mua, dressed in a dark red cloak, remained calm. All he cared about was capturing a tailed beast to drain its massive chakra and unlock that damned ninja tool. Village matters didn't hold much interest for him. Still, he'd heard a few rumors about Uzumaki Senshai, apparently a ninja who risked his life for money, always off on a mission or en route to one. Capturing a tailed beast by himself would be tough. Maybe he could collaborate with Senshai? Silence. The village chief, Chaya, called for order. Sweeping his gaze around the room, he waited for quiet before speaking again. The Anbu's intel is reliable. Our top priority is figuring out how to handle this enemy. Hidden Grass Village had nothing like Hidden Leaf Village's gate guardians, Kamizuki Izumo and Hagane Katetsu, whose presence could even deter pain from walking through the front gate. Chaya turned the question on the room. One of the village elders, wearing the same dark red cloak as Mua, rose. A black and gold horse-themed mask concealed his face. This elder was Gama, an old-timer of high status in the village. After scanning the assembly, Gama spoke in a low voice. If he was able to slaughter 2 of our leading jonin plus 20 other ninja single-handedly, his power must be extraordinary. Even in a great village, someone like that would be close to Kage level. Hearing that, Mua, who was seated to one side, couldn't help but twitch internally. Were these people really so clueless about the outside world? A single jonin from any of the 5 great villages could have handled that Hidden Grass Village squad just as easily. As Mua mused on that, Chaya's eyes shifted to him. Mua, what's your opinion? Mua shrugged. Find out why he's come to Hidden Grass Village, then decide. We don't know his purpose yet. His suggestion was instantly drowned out by other voices. Nonsense. He's already attacking our village. Why would he want a friendly discussion? He killed 22 of our ninja. He must die here in Kusa. Exactly. We have to kill him, or we'll hurt our village's reputation. My subordinate, Hadashinichi, can take down Uzumaki Senshai? At the mention of his name, Hadashinichi, another Hidden Grass Village jonin, looked utterly baffled. Am I really that strong? Nobody told me. The meeting devolved into a jumble, but they still reached a basic consensus. If this Uzumaki Senshai dared murder their people and abduct Karen, they had to ensure he never left Hidden Grass Village alive. They'd show the Hidden Rain Village that it was no longer the era of Hanzo the Salamander. Chaya promptly issued orders. Hadashinichi, along with all jonin not currently deployed, and the elite Anbu, everyone go stop the intruders. Kill Uzumaki Senshai and whichever Hidden Rain Village shinobi is with him. Bring Karen back. At that, Hadashinichi and the other jonin saluted and vanished. At Hidden Grass Village's entrance, Uzumaki-sensei strolled right in with Karen, showing no sign of caution. Let's go to your house first, pack up whatever you want to take. Then, once we leave, we can move your things back to the Hidden Rain village. Karen nodded obediently. The group of three headed to the small home she'd once shared with her mother. Immediately, Karen began collecting her meager belongings. She hadn't lived here for a while, and it seemed other ninja had ransacked the place in her absence. Everything was scattered, the house turned upside down. Familiar sights in that room caused Karen's tears to flow silently as she tidied up. Just then, Hidden Grass Village ninja arrived outside under the leadership of elite Jonin Hadashinichi and the Anbu captain. Sensing them, Karen grew anxious, rushing to the window to look. She saw Sensei, arms folded, speaking casually to Kakazu. Oi, Kaku, why don't you do something for a change? Show a bit of effort. This is an assignment for both of us, don't just sit back the entire time. At Sensei's words, Kakazu calmly tossed 3 kunai in the air, swish, swish, swish. They soared forth, instantly piercing the throats of 3 Hidden Grass Village ninja. After punching cleanly through, they tore through 3 more behind them. What was that? The Hidden Grass Village ninja froze in shock. Yet after a moment's stunned silence, they went on the offensive. Kill them. Water style, Water Dragon Bullet. Fire style, Grand Fireball. As they rapidly formed seals, Sensei stomped 1 foot on the ground. Lightning style, Earth Slide. ZZZT. Streaks of bright blue electricity danced wildly across the earth, arcs snaking around at high speed. In the blink of an eye, the Hidden Grass Village ninja were convulsing on the ground in droves. Only a small handful, like Hadashinichi, evaded with a body flicker. Lightning Finger. Sensei raised a single finger, discharging a lance of lightning that instantly bored through Hadashinichi's shoulder. Another flurry of beams followed, sending each Hidden Grass Village elite crashing to the ground, twitching helplessly. Looking at the still-breathing Anbu captain, Sensei said, "Gather all the top officials of Hidden Grass Village and tell them to come here. I have a few words for them. Of course, if they'd rather not, I can always wipe out Hidden Grass Village completely." The Anbu captain, pale with terror, scrambled off at once. Not long after, every major figure of Hidden Grass Village arrived, having realized by now that these intruders were no mere jonin. Village Chief Chaya came too, clearly amazed by how young this cage-level ninja was. Trying to keep his voice steady, he asked, "What business do you have in our village?" Sensei held up 3 fingers. "I'm here for 3 reasons. 1. I want Hidden Grass Village to punish whoever caused Karen's mother's death. 2. From now on, Hidden Grass Village is to become a vassal of the Hidden Rain Village. 3. Where's Mu? I'd like to discuss a certain deal with him." On hearing that, Chaya flew into a rage. That's going too far. Chapter 21, Mua. Hidden Grass Village and Hidden Rain Village were both only mid-tier or small villages, so why should Hidden Grass Village become Aime's vassal? Other top figures in Hidden Grass Village likewise shook their heads, unwilling to comply. They only came in person because Uzumaki-sensei was formidable and at least willing to talk. If negotiations fell through, Hidden Grass Village might still be able to pay a steep price to kill him. Hidden Grass Village won't bow down to anyone. We'll never execute our own ninja. We're open to sincere negotiation, not threats. We're all prepared to go down together if necessary. Seeing their defiance, Sensei decided there was no point in continuing a fruitless debate. He simply raised an arm, pointing to a wooded area in the near distance, and asked, "Do you see that open field?" The Hidden Grass Village elders exchanged puzzled glances. That place is obviously a forest. Why is he calling it a field? As they looked, a violent surge of lightning chakra began radiating from Sensei. 60 million volts, Thunder Dragon. In a flash, endless arcs of electric blue light gathered before him. Ruar. A dreadful dragon's roar pierced the air, as countless bolts of lightning style coalesced into an enormous thunder dragon. Boom. 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 Roaring with unimaginable power, it barreled through the distant forest. Trees and shrubs burst into splinters or scorched cinders. The once lush grove was obliterated into a wasteland of ravines and charred debris. Witnessing that, the Hidden Grass Village officials instantly quieted. Even a tailed beast might manage such destruction at best. Those elders who had been shouting moments earlier all changed their tune, but on second thought, our village may indeed have done some things wrong. Those who harmed Karen and her mother must be severely punished, to preserve justice in Kusa. Hidden Grass Village doesn't have it easy. We should learn from Aime's path to resilience. Only under Aime's leadership can we hope to develop, despite the 5 great nations oppressing us. We fully agree to Lord Sensei's terms. Faced with a humanoid-tailed beast like Sensei, how could they dare object? Even someone as powerful as Mua said nothing. Of course, many of them were only yielding on the surface. Senshai's power was too fearsome, so they feigned submission while planning how to deal with him later. It wasn't long before all those responsible for Karen's mother's death were brought outside her old home. On your knees. Kuza's elite Jonin Hatashinichi barked, wielding his blade. He'd been almost instantly overwhelmed by Senshai, so he cowered around him. But with these bastards, he felt free to go all out. Lucky for him, he'd never been involved in abusing Karen's family. Shuck, shuck. As Shinichi's blade flashed repeatedly, heads rolled one after another. These ninja had overused Karen's mother's healing ability until she died far too young, all her chakra drained. Now that they fell here, the vengeance for Karen's mother was done. Watching from inside the house, Karen felt only sweet relief. She looked at Senshai, gratitude shining in her eyes. Inwardly she vowed she'd prove her worth someday. Without him, she would surely have shared her mother's grim fate. After avenging Karen's mother, Senshai glanced at Kakazu, then turned to the Hidden Grass Village chief. This man here once fought the god of shinobi, Hashirama Senju. He's Lord Kakazu? For the matter of becoming Aim's vassal, you Hidden Grass Village leaders can discuss it with him. Kakazu's expression stiffened, no escaping these negotiations now, it seemed. Upon hearing Senshai's introduction, Chaya grew solemn. I see. Lord Kakazu, then, please come with us to the conference hall to discuss next steps. Kakazu didn't refuse, leaving with Kuza's upper echelon. Meanwhile, Mua remained behind, as earlier Senshai had mentioned wanting to talk business with him. Curious, Mua waited. Once the others were gone, Senshai approached him casually. Mua, you want to capture a tailed beast, right? Until now, Mua had stayed calm, but his face changed sharply at these words. Tiny flames of fire chakra danced in his hands. Indeed, he had that goal, but it was a secret. How did Senshai know? Before Mua could act, Senshai went on. Hidden Grass Village is loaded with stubborn old fools, and honestly, the majority of higher-ups here are just biding their time, hoping to backstab me later. I'm not about to waste my energy subduing every one of them individually. Let's cooperate. I'll help you capture a tailed beast, for a friendly fee, of course, and in return, you take total control over Kuza's leadership. You saw my power just now. And while capturing a tailed beast is tough, for me it's far from impossible. In truth, for someone at Senshai's level, tackling a tailed beast wasn't all that hard, but obviously he wouldn't say so. One must ask a high price and settle lower, after all. Besides, capturing a tailed beast ideally meant a long-term commission. These legendary nuclear weapons of the ninja world deserved the highest rank, and the best system rewards. Mua fell silent, torn between shock, excitement, and caution. He wondered how Senshai knew he needed a tailed beast's chakra. Still, there was no doubt about Senshai's strength. But truly siding with Senshai against the Hidden Grass Village elders? He recalled how his attempts to approach that box of ultimate bliss had been obstructed by these same entrenched old-timers. They really do need removing, he thought. Under them, Hidden Grass Village is doomed to languish, no future at all. At last, Mua turned to Senshai. What do I need to do? Senshai smiled in satisfaction. You only need to do this. The Hidden Grass Village leadership had no idea their sleepless night was about to begin. Bang! At the village head's mansion, Senshai kicked in Chaya's door. Entering, he saw nobody in bed. Chaya had instantly fled through the window. The man was spooked. He thought they'd stabilized Senshai earlier, yet here he was, attacking again at night. Making it to the rooftop, Chaya finally caught his breath, only to find Senshai and Mu already waiting. The one in his bedroom had just been a wood clone. Seeing the pair, Chaya was both shocked and furious. What do you two think you're doing? Mu, are you trying to destroy Hidden Grass Village? He got no further. With a mere point of Senshai's finger, a surge of lightning struck him, robbing him of any ability to move. Mua dashed up, fire style, heavenly prison. A fiery palm struck Chaya, releasing black crossed seal markings that spread across his body, sealing away all his chakra and leaving his fate entirely in Mua's hands. And that was only the start. Every bigwig in Hidden Grass Village would share a similar fate. Elsewhere in the village, on another rooftop, a figure sped along, an elder named Bima, dressed in his dark red cloak, black and yellow horse mask. Moments earlier, he'd received an urgent message from another elder, Ginyu, warning that Mua had betrayed them and was helping Senshai, the invader, seize control of Kuza's leadership. Damn it. I need to escape the village and seek refuge in Hidden Leaf Village. Guma poured every ounce of speed into his flight, though he still wasn't sure he could make it out safely. And indeed, he was right. Two figures flickered into sight, blocking his path. Glancing at them, Guma trembled in rage. Uzumaki Senshai? We already agreed to become the Aim's vassal, why attack us further? And Mua, you despicable traitor, helping an outsider seize our village leadership. But Senshai wasn't in the mood for discussion. He raised a hand, lightning finger. ZZZTZZZTZZZTZZZT. A radiant blue arc zapped Gamma, electric snakes dancing across him. The power gap was monumental, the elder had no chance to dodge and now lay paralyzed, muscles locked by crackling bolts. Fire style, heavenly prison. Chapter 22, It's Easy. Mua stepped up to Elder Gamma and slammed his palm down. Buzz, two intersecting black ceiling patterns instantly appeared on Elder Gamma's body. From that moment onward, all of Hidden Grass Village's top brass, including village chief Chaya, were under Mua's control. What do we do next? Having subdued Elder Gamma, Mua turned his head to ask Uzumaki-sensei. Together, the two of them had moved with astonishing speed, using fire style, heavenly prison to seal every one of Kuza's higher-ups. Now Hidden Grass Village was effectively in Mua's hands, or rather, in Senshai's hands as well. Senshai mulled it over and then said to Mua, "Next, keep a close eye on these Hidden Grass Village elders. I've already agreed to our partnership, no need to worry. You must know my reputation in the Ames black market. Tomorrow I'll lead the team back to the Hidden Rain Village. In the meantime, you handle what's left here in Kusa." Mua nodded slightly. He did trust both Senshai's reputation and his power, and for now, there was simply no better partner available to him. Once he finished speaking with Mua, Senshai returned to the Hidden Grass Village Inn for the night. Nothing else happened until morning. Early the next day, Senshai took Karen with him to knock on Kakazu's door. Swish, to Senshai's surprise, Kakazu slid the door open just as he was about to knock. Compared to all that non-stop mission work in the past, this assignment, subjugating Hidden Grass Village, had been far more leisurely for Kakazu. Yesterday, after signing the relevant agreements with Kuza's leaders, he had returned to his room at the inn to rest. Ever since partnering with Senshai, he'd seldom had a proper night's sleep, so it was a rare treat to get one. Seeing Kakazu, Senshai greeted him with a grin. "Morning, Kaku. Everything's sorted here in Kusa. Now we'll head back to Hidden Rain Village to hand in the task, then get started on the next one." Hearing that last line about a next mission, Kakazu felt like it was overkill, his pleasant mood from sleeping in evaporated instantly. Soon enough, the three reached Hidden Grass Village's gates. Unlike when they arrived, this time the higher-ups were all there to see them off, Chief Chaya, Elder Gamma, Elder Gu, and so on. None of them came by choice, of course, it was clearly Mua's idea. While Kakazu hadn't actually participated in last night's operation, he knew at least the basics of what those leaders had gone through. Karen, on the other hand, was a bit taken aback. She'd fallen asleep after dark and was unaware of the late-night events. Seeing all these formerly high and mighty bigwigs now sending them off, she assumed that after Hidden Grass Village became a vassal to the Hidden Rain Village, these lofty figures had bowed their heads. Right before leaving Hidden Grass Village, Senshai spoke up to Mua. "You come with me back to the Hidden Rain Village so you can meet with their upper management." Hidden Rain Village Tower, inside a room equipped with life support systems, this was where Nagato and Conan's real bodies were. After a brief conversation, Conan asked, "Do you think Senshai's plan will succeed?" Nagato nodded. "He's got a good plan, and he's capable of carrying it out. If he and Kakazu fail, I'll send the 6 Paths of Pain to handle it. As we gather tailed beasts and make our tail beast weapon, it's inevitable we'll stand against the 5 great nations. Rallying a number of mid-level or small villages to our side, and selecting promising shinobi from among them to train as our elites, that's an excellent idea." Though Nagato had faith in Senshai and Kakazu, he didn't yet believe they'd already succeeded in subjugating Kusa. At that moment, Nagato's expression changed slightly. Noticing this, Conan asked, "What's wrong?" Nagato's face showed confusion. "They're back." He was monitoring the entire Hidden Rain Village, so naturally he spotted Uzumaki Senshai's group of 4 swaggering through the downpour. Conan wondered, back so soon? Did they fail or give up? They haven't even spent 3 days in Kusa, how could they have subjugated it so quickly? Realistically, just scouting out the situation should have taken at least 2 or 3 days. Nagato couldn't answer for sure, but after a moment's thought he replied, "Judging by their demeanor, it doesn't look like they failed or gave up. They're almost at the tower. We'll see for ourselves in a moment." At that point, Senshai, Kakazu, and Karen were heading for Akatsuki's base within the tower. Mua, coming as Hidden Grass Village's emissary, wasn't brought up to the organization's quarters. Senshai had him wait in an inn somewhere in Hidden Rain Village. Plenty of people were at Akatsuki's base. All were surprised to see Senshai and Kakazu back so soon. They knew the pair had left not long ago for the mission, who would have guessed they'd return so quickly. As Senshai and Kakazu headed to see Pain, the other members gathered in the tower's plaza, curious as to why they were back. Standing near Itachi Uchiha was Kisame, pale-skinned, shark-like. With a glance at Senshai and Karen, Kisame asked, "Hey, Itachi-san, How come Kakazu and that new kid are back so soon? I thought their mission was to subjugate Hidden Grass Village. Is capturing an entire shinobi village these days really so easy? Kisame's face was full of puzzlement. Itachi shook his head, also clueless about how the pair could have returned so abruptly. Orochimaru, Sasori, and Zetsu were there as well, all eyeing them with curiosity. The three soon arrived before Pain himself, who looked at Senshai impassively. Did you run into trouble? Senshai paused momentarily, then answered offhandedly, trouble? Nah. What trouble could we possibly have? Taking down a place like Hidden Grass Village is no big deal. Pain, Konan, Orochimaru, Sasori, Kisame, and Zetsu all turned to stare at Senshai, astonished. Even going out on a short camping trip would have taken longer than that, so if Senshai wasn't lying, the mission's speed was insane. Pain fixed Senshai with a level gaze. Explain how the mission went. Senshai summarized succinctly. Kakazu and I entered Hidden Grass Village, then. He recounted their operation in Hidden Grass Village step by step. When finished, he retrieved the contract that Kakazu and the Hidden Grass Village higher-ups had signed, pulling it from his spatial storage. Most in Akatsuki already knew Senshai had some kind of space-time ninjutsu, so no one was especially stunned to see him produce documents from nowhere. By the time Pain heard the entire mission report, he was inclined to believe the subjugation was indeed successful. And seeing the actual signed agreement only solidified that certainty. Senshai and Kakazu had truly completed their mission. Pain's face remained expressionless, but behind that, Nagato, controlling him from the life support chamber, was extremely shaken. Sure, Hidden Grass Village was only a medium to small shinobi village, but it couldn't be subdued that easily. For Senshai to do it in a swift, overwhelming manner was impressive even by Nagato's standards. Others in Akatsuki were also shocked. Orochimaru narrowed his serpentine eyes and scrutinized Senshai with renewed interest, privately mulling, this guy must have deeper power than he's shown. Also, he was so successful partly thanks to some unknown intelligence network. In his account, there wasn't even any info-gathering step, he seemed to know everything about Hidden Grass Village already. That's how he and Kakazu could finish so decisively in under 2 days. Orochimaru had already been eyeing Senshai as a potential perfect vessel ever since witnessing his uncanny lightning-style abilities. Now Orochimaru was also intrigued by Senshai's apparent intel network, somehow extremely efficient and unfathomable. His private investigations found no trace of an actual network. That only made Senshai's sources more mysterious. Itachi, for his part, grew even more wary of Senshai. Akatsuki was composed of formidable missing ninja, but even among them, Senshai stood out. At first, Zetsu felt the same shock as everyone else. Then suspicion dawned on him, it all seemed too smooth. He said aloud, isn't it possible that Mu and Kuza's leaders teamed up to pull a trick on you? They realized they couldn't beat Senshai and Kakazu, so they faked surrender in collusion with Mu. For all we know, they might already be off seeking help from Hidden Leaf Village or some other faction. Given Zetsu's notorious cunning, he even double-crossed Madara in the end. His inclination to suspect trickery was no surprise. Interpreting others' actions with a schemer's mindset, he naturally considered that Hidden Grass Village might be simply pretending to yield. Chapter 23, 36 Pulls. Let's start capturing Pokémon, Tailed Beast. Zetsu's comment left Uzumaki Senshai rather speechless. He had plenty of information about Mu that he hadn't shared, and felt no need to. But as long as one understood Mu well enough, they would know he wasn't putting on an act this time. After Zetsu voiced his doubts, Pain and the rest of Akatsuki turned their attention to Senshai and Kakazu. Senshai merely smiled and said calmly, the actual person in charge of Hidden Grass Village now, Mu, came here with me to the Hidden Rain Village. He's currently staying at an inn in the Hidden Rain Village, arranged by me. Conan, as one of AIM's top figures, can go have a talk with him about how our villages can cooperate and develop. Whether Hidden Grass Village truly submitted to the Hidden Rain Village will become clear once negotiations begin. Hearing this, Zetsu's expression became a bit strained. If Kuza's true leader wasn't genuinely bowing to the Hidden Rain Village, he obviously wouldn't have come all the way to the Hidden Rain Village. Plus, Senshai's details were quite convincing, so the story seemed pretty credible. When Senshai finished speaking, Pain immediately gave orders, Conan, head to the inn where the Hidden Grass Village envoy is staying and discuss the development and cooperation between our two villages. Also, settle Senshai's payment. At Pain's words, Conan handed a check, redeemable at the local money exchange, to Senshai. Commission completed, you have successfully subjugated Hidden Grass Village, task reward, 36,000 commission points. Receiving such a sizable reward put a huge grin on Senshai's face. Especially since he was planning to double dip on another profitable venture right away. After claiming his reward, he wasted no time and immediately triggered a lottery draw, 36,000 commission points deducted. Remaining points, 302, drawing, a full 36 times 10 pool. Senshai couldn't be bothered to check every single reward. He simply summoned his status panel, name, Uzumaki Senshai, gender, male, age, 18, commission points, 302, chakra attributes, fire, A, wind, S, lightning, SSSS, water, A, earth, S, yang, S, yin, S, chakra reserves, SSSS. Your chakra reserves have surpassed even all the tailed beasts, reaching the 10 tails level, LT plus, physical strength, SSSS. Ordinary ninjutsu can no longer break your defenses. Natural energy, A, natural energy is like an old friend to you, controlling it feels completely natural. Rare attributes, world affinity, shinobi world, S, unlocked abilities, wood style, natural energy affinity, mayfly jutsu, talents, heavenly thunder, greatly increases lightning style affinity, raising the chance of drawing lightning type rewards in the lottery. Rumble fruit, shinobi adaptation, development, SSS, KK Genkai, wood style, A, ninjutsu, wood style, wood clone, A, wood style, cutting jutsu, A, wood style, link up house jutsu, A, mayfly jutsu, S, substitution jutsu, S, lightning style, lightning ball, S, lightning style, lightning clone, S. Senshai scanned it. Natural energy? Sage mode? So raising world affinity unlocked something like that? Mayfly jutsu? Where'd that come from? Did getting more affinity let him learn White Zetsu's moves? He felt a bit baffled. But all of that was minor in comparison. He'd finally gotten what he wanted most, wood style, Grand Village Jutsu. Seeing that, Senshai eagerly rubbed his hands, keen to test it out. But on second thought, he turned back to Pain. Yo, Pain bro, so next on the list is catching a tailed beast, right? Pain was taken aback. Indeed, Akatsuki was planning to capture tailed beasts, but definitely not now. After a brief pause, Pain shook his head. The organization isn't ready. Directly facing the 5 great nations at this point would be unwise. Senshai simply wagged his index finger. No. There's no need to face all 5 big villages. Then he leaned in, lowering his voice. I know a tailed beast that's currently roaming free, with no Jinchuriki at the moment. His words clearly surprised Pain. A wild-tailed beast? Senshai nodded firmly. That's right. Although whether it might get a Jinchuriki in the future, who knows? Pain had been hesitant, but hearing that changed his mind swiftly. We'll capture that tailed beast. They needed 9 tailed beasts in total. Nabbing one now would complete 1/9 of their overall plan, so obviously they go for it. Once he saw Pain resolve himself, Senshai eyed Pain with a grin, lightly rubbing his thumb and forefinger together. You get what I mean, Pain bro. At that, Pain felt a headache brewing. After pondering a moment, he said, 10 million. That's the best the organization can do at the moment. We still need funds for the Hidden Grass Village Alliance. Last time, you already fleeced us badly. New commission detected. Client, Nagato. Objective, capture a tailed beast. Reward, 10 million Ryo. Difficulty, S rank. Task bonus, 10,000 commission points. Seeing this new mission, Senshai's face lit up. He was perfectly content with the payment. Why? Because he intended to double dip. Mua was also after a tailed beast, so he'd first accept the job from Pain, then approach Mua for another job. If Nagato couldn't pay more, Mua could foot some of it. And if he could push Mua to make it a long-term contract, so much the better. After accepting Pain's commission, Senshai turned to leave. Pain watched him go, his gaze turning somewhat grim. Why does that guy know so many secrets? He's not only awfully familiar with Akatsuki, he also seems to know the tailed beast's status in detail. Where is he getting such intel? Could there be some special investigative ninjutsu out there? Naturally, Senshai had no clue. Pain was now viewing him with growing suspicion. He was busy mulling over intel on the 3 tails. After a moment's thought, he realized he should bring Kisame along for maximum efficiency. The 3 tails was in the land of water, and Kisame knew the territory well. For a smoother, more efficient mission, having Kisame was ideal. Swish, in the next instant, Senshai's body flickered right back in front of Pain. Pain's stern, watchful expression froze for a moment. Awkward. He truly hadn't expected Senshai to come back right after accepting the commission. Clearing his throat, Pain asked, what is it? Senshai answered casually, the tailed beast I'm going after is in the land of water. Kisame is well versed in that area, so I'd like him to join the operation. At that, Pain thought briefly, then nodded, all right. Capturing a tailed beast needed to be a one-shot success with no slip-ups. If the big nations got wind of it, they'd strengthen security, making future captures much harder. Having sorted that out with Pain, Sensei went to find Mu. On seeing Sensei, Mu asked, "How'd it go? When do you plan on scouting out the tailed beast and capturing it?" Sensei answered straight away, "We're leaving right now. But before that, I'd like us to sign an employment contract." Mu. He was quite surprised by Sensei's reply. He hadn't expected him to set off for the tailed beast hunt so promptly. Truly a diligent man. Still, he nodded in agreement. Seeing Mu's ready acceptance, Sensei smirked, feeling even more confident. "Catching a tailed beast, you know it won't be quick and easy. I'd prefer a long-term contract, 2 million ryo per month." Long-term employment contract. Mu had not anticipated that Sensei would require such a deal right before departing. Hadn't they already discussed this? But given Sensei's strength, 2 million a month was hardly unreasonable. For the tailed beast he'd been dreaming of. After pondering for a bit, Mu nodded. "Congratulations. You have earned Mu's trust. Mu is now hiring you long-term to capture a tailed beast, paying 2 million ryo per month until you succeed. Objective, capture a tailed beast. Reward, a super draw once the goal is achieved. When settling this long-term contract, commission points will be doubled." Chapter 24, A Lackey's Lackey. When the system notification popped up, Sensei was left dumbfounded. Why is the super draw this time only granted after finishing the task? Is it because this mission has a clearly defined objective? What a letdown. Shaking his head, he sighed. Still, capturing a tailed beast this time would be quite profitable. 1 job, 2 paychecks. With that in mind, Sensei lifted the drowsy, sleeping Karen onto his back, a maneuver he had down to a science by now. Then he headed, just as deftly, to Kakazu's door, and kicked it in. Bang. With that single kick, his harbinger of doom voice reached Kakazu's ears. Kakazu, having glanced at the time and feeling fatigued, had just been settling down to sleep. Who would have guessed that the minute he lay down, this task-fanatic Sensei would smash in his door? For an instant, Kakazu's heart nearly skipped a beat. "Hey, Kaku. No sleeping, no sleeping. We've got another mission." "Kakazu?" After letting out a weary sigh, Kakazu set his face grimly and said, "It's rest time right now." "Didn't we just finish a job?" Sensei replied as if it were the most obvious thing in the world, "Sure we did. And that means we can now accept a new mission, right? This new one's got a very hefty fee." "Kaku, how could you waste valuable job time on something as pointless as sleep?" Kakazu shook his head. "No matter what you say, I'm resting this time. If I can't rest properly, I'm not going on any job." Sensei sighed theatrically. Well, it can't be helped." Having said that, he slung Karen on his back and hefted Kakazu onto his shoulder, then headed straight for the room where Itachi, Uchiha and Kisame were staying. Knock, knock, knock. After some banging, Itachi opened the door, his face perfectly calm. "What is it?" Sensei answered offhandedly. "Hey, Itachi-san. For our next mission, I need Kisame's help. I already cleared it with pain." At that, Itachi stepped aside, revealing Kisame seated unceremoniously on a sofa. Hearing Sensei and Itachi's conversation, Kisame let out a little chuckle. "Hey. Looks like there's another exhilarating battle awaiting me. Who knew there'd be a job you found challenging enough to need me?" Meanwhile, Kakazu had extricated himself from under Sensei's arm. Upon seeing Kisame's eager expression, he couldn't help feeling a pang of sympathy. Back when he first started working alongside Sensei, he was just as excited. Wasting no more time, Kisame grabbed Saimada, his massive blade, and left together with Sensei's group. On the road from the Hidden Rain village to the Kiri, a merchant caravan was traveling along. In the last carriage, 4 figures could be seen, 2 middle-aged men, 1 easy-going handsome youth, and a curious young girl. Of course, these 4 were Sensei's group. They were with the caravan because Sensei had, in passing, taken a guard mission for the journey. "Hey, so that's how you travel? Even on the way to a job, you'll pick up a little escort assignment. You've got a knack, Sensei. No wonder you rake in the money." Leaning against the carriage, Kisame gave a thumbs up, pricking his tongue in amazement. After all, whenever he and Itachi performed missions, they mostly relied on their own 2 feet. Meanwhile, not a moment of Sensei's time ever went to waste. In this 4-person squad, the newbie gaped in curiosity, while a veteran simply sprawled out for some quick shut-eye, not missing a chance to rest. Because, well, working with Sensei was no joke. He was a task maniac, no, more like a living mission machine. If there was a job to be done, he'd do it, endlessly. After all, he had near limitless chakra and had no issue making wood clones do the work if needed. "Kakazu, do you always tackle missions like this with that brat?" Kisame, exuding energy, chatted breezily with Kakazu. Kakazu initially ignored him, turning over and giving him the cold shoulder. But in the end, he offered a friendly warning, take advantage of any downtime to rest. With that, He fell silent. Partnering with Senshai meant running on a 24 out of 7 schedule. At literally any moment of the day, there might be a new mission requiring both of them to deploy. Over the course of a week, that happened practically every day, at any hour, morning, noon, or night. It forced Kakazu to form the habit of napping whenever possible. Otherwise, even someone like Orochimaru, famously distant from death, would get utterly worn down if forced to keep up daily. Swish, just then, one of Senshai's wood clones appeared in the carriage, reeking slightly of blood. Senshai gave a nod and said casually, "That escort job is done. Now we can just sit tight until we arrive at our destination." Sure enough, he was correct. For the remainder of the trip, nothing of note happened, and before long the merchant convoy delivered the four safely to the Hidden Mist Village. After the death of the fourth Mizukage, Yagura, the blood-hidden mist village was gradually reopening itself to the world under the leadership of Genji, Elder. Otherwise, simply entering the Hidden Mist Village would have been quite a hassle. Arriving in the village, Senshai and his group found a hot spring inn to stay in. Of course, Kiri's hot spring accommodations couldn't compare to the land of hot waters, but at least there was a place to sleep, which was already good enough. Once at the inn, Kisame grinned. "Been a long time since I set foot in the Kiri. Before the mission starts, I'm heading out alone to look around and gather a bit of intel." Kakazu, on the other hand, spoke without hesitation. "I need to recharge for the job, don't bother me with anything else." Clearly, long-term exhaustion left him starved for rest. This time, Senshai didn't push the matter. He simply grabbed Karen and headed for the Hidden Mist Village's black market. Kiri's black market wasn't as brazen as the Ames. Right now, the Hidden Rain Village was fully under Nagato's control, and Nagato simply allowed the black market to exist. After all, it not only boosted income for the Hidden Rain Village and its ninja, but also provided a channel for intelligence, a triple benefit. Of course he'd allow it. In other villages, especially major ones, black markets existed more secretively, if at all, hidden in the gray zones. Some villages didn't even have a proper black market at all. This made Senshai consider a small goal, becoming the boss of the entire shinobi world's black market, ensuring that everywhere, missions could be posted and accepted freely. That would mean no matter where he went, it'd be easy to pick up or turn in commissions. Using the far-reaching detection of his mind's eye, or mantra, ability, Senshai spent quite some time roaming Hidden Mist Village before finally locating the black market. Tucked away in a busy district, it was both hidden and right in plain sight. When Senshai approached with Karen, the manager's eyes lit up. A red-haired hottie, a red-haired young girl, wearing black cloaks with red clouds, they matched perfectly. Everyone in the black market circles knew Senshai by now, a man called the task-killing machine who practically wiped out the Ames black market backlog. Usually, his work radius centered on the Hidden Rain Village, so what brought him to the Kiri? The manager guessed this could be big. He guessed right, as Senshai casually plopped a thick stack of mission slips onto the counter. "These are?" the manager asked in confusion. Senshai explained, "Mission slips. I've completed all these tasks." Each slip has a detailed mission report. At the same time, he retrieved a box from his storage, opening it to reveal an assortment of odd trophies. "These are the proof items confirming each job is done, feel free to inspect them." The manager stared at the thick wad of mission slips in his hand, each one about as thick as a deck of playing cards, eyes dazed. Black markets among various shinobi villages were somewhat interlinked, and many tasks could be finalized in a neighboring village's market. Carefully, he reviewed the mission reports and inspected the proof items. Satisfied, he nodded. "The total fees for these jobs come to 2.2 million ryo. Would you like it in cash or a check?" Hearing this, Senshai clicked his tongue. "Only that much, huh? Well, guess I didn't run into any big fish on the way. All that menial labor barely adds up to the price of one decent bounty mission," he said idly, half in cash, half in a certified check. The manager nodded and went to handle it. Right then, Karen, the human adding machine, stepped up to count the money. Senshai patted her on the head. "I'll look through the market's job slips. Could you handle the counting?" Karen nodded firmly. Meanwhile, Senshai moved over to the board of available assignments and started browsing. Target, Genji, Elder, Reward, Capture Alive, 30 million, Killed, 15 million, Details, Assassinate the Kiri's current de facto leader, Genji. Under his rule, the village has departed from the path set by the fourth Mizukage. He will bring Hidden Mist Village to ruin. Reading that, Senshai guessed it was posted by remnants loyal to the late fourth Mizukage, Yagura, who wanted Genji gone. He soon checked the next slip. Target, Maitru Mummy, Reward, Capture Alive, 20 million, Killed, 10 million, Details, a Hidden Mist Village elite jonin with great strength, a staunch loyalist to Genji, and his future successor. The village will be doomed under their leadership. Senshai couldn't help but grin at that one. It included Maitru Mummy's photo and other details. She wore a loose-fitting blue robe with an open collar, a shapely figure, and long bangs covering her right eye, giving her both an elegant and seductive look. He kept flipping through, finding that all the bounties targeted Kiri's top brass. Then, he almost burst out laughing at the next target: Chojuro, reward, capture alive, 10 million, killed, 5 million, details, the toady of a toady. A hidden mist village prodigy, wielder of the double sword Hiram Cry, and a close subordinate of Maitru Mummy. He's the lackey of a lackey? Senshai mused with amusement. They really weren't giving the future 6th Mizukage much respect, if his bounty was only 10 million. But these definitely weren't just for laughs. He planned to take them all. For these bounty missions, he'd likely put them under Kakazu's name. Everything could be picked up that way. Chapter 25, We Need Them Alive. By the time Uzumaki Senshai and Karen left the black market, Senshai had acquired a whole stack of mission request forms. With those in hand, he cheerfully departed the black market alongside Karen. Meanwhile, Kisame was having a far less leisurely time. Shortly after entering the hidden mist village, the local shinobi were already on his tail. On the surface of a huge lake near the hidden mist village, Kisame stood, brimming with battle lust, gazing at the several ninja who had him surrounded. Hey! A bunch of nobodies, did they really come here to die? Kisame spoke nonchalantly, looking at the several shinobi encircling him. Only, those he dismissed as nobodies were probably anything but. Among the ninjas surrounding Kisame, the leader had long brown hair, with lengthy bangs covering her right eye. She was robed in a deep blue mantle, carrying herself in a casually languid manner. That person was none other than Maitru Mummy, who, in the original Ninja World timeline, would become the 5th Mizukage shortly before the 4th Shinobi World War. Behind Maitru Mummy stood a shy-looking boy wearing glasses. He gripped the Hiram Cry, a double-handled sword. In the original timeline, this boy would become Chojuro, the future 6th Mizukage. Standing beside him was his superior's personal guard, Gonbi, while another figure, Ao, a jonin of the hidden mist village who possessed a Byakugan, completed their group. Water style, hidden mist jutsu. Maitru Mummy quickly formed hand seals, expelling puffs of white vapor from her mouth. Her hidden mist jutsu was quite formidable. During the 4th Shinobi World War, she could even use it to block the Rinnegan's vision. Thick white fog rolled in, blanketing the battlefield in the blink of an eye. Immediately, Chojuro, Gonbi, and Ao leapt into action. Maitru Mummy's technique hindered Kisame's vision but left her own allies unaffected. Water style, water collision wave. Gonbi and Ao also formed seals in a flash, launching attacks at Kisame. Meanwhile, Chojuro brandished Hiram Cry, charging Kisame head-on. Confronted by the group's pincer attack, Kisame remained unruffled. His strength was immense, and his chakra reserves were famously vast, earning him the nickname Tailless-Tailed Beast. Swish, behind him lay the huge sword Seimata, which Kisame promptly grasped in his hand. Water style, water shark bullet jutsu. As his enemies closed in, Kisame formed a one-handed seal, conjuring a shark-shaped bullet of water around himself. It enveloped him entirely, propelling him straight for Chojuro. Gonbi and Ao's attacks missed as Kisame barreled forward inside his water shark bullet. Swish. 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 Seeing Kisame approaching, Chojuro hastily swung Hiram Cry, unleashing multiple azure chakra orbs in an attempt to repel him. Hiss. Kisame, spotting this, curled his lips into a sneer. Boom. The bandages wound around Seimata tore apart instantly. Then Kisame struck repeatedly with that great sword, directly consuming every chakra orb fired from Chojuro's Hiram Cry. Chojuro. Watch yourself. Maitru Mummy's voice sounded from not far away. Clang. At the same moment, Kisame swung Seimata down hard at Chojuro. Summoning all his strength, Chojuro raised Hiram Cry to block. TCH. Though this strike didn't knock Hiram Cry out of Chojuro's hands, it rattled him enough to make his arms go numb. Fortunately, Maitru Mummy's next move arrived just then. Water style, water dragon bullet. Despite facing Maitru Mummy's attack, Kisame looked calm, quickly forming seals with his free hand. Water style, great shark bullet jutsu. Whoosh, vast torrents of water surged skyward. A colossal shark took shape in midair and spat out a huge water bullet from its mouth. Boom. Rumble rumble rumble. Two water bullets clashed overhead, sending countless droplets flying, like a sudden tempest. Meanwhile, thud. Blocking Maitru Mummy's jutsu, Kisame snapped up a leg, landing a swift kick. Harnessing his monstrous strength, he slammed it straight into Chojuro. A dull boom rang out from Chojuro's abdomen, and his one-armed block against Kisame was broken as he was kicked flying. Chojuro. Are you alright? Maitru Mummy asked turgidly. Gonbi and Ao likewise glanced worriedly over. Water style, Water Prison Jutsu. 4 Sharks Rain. Just as Chojuro arced high through the air and crashed into the water, Kisame immediately performed Water Prison. A huge sphere of water swelled up, enclosing Chojuro at once. Simultaneously, Kisame slapped his palm on the lake's surface, causing 4 sharks to leap forth, lunging at Mummy, Gonbi, and Ao. Water Style, Water Dragon Bullet. Without hesitation, Gonbi formed seals again, using the Water Dragon to intercept the shark-like surge heading his way. Boom! The water shark surge collided with the Water Dragon, exploding into 1,000 smaller sharks that rained down on Gonbi like a ferocious storm. Crash! After deflecting some of the smaller shark water projectiles, Gonbi's form burst into scattered droplets. He had been using a water clone to take the brunt of the attack. His real body rose from beneath the water's surface elsewhere, already bearing numerous wounds. Water Style, Water Formation Wall. While Gonbi was tangling with Kisame, Ao grappled with the 4 sharks' rain. Boom! Split 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 split. Kisame's 4 watery sharks smashed Ao's water barrier, exploding into 1,000 tiny shark-like streams that pounded his water formation wall like torrential rain. Splash! The water barrier burst, turning into a spray of droplets. The remaining miniature sharks continued to crash down on Ao. He removed his eye patch and activated the Byakugan, hurriedly analyzing and dodging. After a tense scramble, sweating profusely, he finally managed to dispel Kisame's prior technique. Meanwhile, Mummy seized that chance, spitting furiously, Lava Style, Melting Apparition Jutsu. A swath of orange-red acidic fluid spread out, directly engulfing 2 of Kisame's water sharks, dissolving them in an instant. This jutsu was strong enough to corrode even Susanoo, so melting Kisame's water sharks posed no problem. But Kisame had already dashed close to Mummy. Wielding Seimata with fearsome force, he smashed it down ferociously. Boom! Thump! Mummy's figure shattered. Naturally, it was just a water clone left behind. Her real body had reappeared behind Kisame. Lava Style, Melting Apparition Jutsu. Water Style, Exploding Water Shock Wave. Off at some distance, Mummy cast Lava Style yet again, while Kisame, capitalizing on his overwhelming chakra, used Exploding Water Shock Wave to push back with sheer volume. Boom 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 boom. At first, her lava was dissolving Kisame's exploding water, but his chakra reserves were unfathomably deep. As Mummy's jutsu began to falter and run out of steam, Kisame's technique remained at full power, showing no sign of weakening. Water Style, Water Prison Jutsu. Rather surprisingly, Mummy used that jutsu on herself, forming a protective bubble of water around her. Though Kisame's exploding water shockwave knocked the sphere around, Mummy wasn't harmed, merely plunging down into the lake with a splash. Seeing this, Kisame was overjoyed. He planned to leap into the air and unleash a great exploding water shockwave so the moment Mummy surfaced, he could annihilate her. If that didn't finish her, he'd merge with Seimata and kill her underwater. While Kisame's superb battle instincts guided him through each step of his plan, an unexpected voice called out from a short distance away, "Wait, wait. We need them alive. Alive. A corpse isn't worth the bounty." That new arrival was none other than Uzumaki Senshai. But upon hearing Senshai's words, Kisame did not stop. Instead, he sped up his ceiling, weaving hand signs faster and faster. "Hey, what's the big idea, buddy?" Seeing Kisame's reaction made Senshai rather displeased. Is he blatantly ignoring me? Up in midair, Kisame's body ascended, forming complex seals at the same time. Inwardly he was scheming. "I've heard from Matachi that this brat, Uzumaki Senshai, is supposedly extremely powerful. Perfect chance to see just how tough he really is." When he reached the peak of his jump, Kisame completed a jutsu involving countless seal gestures. Water Style, Great Exploding Water Shock Wave. With that final seal, Kisame opened his mouth wide, releasing a massive flood of water. It spread everywhere like a tidal wave roaring down on them. 60 million volts, Thunder Dragon. Initially, Senshai considered using the 200 million volts, Thunder God move, but fearing it might kill Kisame, he toned it down to Thunder Dragon. Roar. ZZZTZZZTZZZT. Crackle. Countless dazzling blue lightning arcs converged in an instant, forming a Thunder Dragon more terrifying than any before it. Letting out a roar, it surged upward. All the massive waves around them were electrolyzed clean away by the intense, high-voltage current of the dragon. Kisame, lauded as the tailless-tailed beast, stood opposite Senshai, who was essentially a walking Ten-Tails. Though Senshai currently only had part of the Ten-Tails' strength, that was already beyond what Kisame could handle. Furthermore, thanks to the Rumble fruit, Senshai's power had grown drastically. Kisame watched in alarm, realizing he was losing in terms of raw chakra. His great exploding water shockwave was already winding down, whereas Senshai's 60 million volts Thunder Dragon was still going strong. Chapter 26, All Match Up. Kisame could feel that the chakra fluctuations radiating from Uzumaki Senshai hadn't diminished in the slightest. Not daring to let his guard down, he immediately tried to use the giant blade Saimata to absorb the lingering energy of Senshai's jutsu. Saimata could devour other ninjas' chakra without ever being sated, but if it tried to take in the Ten Tails chakra, there was a possibility it would be like a snake trying to swallow an elephant, bursting from overconsumption. However, at that moment, Saimata was only absorbing a minuscule portion of Senshai's chakra. It wasn't anything close to all of it. Lightning style, hell stab, four-finger thrust. Saimata was still struggling to ingest the huge volume of energy contained in Senshai's 60 million volt Thunder Dragon when Senshai's figure appeared right in front of Kisame. Boom. Kisame couldn't make any move whatsoever before Senshai struck him directly, sending him flying. If Senshai hadn't purposely avoided Kisame's vitals, if he hadn't held back the brunt of his power, and if he had used the even stronger one-finger thrust, Kisame at this very moment wouldn't be just gravely wounded, he'd have been torn to pieces. Thud, Kisame went soaring high and came crashing down hard, left completely subdued. If Senshai hadn't pulled back at the last moment, Kisame would have been cleaved in half by now. Saimata. Transfer chakra. Kisame gripped Saimata, his voice weak. His gaze, fixed on Senshai descending slowly in midair, couldn't conceal the lingering dread in his heart. Too strong. This guy. He's way too strong. It's just ridiculously overpowered. He only used the four-finger thrust, not even the one-finger thrust. At the last second, he even avoided my vitals and intentionally drew back. Otherwise, I'd already be dead. At this point, Kisame truly had been scarred by the overwhelming might of Uzumaki Senshai. Meanwhile, floating gently down from midair, Senshai showed no signs of having spent any energy at all in the earlier skirmish. He was perfectly composed. It was obvious that Kisame had fought with his full strength, whereas Senshai had used just a fraction of his power and handled him with ease. By now, Matrumami had helped Chojuro break free of the water prison. She, along with Chojuro, Ao, and Gonbi, stood in stunned silence, watching Senshai land lightly on the water's surface. Kisame, who had practically overpowered those four by himself, had now been beaten down by Senshai's unstoppable, crushing strength. Matrumami stared at Senshai intently for a long while, her eyes eventually sharpening. Uzumaki Senshai's appearance matched up perfectly with data on a certain high-profile individual, the so-called task butcher in the Ames black market. The unstoppable mission machine. The mission slaughterer. Because Master Genji was advanced in years, Matrumami was essentially handling most of the village matters, so she was familiar with the intel on Senshai, though the rest of the Hidden Mist village might not know much. Uzumaki Senshai, the rising star in the Ames black market, possesses an unbelievable affinity for lightning style, supposedly having mastered nearly every lightning-style ninjutsu in the ninja world. His mission efficiency is extremely high, with a 100% completion rate. During those missions, he has defeated quite a few powerful opponents. Kakazu, Orochimaru. Even Kisame, these S-rank rogues, have all fought him and lost. As she recalled that intel, the future 5th Mizukage was forced to acknowledge how frightening Senshai's strength was. Throughout ninja history, from ancient times to now, the number of ninja who'd never once lost in battle could be counted on one hand. And here stood a seemingly very young Senshai who was one of those few. What terrifying power! And what terrifying talent! Wasting no time, Matrumami guided Chojuro, Ao, and Gonbi in offering sincere thanks to Senshai. They didn't really know why he had intervened to save them, but it was beyond doubt that without him stepping in, they likely would have suffered serious casualties. As an S-rank rogue from the Kiri, Kisame's prowess was anything but ordinary. Besides monstrous strength by nature, his chakra reserve was unimaginably large, his water style was advanced to a near-perfect level, and wielding the giant sword Saimata made him even more dangerous. Even so, the four of them combined were no match. Especially near the end, Kisame's great exploding water shockwave had been about to crash down on them, and Matrumami wouldn't even have been able to break out of the lake. Chojuro, trapped by water prison, plus an already wounded Gonbi and Ao, would have been promptly overrun. Deprived of their help, Matrumami wouldn't have stood a chance at beating or escaping Kisame. Hence, her gratitude towards Senshai only grew. Thanks to his abrupt intervention, swift, crushing, unstoppable, he'd defeated Kisame and prevented all the dreadful outcomes that were about to happen. Sir, thank you for saving us just now. I am, but Matrumami abruptly broke off, realizing something so bizarre that words failed her. Sure, Senshai's sudden arrival was already astonishing, but what happened next was even more surreal. Right after rescuing them, Uzumaki-sensei casually pulled out a stack of commission forms, checking them carefully one by one, as though it were the most normal thing in the world. First, he drew out one particular mission slip, studying the photo closely, then comparing it to Meitrumami in detail. The deep blue robe, the brown hair, the bangs covering one eye, that tall figure, it was a perfect match. So this Kunoichi in front of him was indeed the one pictured, Meitrumami. Having confirmed there was no mistake, Sensei nodded seriously. Meitrumami, bounty is 20 million ryo. After confirming her identity, Sensei produced the second mission slip for a cross-check. This one showed a stern-faced middle-aged man, indeed matching the photo and description. He was none other than Gonbi, one of Junji's personal guards. Glancing briefly at Gonbi, Sensei then looked back down at the slip. Gonbi, 8 million ryo. TSK, not a bad price. He didn't have much impression of Gonbi, who remained in the Hidden Mist village most of the time, but the slip's detailed photo and write-up left no doubt. Next, Sensei turned his gaze on a third person whose features were quite distinct, typically sporting an eye patch and possessing a Byakugan underneath. He'd already used that Byakugan during the fight with Kisame. This was none other than Ao, a Hidden Mist village Jonin. Holding that slip, Sensei commented offhandedly, Ao, 15 million ryo. After turning over Ao's assassination slip, he rifled through the stack for another. At last, he grabbed one that matched the bespectacled youth holding Hiram Cry a short distance away, Chojuro. Comparing him carefully to the photo and the descriptions, Sensei confirmed his identity, Chojuro, 10 million ryo. TSK, TSK, TSK. Chojuro, you need to work harder. Seems they only value you at 10 million. With Meitrumami and her three companions all identified, Sensei's face lit with delight. He gave them a look like they were pieces of cargo, saying, alright, if I snatch the four of you all at once, that's a combined bounty of 53 million ryo. Even though your group's not too impressive, your total price is quite acceptable. The excitement on Sensei's face was obvious as he slapped the stack of forms with satisfaction. These four people were worth a great deal. If he took them down, who knew how many routine commissions it would equal? Many of the minor missions his wood clones finished paid only 10,000 or even less. Excluding the system's own compensation, normal fees alone would require thousands of small commissions to make as much. He was fortunate his chakra was unlimited, he could send wood clones on all sorts of menial tasks without personally leaving. That was how he'd managed to clear out so many black market missions single-handedly. While Sensei's thoughts raced in that direction, Meitrumami, Ao, Gonbi, and Chojuro had no idea. But his last remarks instantly raised their alarm to maximum. We're in trouble. His target is us. He is unbelievably strong, everyone watch out. Al spoke with a mix of wariness, anger, and helplessness. Even the four of them together had struggled with Kisame, only to be thoroughly outclassed. Had Sensei not intervened at the last second, Kisame might have killed some of them. Now, here was someone far more terrifying than Kisame, someone who had downed Kisame in one blow, leaving him no chance to fight back. Knowing Sensei might intend to capture them, Ao couldn't think what they could do. Beside Ao, Gonbi said nothing, but readied himself fully, resolved to die if need be. Inwardly, Gonbi was puzzled, where on earth did such a formidable ninja come from? Even among the 5 great villages, there aren't many young geniuses this strong. Chapter 27, How much for my teammate? Sigh. So many troubles in the Hidden Mist village nowadays. Not only did the S-rank rogue Kisame appear, but also a mysterious, unbelievably powerful ninja has shown up in the village. Gonbi felt waves of powerlessness. Facing someone as formidable as Uzumaki-sensei, any desperate struggle on their part likely wouldn't amount to much. At Gonbi's side, Chojuro gripped his Hiram Cry blade, his eyes, behind his glasses, full of an unprecedented heaviness. This young Hidden Mist village prodigy would never have anticipated the mission to take such a turn. 2 enemies showed up today, each more frightening than the last. Kisame's strength was somewhat within reason, but Sensei's strength was off the charts, so extreme that Chojuro had no idea how anyone could possibly defeat him. Everybody, calm down, don't make any sudden moves. This ninja is extremely dangerous. If we fight, it'll likely cost us lives, maybe all of ours. Meitrumami's voice carried over, warning Gonbi, Ao, and Chojuro not to take any reckless action. After halting them, she quickly shared what she knew about Uzumaki-sensei. She had been assisting the elder Junji for some time, thereby receiving intel from multiple sources. Among that intel was information on the recent task maniac duo in the black market, Sensei and Kakazu, who had risen to fame. Though it might not help much, Meitrumami still gave her teammates a concise briefing. That man is a wandering ninja who's been making waves in the Ames black market recently. His name is Uzumaki-sensei? Lately he's been sweeping through the black market in the Hidden Rain village, accepting nearly every available commission. And he's never failed once. With his ultra-high efficiency and 100% success rate, he's caught the eye of numerous wealthy patrons. During his missions, he's clashed with several powerful ninjas, Kakazu, Orochimaru, and even Kisame, and they all lost to him. Hearing this, Senshai raised an eyebrow. Oh? My reputation's reached even the land of water now? It's just a small achievement, nothing worth praising. He winked slyly at Matru Mummy, as if saying you're in luck, then quipped, hey there, beauty, just for that sweet talk, if you hire me, I'll give you a 10% discount. Who on earth was praising you? Chojiro's heart instantly sank to rock bottom. Encountering a ninja of this caliber, how could you possibly defeat him, even if you dug the first Mizukage out of the grave? They had already witnessed how Senshai handled Kisame earlier. Kisame was totally outmatched, and from Senshai's relaxed demeanor, it was obvious he hadn't even given it his all. Realizing how daunting Senshai was, Ao's face turned grim, and his voice trembled slightly. Matru Mummy, you should withdraw. Gonbi, Chojiro, and I will hold him off. You are the village's future, you can't afford to die here. Though Ao spoke of holding him off, he knew full well they had no way of truly stopping Senshai. He was an enemy they simply couldn't match, at best they could buy a little time. While the group was mired in despair, Matru Mummy suddenly thought of something. She hurried forward and shouted, Lord Uzumaki Senshai? Actually, I do have a commission with a hefty reward. Perhaps you'd be interested? Senshai, who had been flipping through his stack of bounty forms and tallying data, instantly perked up upon hearing Matru Mummy say she had a job for him. He had only been joking earlier, but there really was one? In a moment, his entire attitude flipped 180 degrees. Before, he'd looked at Matru Mummy in the same way you'd appraise a bounty target. Now, his face radiated a sincere business-like smile. Doing jobs? That's his specialty. Ahem. Clearing his throat, Senshai put on an air of professional seriousness. Please, go ahead, tell me the details. Matru Mummy, stunned by how quickly he changed his tune, realized with amazement that this man was exactly as the intel described. As long as there was a commission, he'd take it, no matter the place or time. She half suspected that even if a great ninja war broke out, if Senshai took a mission, he'd finish that first before joining the fray. But now was hardly the time for random thoughts. Though she might have temporarily diffused a threat by offering a mission, the man in front of them was still extremely dangerous. Matru Mummy glanced at Kisame in the distance. He was healing himself by channeling chakra through Samada, and then said uncertainly, I want to hire you for 8 million ryo to capture the S-rank rogue Kisame on behalf of the Hidden Mist Village. Would you consider it? She spoke with some apprehension. I'm Uzumaki Senshai? This mission might sound silly, she thought, but with the Kiri's current need, it was worth a try. Judging from their outfits, Senshai and Kisame appeared to be from the same organization, but they had just fought each other. Moreover, the intel said that he'll accept almost anything if the pay is right. Yet something unexpected happened. New commission detected. Client, Matru Mummy. Objective, help Hidden Mist Village capture the S-rank rogue Kisame. Reward, 8 million ryo. Difficulty, S-rank. Task bonus, 8,000 commission points. 8 million? Senshai felt quite displeased. Seriously? These folks couldn't even handle Kisame together and they only offer 8 million? That's not even as high as Chojiro's bounty. The enthusiasm on Senshai's face vanished at once. You see my attire and his, right? Slinging an arm around Kisame's neck, he patted Kisame's chest. This here is Hoshigaki Kisame, an S-rank rogue ninja, otherwise known as the tailless-tailed beast. He's got top-tier water style that can flood a desert with a lake. Extremely formidable. He's my reliable partner, with whom I share excellent teamwork. You want me to catch him? For only 8 million? Who do you think you're shortchanging here? Matru Mummy pointed from Kisame to Senshai, her face blank with shock. He. With you. Is a partner? A reliable partner with perfect teamwork. But just a moment ago, you were beating him half to death. Of course, she didn't dare say that out loud. Kisame, feeling awkward at being half embraced, tried shifting away. But he also felt that iron grip on his neck and thought better of it. Ahem. As if realizing how odd his words sounded, Senshai coughed lightly. However, I do take my jobs seriously. If you insist, it's not impossible. Let's discuss further. At first, when she thought Senshai might refuse outright, Matru Mummy's heart had nearly stopped. But hearing he wasn't turning it down, just requesting more money because Kisame was his partner, bizarre as it sounded, at least averted the immediate crisis. Raising the price was no problem for Matru Mummy, understood. No issue there. She nodded decisively. In that moment, Matru Mummy contemplated, So could the Hidden Mist Village basically hire him long-term? Pay him to do missions for us? If he alone could do what even the entire Hidden Mist Village Anbu might fail at, like subduing Kisame with only a few moves, then using part of the Anbu budget to keep him on retainer might be well worth it. As soon as Meiru Mummy agreed to raise the sum, Senshai glanced at Kisame beside him. A chill coursed through Kisame. He realized Senshai wasn't joking at all. The look in Senshai's eyes told him plainly that Senshai was truly considering trading him in for money. Struck by disbelief, Kisame blurted, "You can't actually plan to trade me for a bounty, right?" Senshai answered nonchalantly, "Why not?" He acted like selling off an Akatsuki colleague was a completely matter-of-fact practice. Kisame felt goosebumps. "Our organization wouldn't allow that. If you hand me over for money, how will you explain yourself when you go back?" Senshai waved a hand dismissively, "PSH, no trouble at all. Kakazu's killed off loads of teammates and never had an issue." Those brutally frank words made Kisame's back run cold. In Kakazu's case, it was sub-partners dying on missions, not being sold out. He thought. Senshai touched his chin, scrutinizing Kisame as if judging a piece of merchandise while pondering pros and cons. He recalled that in the original storyline, Orochimaru once ambushed Itachi and ended up being chased down. Which implied that selling out a comrade might indeed lead to repercussions. Kisame felt increasingly uneasy beneath Senshai's appraisal-like stare but dared not make any sudden moves. His life was quite literally in Senshai's hands at the moment. Meanwhile, Senshai wrestled with a dilemma. Akatsuki still had the tailed beast capture tasks to exploit, 8 more after the one they were about to do. Each tailed beast alone might net at least a 10 million or more. Possibly the total dwarfed anything the Hidden Mist Village would pay for Kisame. Let's not forget a Jinchuriki plus a tailed beast could go for far more. Chapter 28, Payment Plan. Senshai shook his head, sighing dramatically. It seemed Kisame couldn't be sold after all. Looking at Meiru Mummy with great regret, he said, "What a shame. I can't sell Kisame to you. Do you have any other jobs?" Meiru Mummy had finally regained her composure from her initial fear. Uzumaki Senshai's strength was too terrifying. She had previously worried that he might act recklessly and attack at the slightest provocation. But now, after personally verifying the intel about Senshai, she confirmed that he was someone she could negotiate with. Capturing Kisame himself wasn't the real issue, getting Seimata back was also an acceptable outcome. She spoke again, "Lord Senshai, the Hidden Mist Village would like to hire you for 5 million ryo to help us retrieve Seimata." New commission detected. Client, Meiru Mummy. Objective, retrieve Seimata for the Hidden Mist Village. Reward, 5 million ryo. Difficulty, S rank. Mission bonus, 5,000 commission points. Only 5,000 points? Well, that was still 5/10 pulls in the system's lottery. Basically free money. Senshai beamed and said, "That's easy." As he spoke, he walked straight over to Kisame and, with complete seriousness, stretched out his hand. "Hand it over. You heard the mission details. The Hidden Mist Village wants Seimata back. Besides, it belonged to the Hidden Mist Village in the first place. Just give it back to them already." Kisame? Without Seimata, wouldn't he just become Hoshigaki-ana? Many of his most powerful jutsu required Seimata to function properly. Kisame quickly protested, "Seimata is part of my strength. What you're doing now is no different from selling me." Hearing this, Senshai frowned. "Your standard for being sold out is pretty low, huh? This doesn't count as selling you." Seeing Kisame clutching Seimata for dear life, refusing to let go, Senshai sighed in frustration. This was going to be tricky. But no matter how difficult it was, he couldn't just drop the mission. He was a professional when it came to completing jobs. After thinking for a moment, he realized that the real problem came from Meiru Mummy and the Hidden Mist Village. Turning to her, he asked, "Why does the Hidden Mist Village need Seimata back?" Meiru Mummy answered honestly, "The current state of the Hidden Mist Village is unstable. Several families who still support the Blood Mist policy are secretly plotting in the shadows. Outwardly, the Hidden Mist Village seems peaceful, but it's like a bomb that could go off at any moment. We plan to reclaim the missing mist swords, rebuild the 7 ninja swordsmen, and strengthen the village to suppress these unstable factions." "Ah. So that's why? You should have said so sooner." Hearing this, Senshai's expression instantly changed, his face now full of enthusiasm. "Rebuilding the 7 ninja swordsmen? That's pointless. Even the original 7 swordsmen weren't strong enough, let alone a new group. But you could hire me to stabilize the Hidden Mist Village instead. 100% completion rate. Everyone says it's great. Meiru Mummy? Gonbi? Ow. Chojuro? Bringing in external power to handle the internal crisis of the village, was that really an option? But on the other hand, if Senshai could actually suppress the rebellious factions, the Hidden Mist Village would achieve instant peace. Would he really accept the Kiri's commission and help solve this problem for them? Mage Rumami and the others were skeptical. But regardless, it was worth a shot. Senshai, having made his pitch, now waited for their reply. With his mastery of lightning style and the power of the rumble fruit, dealing with the rebels would be as easy as child's play. Even if the first Mizukage himself crawled out of his grave, Senshai could just shove him back in. After a brief moment of thought, Mate Rumami decided to go for it. There was no better alternative right now. If it worked, the benefits for the Hidden Mist Village would be enormous. She and Genji had been struggling with these underground factions for far too long. She looked seriously at Senshai. Lord Senshai, we accept your proposal. We will hire you to deal with the problem in the Kiri. However, we'd like to know your price. Senshai answered immediately, without hesitation, 100 million ryo. Chojuro jumped in shock. 100 million? That's way too expensive. Mate Rumami, Gonbi, and Dao's expressions also shifted rapidly. That price was outrageous. The Hidden Mist Village's budget was already stretched thin, they needed money for everything. Where were they supposed to pull 100 million ryo from? Mate Rumami sighed, the Hidden Mist Village has only just emerged from the dark age of the Blood Mist, and our expenses are massive. We simply don't have that much money right now. The smile on Senshai's face vanished instantly. No money. That's a problem. You guys may be broke, but your enemies are loaded. As he spoke, he pulled out a stack of bounty papers. The Blood Mist faction has bounties on most of the current Hidden Mist Village leadership. Genji, 30 million ryo. Mate Rumami, 20 million ryo. Ao, 15 million ryo. Chojuro, 10 million ryo. Gonbi, 8 million ryo. Chojuro, who already struggled with self-confidence, became even more depressed. His bounty. Although it wasn't the most important thing, as a future 6th Mizukage, this still stung his ego. But Senshai ignored all that and started doing the math for Mate Rumami's team. I'm already giving you a bargain price at 100 million ryo. Let's be reasonable, this is the lowest I can go. Senshai felt his pricing was extremely fair. But Mate Rumami's concerns were valid. The Hidden Mist Village had just barely recovered from the Blood Mist era, and they desperately needed funding in many areas. The 4th Mizukage, Yagura, had left the village in chaos. For years, the village stagnated under his rule. It wasn't until his death that Genji took over and started rebuilding. Even now, the remnants of the Blood Mist faction continued to cause problems. The Hidden Mist Village had to spend money fighting them and also repairing the damage they caused. At the moment, the Hidden Mist Village simply couldn't afford to pay Senshai 100 million up front. Of course, there was also a risk. What if Senshai took the money and ran? Or worse, what if he played both sides, taking money from both them and the Blood Mist faction? Though unlikely, the possibility existed. Seeing their hesitation, Senshai sighed. He was really interested in this Hidden Mist Village commission. But if they weren't willing to pay, then it was pointless. Letting out another sigh, he said, if the Hidden Mist Village really can't afford this, I guess I'll have to go take a job from the other side. That immediately sent a chill down Mate Rumami, Gonbi, Ao, and Chojuro's spines. Bringing Senshai onto their side would be expensive. But letting him join the enemy? That would cost them far more. Mate Rumami's mind raced, and she quickly responded, could we pay in installments? 10 million per month, for a year? Additionally, aside from payment, we'll remove restrictions on you taking commissions in the Kiri. You'll be able to accept missions from both the black market and official village requests. Long-term commission detected. Client, Hidden Mist Village. Objective, assist Mate Rumami in stabilizing the Hidden Mist Village by eliminating threats. Reward, 10 million ryo per month, for 1 year. Bonus, super draw upon mission completion. Long-term missions award double commission points at settlement. Senshai? Wait, this is great. Senshai grinned. A long-term contract? Should he start offering payment plans to more clients? Even better, Mate Rumami had granted him permission to take missions in the Kiri. This was perfect. Chapter 29, I Have a Way. A temporary lull fell over the rippling surface of the lake. Mate Rumami, Gonbi, Ao, and Chojuro all simultaneously swallowed hard, sweat beading on their foreheads. If Uzumaki Senshai accepted Mate Rumami's proposal, then everything would be fine. But if he rejected this long-term employment plan, the 4 of them would be done for today. Senshai's power went far beyond the Kage level. One could say he had reached that realm but then surpassed it by a wide margin. Among the historic Kage-level ninja of the 5 great nations, there likely weren't many who could defeat him. At this point, Senshai wasn't really hesitating, he was just double-checking his mission panel. The previous long-term assignment he'd worked so hard to acquire. Yet this time, a new one had come along quite easily. Recalling that, his face broke into a professional smile. Not only did he possess unquestionable combat power, but his ability to handle tasks was just as solid. I accept your village's hiring proposal. Once your village pays the first part of the commission, we can talk mission details. Hearing that, Mate Rumami's heart finally settled. Ganbi, Ao, and Chojuro all breathed a deep sigh of relief as well. In the past few minutes, they had managed to avert a massive crisis for the village. All thanks to Mate Rumami, if not for this beautiful, brilliant, and, in truth, still unmarried lady's quick thinking, the four of them would already have been packed up by Senshai and handed over to the Blood Mist faction. After calming herself, Mate Rumami retrieved a check from her wallet, one that could be cashed for 10 million ryo, and gave it to Senshai. You have successfully accepted a new long-term commission, client, the Hidden Mist Village. Objective, assist Mate Rumami in suppressing the village's internal instability. The moment he took the check for 10 million from Mate Rumami, Senshai heard the system's prompt in his mind. Just like with the previous mission, this one also only awards the super draw after completion, which was quite vexing. Still smiling, Senshai looked at Mate Rumami and her group. We can discuss the mission details now. Those words sparked excitement in Mate Rumami, Ganbi, Ao, and Chojuro. For now, they had only paid 10 million and already hired a ninja whose strength rivaled that of an entire village's Kage to help them solve a problem, quite a bargain for them. One side was happy to hire, the other side happy to be hired. And it certainly helped that Uzumaki Senshai took on missions with total commitment. If he did accept a job, he never failed. Mate Rumami inhaled deeply, studying her excitement. She gazed at Senshai earnestly. Lord Senshai, my idea is for us to locate the Blood Mist upper echelon. If you could show your strength in front of them. If you can personally take down a major ninja on the Blood Mist side, that'd be perfect. After Mate Rumami's suggestion, Al stepped in to add, yes, if you can strike a blow against the Blood Mist followers, they'll have to think twice about making any move later. They might be so intimidated by your power that they'll just stay in line. As soon as they finished, they looked at Senshai with anticipation. If Senshai agreed, it really would be money well spent for them. But Senshai just shook his head. That plan's no good. Do you even know where these people are hiding? Sure enough, none of them, Mate Rumami included, could answer. If they had clear intel, they would have already targeted the key figures. Unfortunately, such information was far too scarce. Mate Rumami sighed, regret etched on her lovely face. I'm sorry. The Hidden Mist Village currently doesn't have enough intel. Ganbi, Ao, and Chojuro shared in that disappointment. Now that they hired an ultra-powerful ninja like Senshai, it was a shame not to capitalize on it fully. But as they were feeling down, Senshai gave a little chuckle and rubbed his hands as though he had an idea. I actually have a way to track them down. Mate Rumami blurted out almost reflexively, what is it? Right after speaking, she realized it might be dangerous. She knew Senshai well enough now to suspect he had his own motives. Ganbi, Ao, and Chojuro could not guess what hidden trouble might lie here, so they simply waited. Senshai didn't keep them guessing. He took out the same stack of commission slips from before. The very first one was the wanted, Mate Rumami slip. Mate Rumami? Ganbi? Ao? Chojuro? All four were stunned. Did he think their money wasn't enough? Had he taken the payment and refused to do the job? Seeing their looks of shock, Senshai quickly realized they'd misunderstood. Sure, his moral lines in mission-taking were quite flexible, but he wouldn't just pocket their money, skip the job, and kill them. Clearing up the confusion, Senshai spoke. My method is very simple. I'll capture all four of you alive and hand you over to the Blood Mist. Then I'll follow in secret to see where they take you. With your status, if they manage to seize you, they definitely won't handle you at some low level. They'll bring you to their top brass. At that point I show up and take them down in one blow. How's that sound? Hearing this, Chojuro instantly jumped. No way, no way. If they kill us immediately instead of taking us to their leader, we'd never see them. Not to mention they'd seal our chakra, and we'd have no chance to fight back. Chojuro finished, and Senshai patted him firmly on the shoulder. Kid, you don't trust my strength, huh? If I'm in the shadows, what could possibly go wrong? Besides, just as he trailed off, he showed them a type of lightning style the four had never seen. ZZZT. Suddenly, his body crackled with pure lightning chakra. In a blink, he transformed into electricity and seeped into a ring on Mate Rumami's hand. This. Mate Rumami stared at the ring on her hand, eyes wide, cheeks flushed with disbelief. Ganbi, Ao, and Chojuro were likewise utterly slack-jawed. Senshai had converted his entire body into lightning, something typical only of living chakra forms like tailed beasts. Or was his lightning affinity on the same level as a tailed beast's? Moreover, to hide inside the ring without any visible chakra flow. If she hadn't seen it herself, she would never believe it. With that little demonstration, Senshai used the ability from his Rumble fruit, fully turning his body into lightning chakra and hiding in a conductor. Having fully mastered his own powers, he could do so without harming Matrumami in the slightest. Seconds later, that bolt of lightning emerged again and reformed into Senshai in front of them. Even with his chakra subdued as much as possible, its immensity still shocked the four from the carry. In their eyes, Senshai's chakra reserves must be close to that of a tailed beast. Unbeknownst to them, Senshai had already stepped into the 10 tails range, doubling the usual tailed beast capacity or more. Witnessing this, Matrumami's team finally somewhat agreed to Senshai's plan. Then again, in Matrumami's mind, even if they refused, he'd force them to comply anyway. She could see how he was constantly glancing from them to the bounty slips. Matrumami pursed her lips in resignation. "Fine, Lord Senshai, we accept your plan." Right after, crack, crack, crack. Tree branches sprouted, and several wood clones familiar from the Hidden Leaf village style emerged. With Senshai's near-infinite chakra, each clone still carried high-level power. Many Jonin from smaller villages wouldn't even beat one of his clones. Splitting off a few wood clones, Senshai said breezily, "Stay here for now, don't wander off. I'll go grab my companion, then we'll head to the black market and deliver the mission." Though unsettled, Matrumami's group nodded after some thought. Their hearts still pounded with anxiety. Meanwhile, Senshai left the lakeside to rejoin Kisame, who looked dazed. Senshai patted him on the shoulder. "Come on, got another job to do." Chapter 30, Commission Get. Kisame's injuries had completely healed by then, yet he still felt rather speechless about Senshai. Previously, that guy had gone at him so hard that if not for Saimata transferring him chakra and helping him heal, he might well have died right there in the Hidden Mist village. And now, Senshai was acting as though nothing had happened, once again treating him as a partner for the next mission, as if it wasn't just recently that Senshai had nearly beaten him to death on the spot. Afterward, with Karen in tow, Senshai headed back to the hot spring inn where they were staying. Inside the inn, Pikazu was soaking comfortably in a hot spring, getting ready for bed. "Ah. It's been ages since I last had a nice soak and then drifted off to sleep." Looking extremely satisfied, Pikazu lay down on his bed. He felt a bit of gratitude and pity for Kisame, guessing that Senshai must have been off torturing Kisame instead of bothering him. The thought made Kakazu's pale green eyes light up with a hint of amusement. Once he got himself settled in, Kakazu closed his eyes. For some reason, after shutting his eyes, he found himself peeking at the door one last time. Every time he got cozy, about to enjoy some decent rest, that mission maniac Senshai would come crashing in. Fortunately, Senshai was apparently busy tormenting Kisame this time, not showing up at the worst possible moment. Thus, Pikazu eased his entire body and shut his eyes, ready to slip into dreamland. Bang! Before the contentment and bliss could even fade, Senshai already performed his signature move, kicking the door wide open, then flickering in with a body flicker to stand right by Kakazu's bed, deftly reaching out to grab him. Pikazu's pale green eyes snapped wide open. He could practically recite what Senshai would say next. "Hey, Kaku. There's a new mission. Why are you sleeping? Get up and let's go. Why waste your limited life on the meaningless act of sleeping? Kaku. New mission's in, why are you still asleep?" Senshai seized hold of Kakazu, shaking him, all while parroting the very lines Kakazu had memorized. And as Kakazu well knew, if he stubbornly refused to get up, Senshai would just sling him over his shoulder to carry him off to the mission. Sigh. Exhaling in resignation, Kakazu asked, "What about Kisame? Can't you team up with him instead?" Senshai chuckled, "He's coming, of course. We'll all head out on this mission together." Kakazu grunted, instantly feeling better. At least now it wasn't only him being tormented by Senshai. Despite not wanting to at all, Kakazu left his comfy bed. Ever since embarking on the ninja path, he couldn't recall many times he'd slept peacefully. So was this his so-called ninja way? Pikazu sighed inwardly. Under Senshai's lead, the group of four soon made their way to the Kiri's black market. By now it was nighttime, so traveling under the stars left Karen feeling rather sleepy. But that wasn't a big issue. She soon dozed off on Senshai's back, drooling in a pleasant dream. On the way, at an intersection, the wood clone brought Matrumami and the others, who had their chakra sealed, over to rejoin them. In the main hall of the Hidden Mist Village black market, the manager verified Matrumami's group's identities and confirmed that their chakras had been sealed. Then, pulling out a small card from his coat pocket, he handed it to Senshai. "Bring them to the address shown on this card. Wait for the employer to pick them up, and you'll receive the commission." Senshai took the card, studied it carefully, and nodded. The note indicated a valley just outside the Hidden Mist Village, not far away. He double-checked the location and led everyone toward that valley. "Hold on. Are we just going to barge right in there? What if it's a trap? Ao asked. Having his chakra sealed made him feel very insecure. Senshai shrugged. If it's a trap, you can always request a rescue mission. Then I'll help you get out. Hearing that, Ao promptly shut his mouth. Another word or two, and he might lose everything. So Senshai followed the route on the map, approaching that valley. Places like that were scattered around outside the Kiri. This one was where the Blood Mist Shinobi had been told to meet and take the targets, completing the transaction. Leading the Blood Mist's forces here was Kondo Ryu, a jonin of the Hidden Mist village with 2 swords strapped to his back, eyes never leaving the valley entrance. Swish, a Blood Mist ninja flickered into view behind him, dropping to one knee to report, Lord Kondo, the targets are approaching. Kondo Ryu nodded slightly. How many came? Are Mage and the 4 of them truly captured? The reporting ninja stated, they came with 4 people, 3 capable shinobi and a young girl. Among the 3 shinobi, one is Kiri's own S-rank rogue Kisame. The other 2 are Kakazu, well known in multiple black markets, and that newly famous Hidden Rain Village black market shinobi, Uzumaki Senshai. As for Mumi's group of 4, they have indeed fallen into their hands and had their chakra sealed. Hearing this, Kondo Ryu felt fully reassured. He even let out a grin revealing shark-like teeth. So it's the Senshai Kakazu combo, huh? No wonder they're said to have a 100% success rate at missions. They so easily captured Mumi's group. Bring them to me. Yes, sir. With that, the ninja vanished via another flicker. At the valley entrance, Senshai had already deployed his mantra-style perception, covering the entire area. He could sense every movement. He even discovered a big fish from the blood mist lurking about. But he wasn't in a hurry. He wanted to follow the trail all the way up the chain and take out the blood mist higher-ups in one swoop. Swish, a blood mist ninja used the body flicker jutsu to appear before Senshai. Lead the way, Senshai said, as though he'd anticipated the ninja's arrival all along. Surprised for a second, the man guided Senshai's party forward to meet Kondo Ryu. Watching from the valley, Kondo had also seen them and became more polite upon seeing Senshai's group. Approaching Kakazu, he handed over a box. Kaku, here's your commission fee. Have a count. Senshai waved, calling out to Kakazu. He was already accustomed to that routine. The job was taken under Kakazu's name, then they split the proceeds 50-50. Kakazu couldn't quite understand why Senshai, that shameless swindler, even needed him when Senshai was fully capable alone. But after counting the money twice, verifying no issues, Kakazu felt a rush at the sight of so much cash. He'd get a decent share. His earlier annoyance at being rudely awakened vanished at once. Meanwhile, Kondo Ryu and his subordinates checked on Mumi's group, confirming they really had sealed chakras. Kondo decided to take them to the faction's base. Around the Hidden Mist village lay numerous scattered islands, and the Blood Mist base was on one such island near the village. Once satisfied with the 4's condition, Kondo brought them along. Inside the Blood Mist hideout, Karatachi Take and Hazuki Getsuki were awaiting good news from Kondo Ryu. In the Kiri, both the Hazuki clan and the Karatachi clan were big families. The Hazuki had produced the second Mizukage, Hazuki Genjutsu, and the Karatachi clan had produced the 4th Mizukage, Karatachi Agura. Karatachi Take and Hazuki Getsuki were both clan elders within the Kiri. But right now, the village was mostly in Elder Genji's hands, so these two had limited official influence. Additionally, they were staunch supporters of the 4th Mizukage's blood mist policies. When Yagura was being controlled by Tobi, they had also been brainwashed into believing the blood mist approach represented the true will of water, necessary for a strong hidden mist village. They saw Genji's people, Mumi, Ganbi, Ao, Chodro, as hindrances to the Kiri's revival. Thus they wanted to remove Genji's subordinates, even the lackey's lackey, namely people like Chodro. They had great faith in Kondo Ryu's abilities. He was an elite jonin, solid in both skill and reliability. Yet they had no clue Kondo would bring them a new boss today. Soon enough, Kondo Ryu arrived at Karatachi Take's office. How did it go? Karatachi Take asked immediately upon seeing him. Kondo Ryu gave a slight bow, speaking politely, Lord Take, everything went exceptionally well. That ninja from the Hidden Rain Village is indeed formidable. I've verified that Mumi's 4 subordinates are who we thought, no mistakes. Their chakras are fully sealed. I've already brought them here. Shall I have them brought in for you and Elder Getsuki? Karatachi Take, overjoyed, exclaimed, bring them. Yes, sir. Kondo Ryu nodded and went out to make arrangements. Chapter 31, Make Hidden Mist Village Great Again. Before long, Mumi and the other 3 were brought inside one after another. Seeing that Mumi, Ganbi, Ao, and Chodro had really been captured, both Karatachi Take and Hazuki Getsuki were overjoyed. Ha 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 ha. The left and right hands of Genji, All in our clutches this time. Matru Mummy's group felt both shock and anger upon witnessing the top leaders of the Bloodmist faction in person. It was unexpected, but at the same time made sense. Karatachi Takai was of the same clan as the 4th Mizukage Karatachi Yagura, and the Hazuki clan was closely allied with them. Moreover, Karatachi Takai and Hazuki Getsuki were elder-level figures in the village. Naturally, if they weren't of such status, how could they openly oppose Elder Genji? Matru Mummy glared furiously at these two older men. You two are elders of the village, so why are you doing this? Wasn't the suffering brought by the Blood Mist policies enough? Today's Hidden Mist village improves with every passing day, can't you see that? She wanted to keep talking, but Karatachi Takai and Hazuki Getsuki were so enraged that they began trembling all over. Silence. Karatachi Takai cut her off, then continued, what do you even know? You and that self-important old fool Genji are making the village a total mess. The people is growing weak, the village has lost its fighting spirit, like a beast with no claws. Only the Blood Mist can make the Hidden Mist village great again. The more Karatachi Takai spoke, the more agitated he became, finally breaking into a bout of coughing. But Hazuki Getsuki, just as stubborn as he was, didn't give Matru Mummy a chance to retort. He followed up Karatachi Takai's words, you've allowed easy contact with the outside. That's how dangerous figures like Uzumaki Senshai or Kisame get to roam the village at will. If we had stuck to the Blood Mist path, how could such threats ever enter the Hidden Mist village so easily? And frankly, his remarks left Matru Mummy at a loss. But she wanted to say that even if the 4th Mizukage Yagura himself were exhumed to guard the village gates, it wouldn't be enough to stop a monster like Senshai. Thinking along those lines, Matru Mummy organized her thoughts and spoke. This was just a special case, it had nothing to do with the village's direction. Uzumaki Senshai is a ninja who can rival an entire village's Kage, cooperating with him only benefits our village. Today's Hidden Mist village is worlds apart from the old Kiri. People's lives are improving, you can see more smiles on their faces. Under Lord Genji's leadership, every aspect of the village is steadily growing better. What she said was factual, facts speak for themselves. No matter how argumentative Hazuki Getsuki might be, he couldn't just flat out lie about that. Still, they refused to recognize Genji or the current village. In the past, the Blood Mist had represented the highest authority, giving them supreme power. Under Genji's combination punches, their Blood Mist arrangements had been scattered. Now, the common folk and even the village's ninja were no longer as easy to manipulate. If things went on like this, it would spell trouble for them. Karatachi Takai and Hazuki Getsuki had also heard of the Uchiha incident in Hidden Leaf Village. When you don't hold on to the village's top power structure, you can end up marginalized and face genocide. They didn't want the Karatachi clan or the Hazuki clan to suffer the same fate as the Uchiha. Therefore, Genji had to die. And if Matru Mummy's group wouldn't surrender, they too had only one path, death. Hazuki Getsuki, disinclined to keep arguing, simply pressed the issue. So, Matru Mummy, do you want to live or die? That question made Matru Mummy's expression, as well as those of her companions, shift subtly. While they knew Uzumaki Senshai was somewhere nearby, Hazuki Getsuki and his men were so close, if Senshai was even a little late rescuing them, these four could be killed at any moment. Matru Mummy merely gave a cold snort as her response. Both Karatachi Takai and Hazuki Getsuki understood her meaning. Looking at Gonbi and the others, Hazuki Getsuki added, well, Matru Mum is apparently tired of living, how about you lot? Gonbi raged, I'll never betray Lord Genji. He's the one truly working for the village's betterment. Under him, every aspect of the Hidden Mist village is steadily improving. Only by steadfastly supporting Lord Genji can the Hidden Mist village have a brighter future. As for the likes of you, your high-sounding speeches are purely self-serving hypocrisy. His words hit a nerve with Karatachi Takai and Hazuki Getsuki. Indeed, they simply wanted maximum benefit for themselves. They had once enjoyed the largest slice of power under the Blood Mist but had been shoved to the sidelines after Genji came into control. Hazuki Getsuki, not wanting to keep quarreling, drew a kunai and pointed it at Gonbi. You're about to die, yet still running your mouth? Gonbi glared back defiantly. Seeing that look made Hazuki Getsuki uneasy, so he directly ordered Kondo-ryu, kill him. Yes. Without hesitation, Kondo-ryu unsheathed the swords from his back, stepping up to Gonbi. Without saying a word, he raised his blade for a decisive blow that would end Gonbi's life. Bang, but the sword did not fall. Not only that, Kondo-ryu himself was knocked flying by a figure who appeared out of nowhere, using raw brutal strength to send him crashing violently away. Boom. In the next moment, Kondo-ryu's body smashed into Hazuki Getsuki's desk, shattering it to pieces. Swish. 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 Such a huge disturbance caused countless Blood Mist ninjas to flicker into the room, instantly forming a protective formation around Karatachi Take and Hazuki Gatsuki. The intruder who had shown up so suddenly, blasting Kondo Ryu aside, wore a cloak of black with red clouds. He was none other than Uzumaki Senshai. Clang, a sharp sword hum sounded as Senshai lifted the blade. In a blink, he followed with several palm strikes on Maitru Mummy's group, each blow dispelling the sealing technique that suppressed their chakras. In an instant, the ropes binding them fell to the ground, and their chakras, previously sealed, were restored. Having done that, Senshai cheerfully introduced himself. "Let me introduce myself, I'm Uzumaki Senshai from the Hidden Rain Village. I've accepted a long-term commission from the Hidden Mist Village to provide strategic deterrence against threats inside the village." Karatachi Take and Hazuki Gatsuki could clearly pick up his meaning. Karatachi Take looked furious. "You took our bounty job, then broke the deal, is this your so-called professionalism?" Senshai cocked his head, looking offended as he pointed to Karatachi Take. "Don't go slandering me. I could sue you for defamation. The one who took your bounty mission was Kakazu, not me, Uzumaki Senshai. I was just assisting him while he caught people. I have nothing to do with you." Karatachi Take, outraged, gestured to Kakazu, "But you're clearly from the same group, same uniform." Senshai shrugged nonchalantly, "So what? We just happen to have matching outfits. If you keep slandering me, I'm not gonna be polite." His retort left the room in dead silence. "They can do that?" Kakazu stood there dumbfounded. Each time he believed he'd finally witnessed the bottom of Senshai's shamelessness, Senshai would prove him wrong. "Is that why you go through the same routine before every mission? I see now, it was all part of your plan, Uzumaki Senshai." Chapter 32, Subduing the Blood Mist Factions. Maitru Mummy also felt a lingering sense of dread. She was very clever, and immediately understood the implication in Uzumaki Senshai's words. Only tasks he personally accepts are his responsibility. As for Kakazu's tasks, Senshai would only kill, not bury, so to speak. It looked like any missions in the future had to be entrusted to Senshai himself. Maitru Mummy silently rejoiced that her own task hadn't been posted on the black market. Though Senshai's sudden appearance took Karatachi Take and Hazuki Gatsuki by surprise, this was still the heart of Blood Mist territory. No matter who Uzumaki Senshai was, now that he'd arrived, he wouldn't leave here. Karatachi Take bellowed, giving an immediate order, "Kill them." Meanwhile, Hazuki Gatsuki pointed directly at Senshai and told Kondo Ryu, "Deal with that man." Kondo Ryu, "Huh? I'm the one to fight Uzumaki Senshai?" At hearing Elder Hazuki Gatsuki's command, big question marks floated above Kondo Ryu's head. Certainly, Senshai had blindsided him just now, sending him flying. But as an elite jonin of the Kiri, he'd been utterly unable to respond when Senshai attacked. Didn't that fact alone show how monstrous this young ninja's strength was? They had already measured each other in that single blow, and the gap was clear. If Kondo Ryu were able to handle Senshai, Hazuki Gatsuki would have already proclaimed him the 5th Mizukage or something. "Kondo Ryu, why are you hesitating? I told you to take care of that self-proclaimed Uzumaki Senshai." After a brief pause, Kondo Ryu steeled himself, "Yes, sir." Swish, right after uttering that, he flickered at Senshai. But everyone saw how Kondo Ryu attacked and was instantly defeated. Lightning style, backhand chop. The moment Kondo Ryu tried to body flicker close, Senshai's hand, wrapped in lightning chakra, slammed him. In the next instant, Kondo Ryu was blown away even faster than before, crashing down beside Elder Hazuki Gatsuki, his life or death unknown. Anyone else from the Hidden Mist Village who leaped forward to attack Senshai met the same fate. ZZZT. 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 In Hazuki Gatsuki's office, bright blue arcs of electricity flashed back and forth. Swish. 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 Ah. Right now, everyone present was an elite of the Blood Mist. But in Senshai's eyes, they were like sheep being attacked by a tiger. Rampaging around, he flung the entire throng of Blood Mist elites into disarray. Almost in the blink of an eye, he subdued all of them. Maitru Mummy and her group just stared, slack-jawed. They hadn't even had time to lift a finger, the fight was already over. Karatachi Take and Hazuki Gatsuki, along with the rest of the Blood Mist members, were all equally dumbstruck. They already knew Senshai had to be Kage level, but did the Hidden Mist Village truly have enough money to hire someone this formidable? Meanwhile, Senshai, having finished off the last of them, turned to Hazuki Gatsuki and Karatachi Take with a relaxed smile. "Hey, you old codgers, what's next? Still insisting on your Blood Mist Village? You claim it's all for the village's sake, but in the end you just can't bear to lose your own power, right?" Karatachi Take, Hazuki Gatsuki, and every jonin or elite jonin left in that office froze like statues. They had, after all, seen how Senshai had captured Maitru Mummy's group, an undeniable display of his might. But now, witnessing him casually thrash their entire lineup of upper-level shinobi, it was all too unreal. Those many jonin and elite jonin, each with formidable skill in normal circumstances, had turned into mere decorations against Senshai. Even Kondo Ryu, whom Hazuki Getsuki had high hopes for, had been instantly dealt with. The room fell into dead silence. Inside that spacious office, everyone stared at Senshai in utter shock. Hazuki Getsuki and Karatachi Take bore unmistakable fear in their eyes. After a long hush, Hazuki Getsuki hurriedly broke the silence. Rather than addressing Senshai, he spoke to Maitru Mummy. Maitru Mummy, I've bled for the Kiri, I've made contributions, I've risked my life for it. You can't kill an old man like me. He wasn't lying, he really had achieved much for the village. Hearing him, Karatachi Take chimed in, I've done the same. They were afraid. Standing before this monstrous human-tailed beast known as Uzumaki Senshai, fear not at them. Senshai's power far exceeded any usual means of dealing with him. Even the Kiri's most legendary first or second Mizukage would be no match for him. At that moment, Senshai didn't continue attacking. After all, the long-term contract he'd signed with Maitru Mummy and her people only required him to subdue the internal threats, no need to kill them outright. Moreover, he knew the Blood Mist folks were stubborn survivors. Even after the Fourth Great Ninja War, remnants of the Blood Mist faction would occasionally pop up, wanting to revert the village to the Blood Mist era. Meaning there would be more jobs in the future. Keeping them alive now would guarantee more trouble later, which, from Senshai's perspective, meant more tasks to profit from. You had to harvest them strategically. In Senshai's mind, he was amused at the idea that the future Mizukage would pass down a saying, whenever the village is cornered and helpless, call upon Lord Uzumaki Senshai? Or something similar. While Senshai was entertaining those mischievous thoughts, Maitru Mummy fixed Hazuki Getsuki and Karatachi Take with a cold stare. If you can keep your men in line, ensuring the Blood Mist remnants don't damage the village or hinder Lord Genji's work, then, in light of your past service to the village and any potential usefulness you still have, I'll spare you this time. Truthfully, she did want to slice both of these old men down, but couldn't. If the Blood Mist lost its leadership and fell into chaos, the village could face even worse disruption. Without Hazuki Getsuki and Karatachi Take, who knew what lunatic moves these renegades might attempt. Besides, the Hidden Mist village had remained weak for too long, and the Blood Mist shinobi were still an important force safeguarding the village. It was better to rein them in, making them subservient, rather than simply kill these two. Even from the standpoint of the village's future and safety, the two couldn't just be eliminated. Maitru Mummy herself wasn't aware what a prime candidate she was to become Mizukage. Even though she wasn't Mizukage yet, she was already tackling problems from a Mizukage's perspective. Recalling how she'd earlier saved the four of them from Senshai's hands with a moment of quick thinking, and now with how she was handling Hazuki Getsuki and Karatachi Take, one could say she was doing an excellent job at every step. Realizing all this, Gonbi, Ao, and Chojuro looked at Maitru Mummy with admiration and relief. There was hope yet for the Hidden Mist village. This beautiful, brilliant, and capable woman really did seem fit to be Mizukage. Even Hazuki Getsuki and Karatachi Take were slightly moved. If Maitru Mummy had supported the Blood Mist approach, they likely would have backed her the same way they'd followed the fourth Mizukage. But in their eyes, she had been brainwashed by that old cadre Genji, wanting to do reforms, which they found laughable. Of course, neither of them dared say that out loud, not with Senshai, this human tentails, looming over them. After a brief moment's hesitation, Hazuki Getsuki and Karatachi Take finally nodded. Very well, we'll rein in our subordinates and help defend the village. But that doesn't mean we've betrayed the ideals of the fourth Mizukage. If the village fails to improve under Genji or anyone else, we'll always seek to restore the Blood Mist. For that, we and every Blood Mist ninja are willing to sacrifice our lives. Hazuki Getsuki's statement rang loud and clear. Strictly speaking, they did have motives, public and private, for pushing the Blood Mist approach. One might see the shinobi world as placid now, but before each of the previous three great ninja wars erupted, things also appeared calm. The Kiri's only hope of escaping that destruction was to close its gates and grow strong alone. Maitru Mummy saw no point in debating these two old fanatics further. They had their will of water, she had the welfare of the village. There was nothing left to discuss, logically speaking. And who decided that the will of water belonged only to the fourth Mizukage, anyway? Having confirmed that these two old men would restrain their men and guard the village, Maitru Mummy and her allies didn't linger. Senshai, for his part, had finished his strategic deterrence mission. The Blood Mist folks would likely dream of him as their boogeyman from now on. After that mission wrapped, Senshai's group returned to the Hidden Mist village. Now, Senshai was treated as an honored guest. With Mummy mediating, he'd solved a pressing headache for the carry. Even though he'd basically just shown up at the Blood Mist base and played his part, for quite a while the Blood Mist faction would remain subdued. Looking at Senshai, Mummy politely invited him, "Lord Senshai, on behalf of the carry, I'd like to host a banquet for you and your companions." Banquet? Senshai's eyes lit up. He believed that if you're not enthusiastic about feasting, there's something wrong with your thinking. But at the same time, feasting was important and so were missions. Should he delay a job for the sake of a banquet? While he was inwardly wrestling with this, Kisame broke in. "Uzumaki Senshai, haven't you forgotten we still have serious business to do?" Serious business? Hearing Kisame's reminder, Mummy and the others instantly tensed up. Of course, they all realized Senshai, Kisame, and Kakazu, three extremely dangerous ninjas, with Kisame and Kakazu being S-rank rogues, could not have come to the Hidden Mist village simply for sightseeing. A group like that was bound to have a purpose. Senshai shrugged. "Serious business? Oh, right, don't worry, it's nothing big. I've already prepared." Certainly, he hadn't forgotten the mission assigned to him by the Akatsuki and a long-term commission from Mua, both related to a tailed beast. Chapter 33, 3-in-1. Mua wanted to draw a tailed beast's chakra in order to open the box of ultimate bliss. And as for pain, he never specified whether he needed a plump, well-fed tailed beast or a malnourished tailed beast. Neither Pain nor Conan could possibly anticipate just how toxic Uzumaki Senshai could be. After spending a stretch of time alongside him, Kakazu had become severely sleep-deprived and malnourished, his body in a bad state. That was bad enough, but now, they were supposed to capture a tailed beast, yet Senshai might even starve the tailed beast. Both Kisame and Kakazu exhaled in relief when they heard Senshai speak. They had been very worried that this brother of theirs would get carried away, go off feasting, and forget the assignment from their organization. They were even more worried that he might get blinded by a woman's charms, and then they'd have to report to Pain. This is a big problem. Our pal Senshai got caught up in lust and can't be trusted. Luckily, the worst never happened. Senshai was perfectly clear-headed, bursting with confidence. Other than being slightly torn about whether or not to attend the banquet, he hadn't slacked off at all in his dedication to the mission. Clapping Kisame's shoulder, Senshai said, "Lead the way. There's a very large lake around the Hidden Mist village. Our target's lurking there." Kisame? Kakazu? Mummy? And Gonbi's trio? With just one offhand line, Senshai threw 6 people into utter confusion. Kisame really wanted to say, "Dude, do you actually not even know where the Three Tails is? You boasted to Pain you knew there was a lone-tailed beast around here that you could easily reel in." Kisame's lips twitched, and he couldn't resist speaking. "Near the Kiri, there's basically nothing but lakes. I can take you to whichever sort of lake you want, but out of all those lakes, I've got no idea which one has our target." Senshai grew annoyed. "Then what good are you?" In his squad, nobody could just loaf around. Karen's role in the group was support, scouting, emotional pick-me-up, plus serving as a human adding machine for counting money. Kakazu was the century-old establishment and golden brand at the black market, helping them accept missions. If necessary, he could be a secondary DPS, plus the secondary money counter. Kisame, however, didn't even know which particular lake among those near the Hidden Mist village held the Three Tails. Did that mean he was of no use? Meanwhile, swish swish swish. Kondono led a team of Blood Mist shinobi, repeatedly using the body flicker jutsu to rush along. As they traveled, one of the ninjas, sounding anxious, piped up, "Lord Kondono, are we really doing this? If the Three Tails goes on a rampage, the village will suffer too." Kondono shot him a cold look. "Our faction's influence in the village is continuously weakening. So, I'd rather make a misstep than do nothing at all. We'll provoke the Three Tails into rampaging. Once Genji and the others are powerless to handle its rage, we'll appear, use our secret arts to subdue the beast, and return it to the lake. Then, once again, the Blood Mist shinobi shall be heroes who saved the village. In the Hidden Mist village, only the Blood Mist can act as saviors." All of Kondono's conversation with these Blood Mist shinobi fell under Uzumaki Senshai's mantra. He realized that even combined, Hazuki Gatsuki, Kakutake, and Kondora didn't have the knack for scheming that Kondono had. The man's spur-of-the-moment plan was on a wholly different level from those 3 spinning tops. Truly splendid, no further words needed. This was Uzumaki Senshai's evaluation of Kondono. The Hidden Mist village, with a talent like him, will always keep me busy with new missions. Kondono spontaneously produced such a big drama, just imagine what he could do with proper planning. The village's fresh wave of chaos would definitely yield fresh commissions. Noting Kondono's scheme, Senshai offhandedly said to the people around him, "Come with me, I know where our target is now. Everything is going according to plan." Kisame and the others all exchanged looks. "What do you mean according to plan?" This is definitely off script. All of them were sure that Senshai had no real idea where the Three Tails was. Kisame and Meitrou Mummy's group immediately followed Senshai, flickering along at high speed. Kisame's side needed to capture the Three Tails. Meitrou Mummy and her allies wanted to keep an eye on them, to see what they were up to. After traveling for a while, they spotted Kondo no and his subordinates. Senshai's voice rang out to the group. Kondo no's team plans to use a secret technique to push the Three Tails into a frenzy and wreck the village. Meitrou Mummy, do you want to handle them yourselves, or hire me? By now, Senshai was more and more adept at double-dipping or even triple-dipping. Given that tailed beasts were the ultimate weapons of the great nations, anything to do with them was always a huge deal. While rushing onward, Meitrou Mummy asked in a panic, is there still time to stop them? Senshai shook his head, looks like it's too late. Elsewhere, Kondo no's four-man group reached a giant lake's surface. Swish, 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 swish. They molded chakra at their feet, standing firmly on the water, then quickly formed hand seals in unison and slammed their hands onto the lake. Boom. The entire lake trembled at that moment. Soon, a fearsome, violent aura began surging from the depths up toward the surface. A vicious grin spread across Kondo no's face. The show's about to start, let's go. With that, he and his three companions disappeared via body flicker. What had been a serene lake, tranquil for who knew how long, was now roiling and boiling. Crash, splash. Wave after wave pounded the shoreline. It was as if the lake had turned into a goblet of wine in someone's shaking hand. Rumble. Even the earth began to quake with a deep roar. Next moment, a savage aura erupted skyward from the lake abed. Boom, countless columns of water sprang up. A massive, gray, turtle-shaped tailed beast rose from the bottom. Its enormous body was covered in drab gray scales, with three long tails extending behind it. That beast was the Kiri's formidable tailed beast weapon, the Three Tails, Isabu. This upheaval was soon noticed by the entire Hidden Mist village, and a large number of its shinobi raced to the scene. Naturally, Meitrou Mummy's group, being the fastest, arrived first. Seeing the Three Tails, extremely agitated as it emerged from the lake, Meitrou Mummy felt despair. Right now, the Hidden Mist village simply lacked the firepower to handle the Three Tails. Maybe in the end the Blood Mist faction would come save the day, but who knew how many villagers would die in the meantime. With no other recourse, Meitrou Mummy turned to Uzumaki Senshai to commission him to subdue the rampaging tailed beast. If we hire you, how do you plan on dealing with it? Senshai casually answered, I'll knock out the Three Tails and force it back into this lake. Meitrou Mummy nodded, alright. On behalf of the Kiri, we'll pay you 10 million ryo to subdue the Three Tails, prevent it from ravaging the village, and drive it back under the lake. New commission detected. Client, Hidden Mist Village. Objective, subdue the Three Tails, stop the rampaging beast from destroying the village, and return it to the lake abed. Reward, 10 million ryo. Mission rank, S. Mission bonus, 10,000 employment points. Senshai inwardly grinned upon receiving the new commission. This marked yet another triple dip. Akatsuki needed a tailed beast. Mua wanted a tailed beast's chakra. Meitrou Mummy needed him to subdue the Three Tails. He could fulfill all three tasks simultaneously. After Meitrou Mummy announced the mission, Senshai beamed, with pleasure. But have your Hidden Mist Village shinobi step back. At this time, a large number of Hidden Mist Village ninjas, undaunted, were attempting to hold off the Three Tails. Though courageous, their strength couldn't possibly stop the rampaging tailed beast. Hearing Senshai's words, Meitrou Mummy quickly barked, everyone, withdraw immediately. Help evacuate the villagers nearby, do not stay here. Those words had effect. Many Hidden Mist Village ninjas departed at once. Others insisted, we'll stay to block the Three Tails. The rest of you follow Lady Meitrou Mummy's orders. Seeing some leave and some remain, all prepared for the worst, left Meitrou Mummy furious. Their jutsu wasn't even on par with little fireballs from the Uchiha clan, yet they truly believed they could block the Three Tails. Nevertheless, these stalwarts began frantically weaving seals, water style, water collision wave. Splash, sploosh, swoosh, swoosh. Dozens of ninjas cast the technique simultaneously, impressive in scope. A surge of huge water waves formed. Rushing swiftly, they barely soaked the Three Tails' forepaws. Isabu. Even in a berserk state, the beast seemed puzzled. Was that an attack? I didn't feel anything. Seeing it pause, the Hidden Mist Village shinobi on shore got excited. It's working. Again. Again. Keep Isabu away from the village. Water style, water collision wave. Those dozens of Hidden Mist Village ninjas were all pumped up. Meitrou Mummy, however, had a face dark as thunder. What's effective about that? Sure enough, the monstrous Three Tails advanced, barreling through their endless watery surges. Against Isabu, their ninjutsu was mere scratching. Once more, Meitrou Mummy shouted, retreat. All of you, move back now. Gonbi likewise bellowed, get out of here. Hurry. Chapter 34, A Mere Three Tails. As the Three Tails, Aisabu, continued drawing near, the many shinobi who had just tried stopping it with water-style, water collision wave were left utterly petrified. But after Maitru Mummy and Gonbi's reminders, they snapped out of their shock and hurriedly retreated. However, sploosh! All of a sudden, Aisabu slapped the surface of the water, sending giant surging waves rolling back with tremendous force. Splash! WHSSH, WHSSH, huge breakers slammed into those hidden mist village shinobi, sending them flying in all directions. Not only did a number of shinobi get tossed around by the violent currents, even the huge rocks along the shore and some of the trees in the nearby forest were swept up by the waves. These idiots. Maitru Mummy felt utterly helpless. She had already given clear orders, but these fools hadn't listened. What could she do? Professional matters ought to be handled by professionals. And no one was more professional than Uzumaki-sensei, the job harvester from the Hidden Rain village. Seeing the Three Tails, Kakazu and Kisame both adopted serious expressions. Kakazu asked Sensei, do we have a plan of attack? Sensei replied offhandedly, you two just watch from the sidelines. Leave this to me. Given his current abilities, a mere Three Tails was no problem at all. Meanwhile, Elder Genji, Kama and the other senior figures of the Kiri, as well as the Blood Mist leaders, arrived at a spot not too far away. Maitru Mummy and Gonbi quickly moved over to Genji's side. Although Genji was already quite advanced in years, he remained devoted to the village's well-being. The moment something went wrong, he rushed to the scene as fast as he could. Seeing Maitru Mummy, he instantly asked, what is going on here? Maitru Mummy did not conceal anything and recounted what she knew. Lord Genji, this was caused by those Blood Mist scoundrels. They used a secret art to force the Three Tails into a rampage, and now they've hidden away somewhere. When she finished, Genji and the other top brass of the village looked grim. Genji anxiously pressed, do you have a way to deal with this? All eyes turned to Maitru Mummy. In truth, many of the senior Hidden Mist village shinobi had already begun treating Maitru Mummy as the future 5th Mizukage in training. Hearing Genji's question, she answered candidly, I've spent 10 million ryo to hire a certain powerful ninja to handle this. From the Hidden Mist village leader's viewpoint, short of an actual Kage-level ninja, perhaps an exceptionally strong one at that, no one could hope to handle a tailed beast rampage. They naturally assumed Maitru Mummy was being swindled. Genji could only ask, any backup plan? Or maybe we can negotiate with the Blood Mist? He did not believe any hired ninja would actually show up. And even if one did, Genji doubted they would have the strength to quell the Three Tails. The rest of the Hidden Mist village high command felt the same. On the Blood Mist side, Karatachi Take and Hazuki Getsuki both watched in shock as Aisabu rampaged. Hazuki Getsuki turned to Kondo Ri behind him. Who caused this? Of all the people in the Blood Mist, they had the deepest knowledge of the Three Tails. Seeing it go berserk, Hazuki Getsuki immediately knew someone from their side must have triggered it. Although they had reached a verbal pact with Maitru Mummy earlier, as long as no evidence tied them to this, Genji could do little to them. Hazuki Getsuki recognized that this situation posed a golden opportunity. The Genji faction had no means of dealing with the Three Tails. In the end, surely only the Blood Mist shinobi could settle things, making them out as saviors once again. I did. Kondo No's grim voice emerged as he appeared behind Kondo Ri's group. You did well. Seeing Kondo No, Hazuki Getsuki's eyes gleamed with approval. Karatachi Take also spoke, for a brighter future of the village, certain sacrifices are inevitable. If people die for the sake of the village's advancement, then that's a worthy death. Clearly, these 4 Blood Mist fellows were no good guys. To them, some villagers' deaths were insignificant if it would let the village develop better. However, their plan was about to fail spectacularly. What is that? Kondo Ri's pupil shrank as he stared out at the lake. Hazuki Getsuki, Karatachi Take, and Kondo No similarly peered in that direction. Swish, they all witnessed something that made their scalps tingle. A bolt of blue lightning flashed to Aisabu's face. Then that human figure actually held the Three Tails' protective shell as though shoving the giant turtle, like pushing a small hill backward. What on earth? Oh my god. Everywhere around them, people who witnessed this scene were utterly stunned. They had assumed there would be a dreadful battle here. But as it turned out, it seemed there would be no danger at all, for from the start, Uzumaki-sensei was completely overpowering the Three Tails. Using only one hand to push the Three Tails back. Even Elder Genji and the senior Hidden Mist village shinobi who'd arrived wore expressions of disbelief. Only moments ago, they doubted Maitru Mummy's claim about hiring a powerful outside ninja. Yet this man, apparently using raw strength alone, was forcing the Three Tails backward. Maitru Mummy, Gonbi, Ao, and Chojuro had previously seen Sensei fight, But now they realized he was far stronger than they had imagined. At that point, Senshai was continually pressing the three tails from the shoreline back toward the center of the lake. Such a display shocked everyone but also thoroughly enraged Aisabu. The beast gave a furious roar, launching a more savage attack on Senshai. Boom. ZZT, 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 ZZT. Aisabu raised one massive claw and slammed down at Senshai. Instantly, lightning chakra armor flared all around Senshai. With his strongest shield, he simply endured the three-tailed strike. Boom. Yet Senshai didn't even budge. Taking the force of that blow, he raised his head at the beast and grinned. You ever heard of a stone wall before? This is a 10 tails level strongest shield, buddy. Of course, the beast didn't understand his words, merely sensed provocation from this human, unforgivable. Meanwhile, the watching crowd was floored once more, just one hand pushing the three tails backward and tanking its direct hits without moving an inch. What kind of monster was this? Matru Mummy's group was likewise speechless. HSSS. Even the elderly Genji and other high-ranking Hidden Mist village officials gasped in shock. Long after they'd gasped all the cold air they could, Chojuro still stood slack-jawed, no more cold air to inhale. Not far away, Karen felt her own tension melt away. Ever since Uzumaki Senshai had rescued her, she'd been following him, gradually relying on him, whereas in Kusa, she could hardly ever sleep from fear. Now she could nap on his back and drool freely, though she still grew a bit uneasy when he faced a tail beast alone. Fortunately, it seemed he was handling the three tails just fine. Kakazu too was staggered by what he saw. He's definitely gotten stronger again. How can anyone improve so fast? While Kakazu pondered that, Kisame was intently watching Senshai's fight with the three tails, shocked as well. At present, the fight wasn't an even match but a one-sided beatdown. Senshai was basically toying with Aisabu. Roar. As the beast scuffled in close quarters, it kept howling. Eventually, it lifted its claw for another furious swipe, which Senshai directly caught. I'm a tailed beast, it might have been thinking. Innately powerful, terrifyingly destructive, with massive chakra reserves. Yet this human. It feels like he is the tailed beast, completely reversing the script. Boom. Seething, Aisabu opened its enormous jaws wide, lunging to bite down on him. This frightened all the onlookers. Careful. Look out, the beast's about to attack you. Oh no. He didn't dodge. But their fears were groundless. Next, Senshai demonstrated the terror of a human 10 tails. Up you go. Seizing Aisabu's giant forepaw, he abruptly flung the tailed beast's mountain-like body aside, swinging it around several times. Swish, 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 swish. Boom. After swinging it in a circle, he tossed the three tails far away. It hurtled downward, smashing into the lake and sending columns of water into the sky. Waves exploded outward in all directions. Everyone who saw it was dumbfounded, never having expected such an extreme mismatch. They thought this would be a precarious battle, yet from start to finish, Senshai had it well in hand. Rumble. Of course, Aisabu wasn't so easy to tame. Rising from beneath the churning water, the creature lifted its massive head again. This time, an intense flow of chakra built up at its mouth. It was gathering water chakra into a high-pressure bullet, nearly on par with a tailed beast bomb, water style. Great Water Mass Bullet Chapter 35, This ninja is too powerful. With a furious roar from the three tails Aisabu, a gigantic water sphere shot out at astonishing speed, heading straight for Senshai. 30 million volts, Thunder Beast. With a wave of his hand, Senshai summoned a massive, storm-like beast formed of crackling blue lightning. ZZZT, ZZZT, ZZZT. Huge arcs of lightning flashed and danced, exuding a terrifying aura. The colossal thunder beast collided head-on with Aisabu's water-style, Great Water Mass Bullet. Boom. Rumble. As the giant sphere of water and the 30 million volt thunder beast clashed, pillars of water exploded in every direction. But Aisabu's Great Water Mass Bullet stood no chance against the thunder beast. Bang! In short order, the water cannon was shattered, and the crackling thunder beast plowed right into the three tails' massive frame, smashing it sideways. Angered beyond measure, Aisabu refused to hold back. While sliding backward, it curled up into a huge spiky ball and rolled back at Senshai, aiming to crush him under its full weight. But Senshai showed not the slightest concern. Off to the side, Genji and the other leaders of the Kiri, who were watching, felt a chill. Genji couldn't help calling out, "That's the Three Tails Taijutsu, Shadow Stroke, both offensive and defensive. It's formidable. What's that ninja trying to do? Quick, tell him to dodge." Heeding Genji's words, Matrumami shouted from a distance for Senshai to get out of the way. But there was no time. Confronted with the three tails going all out, Senshai didn't even try to avoid it. He even looked excited. Lightning style, lariat. Molding lightning chakra throughout his entire body, Senshai transformed himself into a bolt of blue electricity and dashed headlong at Aisabu. This turtle ball rollout move combined the three tails' best offense and defense, while Senshai's own lightning armor boasted the strongest shield. Which was superior would be revealed in moments. Boom, this collision was far more intense and shocking than before. In an instant, man and beast slammed into each other with a crash like thunder, sending monstrous energy rippling outward in all directions. Towering waves surged and battered the lakeshore. Aisabu was slammed backward yet again, sliding along the shoreline. Shaken silly, it had to wonder whether it was really the tailed beast or if Senshai was the tailed beast. Senshai's fighting style was more like a beast's, brutal and unreasonable, utterly dominating it. Bang! Skidding through the water and flailing up sprays of mist, the three tails staggered but quickly regained its balance. At once, it let loose its ultimate trump card, a tailed beast bomb. When Genji and the other top executives saw this, their expressions turned grim. Look out! That's the tailed beast's strongest weapon, the tailed beast bomb. Sensing the terrifying buildup of power in Aisabu's next attack, Kisame said with mock concern, "Think that brat Senshai might have screwed up this time and be killed?" Kakuzu stayed quiet, pondering whether it might be better if Senshai lived or died. On one hand, Senshai's relentless mission grind was great for revenue. On the other, Kakuzu did want a slower pace. Maybe it'd be ideal if Senshai got a bit injured, enough to reduce his insane mission schedule, without losing that enthusiasm for taking jobs. However, Kakuzu was clearly overthinking it. Sensing the tail-end potency of Aisabu's tailed beast bomb, Senshai refrained from using anything too lethal. He didn't want to kill the three tails, he had other objectives. 200 million volts, Thunder Dragon. He estimated that going beyond that would risk killing Aisabu, which would sabotage his other two missions. After all, with the Ninja World adaptation, his Thunder Dragon was considered a type of enhanced lightning-style technique. Roar! A deafening draconic roar sounded, and a gigantic lightning dragon formed instantly, arcs of lightning crackling as though containing both the power of the Thunder Beast and the speed of the Thunder Bird. It surged straight at the tail beast bomb. Boom! Rumble! The impact was earth-shattering, as though space itself tore open with a thunderous roar. Kraboom! Senshai's 200 million volt Thunder Dragon was pushing near Ten-Tails level strength. Such a technique could be used even against the Ten-Tails, let alone the Three Tails. Aisabu's tailed beast bomb, like a flickering candle in a bright moon, was instantly swallowed by the lightning dragon. The Thunder Dragon, its impetus hardly diminished, proceeded to slam into the Three Tails. Boom! The massive beast was hurled through the air, crashing into the forest behind it. In an instant, the Three Tails was completely defeated, essentially crushed. Roar! From the distance came a furious growl. Yet it could do nothing against this human who fought like a tailed beast himself. If anything, Aisabu was thinking, maybe we should swap places. Let him be the tailed beast. What was worse, the Three Tails had landed in a dense forest, away from witnesses. Senshai instantly flickered over with a burst of lightning and appeared above its head. He spoke in a cold voice, "Aisabu, your power is too strong. You need to be contracted." Boom! At those words, Senshai unleashed a head pat of doom. With a single palm smashing against the Three Tails' skull, a contract seal forcibly spread across its entire body. The Three Tails tried to resist, but to no avail. Roar! Furious at being forced into a summoning contract, it thrashed and snarled. Senshai, however, didn't mind, lightning style, lariat waltz. He promptly gave Aisabu a series of severe beatings, pow, 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 pow. The once enraged beast fell silent and cowered in the forest. Even fighting other tailed beasts, it had never suffered such a savage beating. Having forced the Three Tails to submit, Senshai pointed toward the large lake. "Go back to the lake." Hearing this, the Three Tails wanted nothing more than to get away from this human-tailed beast. Already battered, it had no choice but to obey. By the time Matru Mum and her companions rushed over, they arrived just in time to see the terrifying scene of Aisabu seemingly tamed. With one gesture from Senshai, the Three Tails lumbered back to the lake, submerging itself once again. Seeing this, Genji and the other Hidden Mist village leaders felt as though it was all too unreal. They had anticipated a huge disaster. Yet in the end, Aisabu barely did anything before being hammered back into the depths. Countless shinobi looked at Senshai with utter fear. From the Blood Mist faction, Hazuki Gatsuki, Karatachi Take, and Kondo Ru were practically coughing up blood. They had known about Kondo No's plan, which looked promising enough, if Aisabu actually ran wild. But Aisabu had barely gone berserk for a moment when that monstrous Senshai smacked it down so hard that its eyes shone with near clarity. Boom. 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 Before the entire Hidden Mist village's stupefied onlookers, the Three Tails trudged back into the lake. It had no choice, having been thrashed into submission. Anyone could see that Senshai hadn't even gone all out. Among them, Genji and the high officials of the Hidden Mist Village felt deeply moved. They had expected a tragedy akin to the tailed beast rampage, yet in the end, the beast never really got rampaging, thanks to the mysterious ninja Meitrou Mummy had hired, someone who had forcibly suppressed Isabu and driven it back underwater. Genji and the village seniors came over to Meitrou Mummy, exclaiming, "Meitrou Mummy, you've done us a great service. You saved the village from catastrophe." Earlier, many of them had presumed she was being duped. After all, in this era, who could match the legendary Senju Hashirama or Madara Uchiha? Yet seeing the battle with their own eyes, they realized maybe such a being truly existed, and that was Uzumaki Senshai? Upon hearing Genji's praise, Meitrou Mummy responded modestly, "Lord Genji, this was my duty." She'd always felt a strong sense of belonging to the Kiri, despite its issues. Genji, satisfied, continued, "So, could the village convince this mighty ninja to stay on as one of us? Given Senshai's incredible strength, if he were willing to join the mist and protect it, that would leave them free to develop without fear." Yet Meitrou Mummy shook her head, "I'm not sure." However, she paused before continuing. "We can maintain a working relationship using commission tasks." Though it baffled them, this unbelievably powerful ninja seemed fixated on taking jobs. But one thing they knew, as long as a legitimate commission was given, no matter what, Senshai would accept and carry it out at 100% success. Recruiting him into the village might not be feasible, but forging a partnership via ongoing commissions certainly was. Perhaps they could even negotiate a discount. Hearing Meitrou Mummy's explanation, the others exchanged looks. With his strength, if he wanted to join a major village, he'd be welcomed like a king, maybe even start a mighty clan there. They might let him marry some ideal partner to pass on his excellent genes. Even Meitrou Mummy didn't understand why Uzumaki Senshai was so obsessed with unending missions. Chapter 36, Advertising. Aside from that, if he joined a ninja village and took on some high-ranking position, he wouldn't need to travel around everywhere, painstakingly taking large and small jobs. He could just sit in an office and enjoy a comfortable life. Meitrou Mummy just couldn't figure it out. No one in the ninja world could truly grasp Uzumaki Senshai's thought process. She said to Genji, "Lord Genji, I also want to keep hiring Uzumaki Senshai long-term, to provide Hidden Mist Village with strategic deterrence. This time's Three Tails incident was secretly instigated by the Blood Mist faction. I'm going to speak to Lord Senshai now and knock those Blood Mist people down a peg." When she had arrived lakeside earlier and only saw the Three Tails emerge from the water, without catching the Blood Mist members in the act, she could do little if there was no solid proof. Nonetheless, leveraging Uzumaki Senshai's formidable presence would at least let her intimidate the Blood Mist crowd. Before long, Meitrou Mummy brought Senshai over to the two elders of the Blood Mist again. Upon seeing her arrive, neither Hazuki Getsuki nor Karatachi Take showed any change in expression. Standing behind them was Kondo Ryu, looking stern, and not far away, Kondo No wore a slight smile. He knew Meitrou Mummy's party would come to demand an explanation, but that didn't bother him. He did things cleanly, he wouldn't leave her a shred of evidence. The moment Meitrou Mummy arrived, she got straight to the point. "Blood Mist, are you all planning to betray the village? You actually resorted to using a secret technique to force the Three Tails into a rampage." Hazuki Getsuki shook his head at her words. "I don't know what you're talking about." Likewise, Karatachi Take spoke coldly. "Nonsense. What does the Three Tails going wild have to do with me? The Three Tails is our village's strongest weapon. At present, nearly all of the village's authority is tightly clutched by Lord Genji. If something went wrong with the Three Tails while the power rests in his hands, obviously he bears full responsibility." He snorted. "Sure, it looks like this Three Tails crisis has been resolved for now, but who's to say whether there might be deeper issues? Maybe right now the Three Tails is only temporarily suppressed, harboring its resentment. After some time passes, it'll rampage even more violently." Standing next to Meitrou Mummy, Senshai silently thought it was quite amusing. After all, his two employers, Akatsuki and Mua, both wanted a tailed beast. As soon as he had the chance, the Three Tails might not even remain here for too many days. For these two old men, or for Meitrou Mummy and her people, they should cherish whatever time the Three Tails still stayed in their village, because one day it could vanish before their eyes. Meitrou Mummy heard Karatachi Take and got angry. "We're sending specialized ninjas to keep watch around the Three Tails. Without Lord Genji's authorization, none of you Blood Mist folks are allowed anywhere near it." Hearing that, Kondo No merely shrugged. "Since the days of the fourth Mizukage, we were the ones in charge of everything related to the Three Tails and its research. Nobody in the Hidden Mist Village knows the Three Tails better than we do. So naturally, we should be responsible for guarding it." His words were logical, but Meitrou Mummy retorted sarcastically, entrust it to you, so you can steal it under your own guard? Kondo no showed no anger, simply maintained his slow, unhurried tone. At least the Three Tails didn't go amok on our watch this time. So does that mean you folks lack the ability to watch it properly? Don't forget, once something has happened once, it can happen again. While Kondo no and Maitru Mummy bickered, Senshai was just standing by, enjoying the show. He noticed these two were both eloquent, likely to argue all day if no one intervened. Thus, he calmly stepped forward and turned toward Hazuki Getsuki, Karatachi Take, Kondo Ryu, and the others. In a mild voice, he said, "We've met already. Let me emphasize once more, anyone who tries to undermine the Hidden Mist Village's peace and prosperity is my enemy." Seeing them look dark, he continued, "I hope none of you interfere with my tasks. You get what I'm saying?" Hazuki Getsuki and Karatachi Take definitely understood him. Inwardly, they loathed him but kept silent. Not too long ago, this was the same freak who had beaten the Three Tails into submission. Nobody dared protest. Even the resourceful Kondo no did not speak rashly. He lacked detailed intel on Senshai and could only surmise that he was fanatically dedicated to completing his tasks. Any sabotage might earn them a swift death. Provoking that man was not wise. Seeing their reactions, Senshai was satisfied. Right now, Hazuki Getsuki and Karatachi Take all but had "I want to stir up trouble" written on their faces, while Kondo no, best at lying low, showed no emotion and uttered not a word, as though he'd accepted fate. The dog that bites does not bark. In Senshai's view, Kondo no was the truly dangerous one. Yet for Senshai, the more troublemakers the better. The future livelihood of the Kiri's mission feed depended on them. If he scared them too much, so they never dared act again, it would reduce the job supply he gleaned from the Kiri. So it was wise to threaten them lightly, then back off. After taking them down a peg, Senshai turned to Maitru Mummy. "The assignment you gave me to deal with the Three Tails rampage is finished, right?" Maitru Mummy froze, then quickly grasped his meaning, but her expression betrayed how pained she felt. This blasted mercenary is so ridiculously expensive. She was glad at least that she herself had no addictive gambling habit like Tsunade from the Hidden Leaf Village. If her personal funds were empty, she couldn't possibly cover the sum for these two hires. Ultimately, the payment had to come from the village budget. So with a heavy heart, Maitru Mummy said, "Lord Senshai, please come with me. Let's meet Lord Genji and collect your payment." Senshai had no particular objection. Who paid was irrelevant, as long as he got his money. Thus, led by Maitru Mummy, he soon stood before the Kiri's top authorities. For now, given that the Five Kage summit was still far off, this same group would continue to govern. Senshai seized the opportunity to advertise, "Lord Genji, everyone of the Hidden Mist Village, greetings. I'm a freelance ninja from the Ames Black Market, name's Uzumaki Senshai. So far, I've completed more than 100 S-rank missions, with 0 failures. I've also completed countless A, B, C, and D-rank missions. My success rate remains 100%. If you have any unsolvable problems, you can hire me. If you face assassination from shinobi of another village, hire me. If your village is threatened by tailed beasts or Kage-level foes, hire me. One hire, lifetime satisfaction guaranteed. Issue a commission? Come to Uzumaki Senshai. Excellent service attitude, high efficiency, 100% completion rate, you won't regret it." When he finished, his eyes shone with job-hungry enthusiasm. The elders of the Hidden Mist Village were rendered speechless. A top-tier Kage-level fighter with 0 sense of dignity? Maitru Mummy, seeing it all, was left dumbfounded. These ultimate shinobi at the top of the ninja world really do stand out from the norm. They all have such bizarre personalities. Didn't they say God of Shinobi Senju Hashirama was a big goof with huge emotional swings? Sighing inwardly, Genji at last nodded gravely. Indeed, the village severely lacked high-end combat power, and in certain extreme scenarios, Senshai's services would be indispensable. Then he turned to Maitru Mummy, who described how she had hired Senshai in the village's name, twice. Upon hearing the price tags, Genji's elderly face froze. This damned mercenary. He wants 10 million ryo for a single mission. And on top of that, the village has to pay a monthly 10 million for long-term hire. Our finances are already in dire straits. This is salt on the wound. Though bitter, Genji retrieved the checks, giving one to Maitru Mummy and another, worth 10 million, to Senshai. Commission complete. Client, Hidden Mist Village. Objective, subdue the rampaging Three Tails, prevent it from ravaging the village, and send it back underwater. Reward, 10 million ryo. Mission rank, S. Mission bonus, 10,000 employment points. Once Senshai had the money, the mission was deemed complete. He'd gain 10,000 points from it, 10 draws, quite a harvest indeed. After taking the money from Genji, Senshai and Maitru Mummy departed together. Maitru Mummy, Is something weighing on your mind? Senshai noticed how she frowned and leaned toward her. Whenever there was friction or annoyance, that might hint at a job. He was always eager to seize or even create opportunities for more commissions. This was his shinobi way. At first, Mami was baffled. Why is he asking me that so oddly? Then she saw how his gaze kept darting to the money in her hand. Realization dawned, and her face stiffened. This insatiable mercenary. After raking in 10 million from the Curie, plus 80 plus million from the Blood Mist, now he's eyeing the little bit of money I hold? Chapter 37, Heading Back. At this moment, Mami's lovely face still bore a sweet, innocent look. She forced a polite smile and said, Lord Senshai, I don't have any requests to hire you for the time being. You could tour around the Hidden Mist Village and hire me as your guide, so I can show you all the sights and scenery here. She barely got the words out when she saw that Senshai was already far in the distance, waving goodbye. She offered him no new commission yet wanted him to hire her as a tour guide? Absolutely absurd. After parting ways with Mami, Senshai went off to meet up with Kakazu and Kisame. Kisame saw him coming, rubbing his hands in satisfaction. Yari-misan, so we're heading off to capture the tailed beast now, right? Gotta say, you were looking ahead. You've kept this red-haired little brat of the Uzumaki clan with you all along, waiting precisely for this day, yeah? Kakazu also nodded at this and chimed in, indeed. I heard that in Hidden Leaf Village, they've always sealed the 9 tails inside an Uzumaki. After all these years, Hidden Leaf Village's tailed beast incidents have been minimal. Kisame nodded, exactly. The Uzumaki clan's life force and sealing techniques are extraordinary, perfectly suited to hosting a tailed beast. Karen? Her adorable face was now full of shock. So that's what it was? Did Senshai keep her around specifically to make her the Jinchuriki for a tailed beast? Surely not. Tears already glimmered in Karen's eyes. She had believed all this time she was his cute little assistant. Hearing Kakazu and Kisame's words, Senshai's expression was as if he'd seen a ghost. When people are speechless, they often laugh. Senshai's foot came flying in, kicking the two of them squarely on the backside, sending them sprawling. What kind of nonsense is that? When did I ever say I was going to use Karen as a Jinchuriki? After finishing, Senshai saw Karen's eyes welling up with tears. He reached out to ruffle her red hair. You believe everything they say? Don't forget, I said you shouldn't die off prematurely before you actually prove useful, otherwise, I'd be at a huge loss. Hearing this, Karen broke into a smile amid tears, nodding earnestly. Understood, Senshai? Senshai nodded too, then further messed up the hair he'd already ruffled. Just moments ago on the verge of tears, Karen now clenched her little fists, pounced onto Senshai's back, and deployed her unbreakable 7-day lock of clinginess. With his personal massager activated, Senshai headed off toward the Kiri's black market. Kakazu and Kisame watched him depart, dumbfounded. Hey. We're just leaving like that? What about the organization's mission? Kisame eyed Senshai's retreating figure, speaking up. Senshai merely waved a hand without looking back. Relax, everything's going according to plan. Neither Kakazu nor Kisame trusted him in the slightest. This fellow's thinking was so unpredictable. Especially Kisame, he had been seriously injured by Senshai not long ago, and only recovered swiftly thanks to Seimada's healing. If Senshai refused to handle things personally, the Hidden Mist Village would definitely keep heavy watch around that lake now. Even if Kakazu and Kisame were strong enough to seize the tailed beast, they couldn't just waltz off with the 3 tails right under everyone's nose. With no better choice, Kisame could only look to Kakazu. Now what? Kakazu shook his head. We do what he says. Let's just go back and report truthfully to Pain. Kisame had no other plan. Thus they left. On the Blood Mist side, Hazuki Getsuki and Karatachi Take soon reconvened at their hideout. Their faces looked grim. We can't let that damned mercenary run wild again. During these past few days in the Hidden Mist Village, Senshai's entire time was spent sweeping the black market for missions. Even though the Hidden Mist Village had declined, it was still one of the 5 great shinobi villages. A camel may be skinny but still larger than a horse. The number of missions here far surpassed that of the Hidden Rain Village. Every day, he would complete tasks, then sit down with Karen counting money until their hands cramped. In the Kiri's black market, at the main hall, a certain shinobi arrived and slammed his fist on the counter, glaring at the manager. Why are there no missions posted? The manager sighed. No missions have come in, so what can I post? The shinobi, who regularly roamed the Hidden Mist Village black market, found it impossible to believe. No missions, how can that be? He smashed the counter again. The manager gave him a resigned look and pulled out a stack of mission request forms. Seeing that stack, the roaming shinobi momentarily relaxed, so there were missions, after all. But on reading them, he was flabbergasted. Target, Fire Daimyo Yamashita Kinshin, Reward, 1 billion Ryo. Target, 3rd Hokage, Sarutobe Hiruzen. Reward, 1 billion Ryo. Target, 4th Raikage. A. Reward, 800 million Ryo. Staring at these bounty requests, the roaming ninja's head buzzed. Could he possibly take on such missions? He tossed them aside, glowering at the manager. All the other missions? Where are they? The manager shrugged. Most were taken by Kakazu, the rest by Uzumaki-sensei. Hearing Senshai's name, the man swore inwardly. Rumors about what happened at the Kiri's black market had already spread. An insane duo known as the task-devouring machines, eternal commission engagers, or mission killers, had emerged there. They'd repeatedly cleared the entire market daily, 3 times in one day, at the peak. They simply didn't let anyone else get any jobs. Damn it, that mission-killing fiend has holed up in the hidden mist village and refuses to leave? Just then, the hall's doors swung open. Senshai and Kakazu entered, dropping off a stack of mission reports on the counter. No need to save me any missions for tomorrow. I'll be leaving the hidden mist village then. The black market manager breathed a huge sigh of relief. He'd been worried these Kiri-based rogues would starve with no jobs left if Senshai stuck around forever. And the wandering ninja, who was unable to get any tasks just moments before, instantly brightened. At last, that demon is leaving. He ran outside in tears of joy, hollering to all the other freelancers, he's finally going. That damned mission killer is heading off, woo. Within minutes, much of the Kiri's wandering ninja population was weeping with relief. Oh, 6 paths above, that monster's leaving the hidden mist at last. We couldn't get a single job these past few days. Let's hope he never comes back. Inside the black market hall, after dropping off his task results, Senshai watched as Karen and Kakazu gleefully counted money while sitting on the floor. Their smiles gradually morphed from manic to downright depraved. Kisame, observing them, kept wincing. TSK. Are you guys done yet? At length, once Karen's hand cramped from counting, she looked at Senshai questioningly. I keep hearing people crying outside. What's happening? Senshai thought for a bit, then said matter-of-factly, they're probably so touched that this mission king is leaving. With me here, a flock of prospective clients was bound to come. Ha ha ha. Then he left, money in tow, heading out of the hidden mist village. Along the way back to the hidden rain village, Senshai naturally took one last escort commission. Just as he was about to board a carriage, Kakazu stopped him. Wait. We're simply heading back now? Kakazu's pale green eyes filled with doubt. Something felt off. By his experience, Uzumaki-sensei never left a job half done. Senshai asked in a casual tone, what's wrong with going back? Before Kakazu could say anything else, Kisame couldn't help scoffing. You forgot the real mission? The one Pain gave us? The one we came here to do in the first place? Senshai, so unconcerned, waved his hand. Mission's done. Let's go. He climbed onto the carriage, calling for Karen. Kakazu and Kisame stared, baffled. Huh? That's it? We got a hand in an empty result. Kakazu looked ready to argue, but Senshai refused to elaborate. Stop nagging, get on board. The mission's finished. He had no desire to explain about the forced summoning contract he'd used on the Three Tails. If the hidden mist village found out, they might find a way to annul it. That would make this whole trip pointless. TCH, you'll have to face Pain yourself later, Kisame grumbled. He settled into the carriage with a resigned sigh. Traveling with Senshai had its pros and cons. On the plus side, they traveled in comfort, never short on big paydays. The minus was that this guy was a perpetual mission maniac. He might even be using wood clones to alternate shifts with his main body. One thing was certain, he'd do exactly what he wanted. No more, no less. Chapter 38, The Box of Ultimate Bliss. Kisame believed there was nothing wrong with his thinking. After all, this mission was led by Senshai. Now that the mission wasn't complete and they left early, that, too, was Senshai's decision. When they returned to the Akatsuki, Senshai himself would explain everything to Pain. Sometime later, the merchant caravan finally arrived near Hidden Rain Village. Senshai's 4-man team also stepped down from the caravan's carriage. After reporting the mission, Senshai used a wood-style clone to notify Pain and Conan to meet in an open area near Hidden Rain Village. Pain and Conan, of course, had no idea what Uzumaki-sensei was up to, but they still went over to the meeting spot. In the clearing near Hidden Rain Village, Senshai, Kakazu, Kisame, and Karen were all there. They didn't wait very long before Conan and Pain descended from above. Seeing the 4 of them, Pain and Conan were somewhat puzzled. However, Pain trusted Senshai. After all, Senshai's missions had a 100% success rate. Even though he wasn't sure what was going on this time, he assumed they must have captured the Three Tails again, right? Upon seeing Pain, Kisame shook his head and said, Pain, we failed to capture the Three Tails this time. Pain and Conan were both surprised by this. With Uzumaki-sensei's team of 3, himself, Kisame, and Kakazu, they should have no problem capturing even the 9 tails, let alone the 3 tails. Puzzled, Conan asked, "What happened? Did the ninja from Hidden Mist Village discover you? Because of their interference, you couldn't bring the 3 tails back?" Kakazu shook his head. "No, that's not the reason. Uzumaki-sensei is very powerful, he completely overwhelmed the 3 tails Aizabu. But after subduing it, he let Aizabu go back into the lake instead of capturing it. So our mission failed." Pain blinked in surprise and turned to Sensei, asking, "What's going on? Did the mission really fail?" He didn't think Uzumaki-sensei could fail under those circumstances. Sure enough, Sensei gave a small laugh and said, "Who said the mission failed?" Pain nodded. "Then where is the 3 tails? That would make more sense. If all 3 of them went out and still failed to capture it, that would be truly incomprehensible." Summoning Jutsu. Without delay, Sensei quickly formed hand signs and slapped his palms hard against the ground. Boom. A burst of smoke spread out, white mist rising. In the next second, the massive 3 tails Aizabu appeared before Pain and Conan. Kakazu, Kisame, and Karen, of course, all saw the 3 tails again. Humphrey. Summoned here, the 3 tails was visibly sullen. The ground beneath it was all hard and rocky. Is this really a place for a tailed beast to hang out? Pain was taken aback by the scene before him. He hadn't expected that Sensei was already strong enough to forcibly sign a summoning contract with a tailed beast. Conan's gaze at Sensei was also filled with surprise. She'd investigated and compiled the earliest intelligence on Sensei, so she was quite certain he hadn't been this powerful at the beginning. Yet he had grown unbelievably fast. But that's natural, you reap what you sow. In the shinobi world, Sensei was a tireless grinder. How could he not grow quickly? The so-called mission killer wasn't just an empty title. Even though Sensei was there chatting with Pain, he still had numerous wood-style clones out doing missions all over, accepting tasks, completing them, turning them in, and even his newly acquired summoning beast, the ninja dog Kuromaru, had joined the mission-taking ranks. When Pain was delighted at the sight of the 3 tails. He casually said, "Take the 3 tails over to," before he could finish, Sensei released the summoning. Pain's already cold expression grew even darker. "What is the meaning of this?" Kisame and Kakazu also looked at Sensei. With a laugh, Sensei said, "Hey, relax, relax. I just need to use this tailed beast for a little while. Once I'm done, I'll send it over." Pain's expression changed several times. So that's it. He'd been wondering why Uzumaki-sensei seemed so different this time. He hadn't even asked for the mission payout first. Pain had given Sensei a contract mission to capture the 3 tails, while Mua had given him a separate long-term contract. Sensei intended to take the 3 tails to Mua first and milk that mission for all it was worth. He had already mapped out his plan. After a moment of silence, Pain finally nodded. "Fine. Once you're done with the tailed beast, deliver it as soon as possible." "No problem." Sensei smiled and nodded, then took Karen and Kakazu with him to head to Hidden Grass Village. Hidden Grass Village is a village skilled at learning and research. Though they have no unique heritage of their own, they've learned many of the jutsu from other hidden villages. The reason they hadn't developed well is because they chose the wrong path. They aren't like the second Hokage, Tobirama Senshu, who had terrifying power, nor are they like Orochimaru with countless ways to save his own skin. They couldn't just experiment on others like Tobirama, Orochimaru, or later Kabuto. What they really need to do is stay behind the scenes, focusing on studying, researching, and developing jutsu, not only jutsu, but ninja tools and shinobi world technology as well. Ninja from Hidden Grass Village can dabble in all of these fields. They can't let Orochimaru carry all the burden of advancing ninja tech alone. This time, Sensei wanted to talk to Mua about that. On his last visit, he had helped Mua take care of village chief Chaya and the others. Now that Mua was calling the shots, Hidden Grass Village's future direction was up to him. Just thinking about unlocking another super draw soon made Sensei excited. Before long, the 3 of them arrived at the gates of Hidden Grass Village. Seeing who it was, a Hidden Grass Village ninja approached respectfully. "Lord Uzumaki-sensei, please come in." Clearly, Mua had instructed them, if Uzumaki-sensei showed up, grant him direct access. Sensei nodded, entered the village, and turned to the ninja to ask, "Where is Mua right now?" "Take me to him." "Understood." With that, the Hidden Grass Village ninja led Sensei's 3-man party toward Mua. Now that the whole village was under Mua's control, it had achieved a certain degree of growth. Previously, Hidden Grass Village was riddled with competing factions, with 2 main blocks known as Hidden Grass Village no Jitsu and Hidden Grass Village no Hana locked in a long-standing rivalry. Amid such infighting, Everyone was too busy backstabbing each other to focus on real development, so the village naturally stagnated. Thanks to Senshai's help, Mu ended up capturing the leader Chaya and Elder Guma all at once. With no more sinister plots and power struggles going on behind the scenes, the village was already improving without needing much active management. Under the Hidden Grass Village ninja's guidance, Senshai and his group soon arrived at Mua's office. For smaller villages like Hidden Grass Village, there's usually no official Kage, but Mua was so powerful and firmly in charge that he was effectively a shadow leader, an unofficial Kage. Seeing Senshai and the other two enter the office, Mua was clearly surprised. Lord Senshai, did something happen? He couldn't figure out why Senshai had come to Hidden Grass Village. He'd already worked out the village's collaboration with Hidden Rain Village using a wood-style clone sent to negotiate with Conan. So what else could be on Senshai's mind? Senshai gave a cryptic smile. The commission you gave me before is finished. What? Mua shot to his feet, staring at Senshai in disbelief. You've already done it? That fast? It hasn't even been that long. Are tailed beasts really that easy to catch? Mua had been pursuing this goal for who knows how long, and Senshai just got it done in no time. He couldn't help being astonished by Senshai's efficiency. He'd half expected it might take at least 5 years for Senshai to complete this long-term commission. Yet here they were, not even a month in, and Senshai had done it. Faced with Mua's incredulous look, Senshai merely nodded without hesitation. If the tailed beast had a Jinchuriki host, it might have been trickier, since those shinobi are heavily guarded. But the Three Tails Aisabu, roaming solo, was basically low-hanging fruit. Senshai went on, so, is the site prepared? The tailed beast is massive, so you'll need enough space to accommodate it. Tailed beasts, being pure chakra entities, can adjust their size. But Aisabu didn't seem too bright, and Senshai didn't feel like negotiating with it. Besides, Aisabu was forced into a summoning contract against its will and clearly wouldn't cooperate. Mua nodded at once. Lord Senshai, please follow me. I've prepared everything. Lead the way, Senshai said. As they walked, Senshai noticed that the general mood in Hidden Grass Village was noticeably better than last time. Remembering Mua's storyline in the original series, Senshai sighed inwardly. Mua wasn't exactly like Danzō, he was just blinded by his own obsessions. Senshai couldn't help remarking, before you begin, Mua, I have to tell you something. That ninja tool might not be able to fulfill your wish. Hearing this, Mua suddenly stopped. After a moment of silence, he continued forward. According to Hidden Grass Village's records, the box of ultimate bliss was a treasure of the Sage of Six Paths. All it requires is a massive amount of chakra to open. Once opened, it can grant a single wish. Long ago, Hidden Grass Village nearly dominated the ninja world thanks to that box. Mua did trust Senshai, but he also trusted the village's recorded history. He had no reason to doubt such ancient writings. Senshai shook his head. I'm not sure why Hidden Grass Village has those records. But once the box of ultimate bliss is opened, it won't grant any wish. All it brings is destruction and terror. Chapter 39, It's fine, I'll handle it. Of course, if you want to open the box of ultimate bliss, I won't stop you. Uzumaki Senshai also wanted to see just how powerful this legendary ninja tool really was. Hearing Senshai's words, Mua sincerely expressed his thanks. Thank you. If not for your help, even 3 or 5 years from now, I might still have been unable to obtain a tailed beast or gather enough chakra to open the box of ultimate bliss. In other words, you've helped me fulfill my lifelong dream. Under Mua's lead, everyone arrived at a deep area of Hidden Grass Village, a cliff by the sea. When they reached the spot, Senshai could already see a huge box about the height of a 2- or 3-story building. What is that? When Karen saw that ninja tool, for some reason she felt a sudden dread in her heart, as if it were extremely dangerous. Senshai casually replied, That's the box of ultimate bliss, a ninja tool said to belong to the Sage of Six Paths. The box of ultimate bliss was enormous, a black box roughly the size of a 3-story building. The entire box was pitch black, and on its 4 sides were 4 eerie masks representing joy, anger, sorrow, and pleasure. Even though it was just sitting there unused, it gave off a deep sense of oppression. With a serious expression, Mu asked, Lord Senshai, where is the tailed beast? Senshai, looking around as if simply touring the area, asked in a carefree manner, Where do you want me to put the tailed beast? Mua pointed to a large ceiling array not far away. Place it in the center of that ceiling formula. At his words, Senshai walked to the center of the seal and rapidly formed hand signs. Summoning jutsu. As soon as he finished, he slammed his palm onto the ground. Boom. A puff of white smoke burst forth and swirled upward. In the next instant, the massive form of the Three Tails Aisabu materialized within the ceiling array, with Senshai still standing on the broad shell of its neck. Swoosh, Without needing a reminder from Mua, Senshai used the body flicker jutsu and vanished in a flash. Wasting no time, Mu immediately formed his own hand signs to activate the ceiling array. Clank. 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 The huge ceiling formula spread across every inch of the Three Tails body. Dark chains emerged from all directions, binding the beast tightly. Suddenly summoned here by Senshai, the Three Tails was confused and had no idea what was happening. And then, in the blink of an eye, it found itself ensnared by a colossal, bizarre sealing technique. Even the Nine Tails hadn't received such a lavish reception. Before long, the Three Tails flew into a rage. Its chakra was draining away fast. As a living mass of chakra, even if it were fully depleted, it could reconstitute itself over centuries, but that didn't mean it wanted to get sealed off or killed right now. Even if the other side wasn't planning to kill it, losing that much chakra was the last thing it wanted. Roar. Even in the seal, the Three Tails thrashed wildly, letting out a series of roars. Swoosh, wrapped in lightning-style chakra mode, Senshai appeared right in front of the Three Tails, trying to calm it down. Alright. No need to make such a fuss. We're just borrowing some of your chakra, okay? Once you help me reach my little goal, I promise you'll get to enjoy a good life. Faced with the overwhelming aura emanating from Senshai, the Three Tails, who'd been roaring just a moment ago, could only shrink back. Not too long ago in Hidden Mist Village, it had been brutally beaten by Senshai. It hadn't forgotten that. Realizing that Senshai and Mu only wanted its chakra and weren't planning to kill it, the Three Tails could do nothing but resign itself. It couldn't win and couldn't flee, what else could it do? After intimidating the Three Tails into submission, Senshai turned his attention to Mu, watching him open the box of ultimate bliss. A massive amount of chakra was drawn from the Three Tails, fed through Mua's technique, and funneled into the enormous black box. As Mua watched the box of ultimate bliss rapidly charge up, his excitement surged. Karen, staring at the box, felt an ever-growing sense of foreboding. Even Kakazu, who had been quietly conserving energy, murmured as he looked at that ominous black object in the distance, "I've got a feeling something is about to happen. Is this tool really as legendary as people say? Once opened, can it really grant any wish?" Clearly, Kakazu was asking Senshai. Although Senshai had mentioned something about the box to Mu earlier, he hadn't said exactly what would happen once it was opened. Smiling at Kakazu's question, Senshai responded casually, "It's definitely something special, but just watch. No matter what happens, it's fine. I'll handle it." As Senshai chatted with Kakazu, the box of ultimate bliss reached the verge of opening. Click, click, mechanical sounds whirred from inside the box, and the massive mask on one of its sides trembled. Seeing this, Mu, overjoyed, rushed to the box. He looked at it and shouted, "Please bring my son back to life." Right after he voiced his wish, the huge mask that had just trembled slowly rose. Thus, the legendary ninja tool known as the Box of Ultimate Bliss opened. Cree-eek, boom. A large panel slammed down, sending clouds of dust drifting into the air. When they finally cleared, Karen and Kakazu stared in shock at the figure that emerged, a young man stepping out of the box. Mouth agape, Karen gasped, "This ninja tool. Can it really grant any wish?" Senshai shook his head. "Of course not." Puzzled, Karen asked, "But that person," she didn't finish her sentence. Instead, she shouted in warning, "Watch out. That thing isn't your son. His chakra feels really off." With her mind's eye of the Kagura, Karen had already sensed something unusual. But Mua wasn't listening. His eyes were locked on the young man who had stepped out of the box, tears welling up as he spoke. "Muku. My child." The Muku who emerged from the box of ultimate bliss looked a bit dazed. Hearing Mua's call, he appeared happy, though something in his expression also showed conflict. "Father, He himself didn't know what was going on. He seemed to have been resurrected by some strange means, yet he sensed he wasn't truly himself anymore. Worse still, his consciousness was rapidly fading, replaced by bloodlust and destruction. Mu, unaware of the box's true nature, believed his son had truly been resurrected. But Senshai knew better. As Mu was about to rush forward and embrace his child, where he would no doubt be killed on the spot, Senshai flickered beside him and placed a hand on his shoulder. "Take a good look. Is that really your son?" Chapter 40, Back to Pain. Senshai's words made Mu freeze for a moment. He took a closer look. Sure enough, the young man in the distance was indeed Muku. But almost immediately, his pupils contracted sharply. Muku's body began changing at high speed. Only moments earlier, he'd been fine, yet in the blink of an eye, darkness completely swallowed him up. And then, a hideous monster, one with 4 sharp, snow-white fangs, no head, a face merged with its abdomen, and huge wings, appeared before them. This creature was called Satori, and it possessed the ability to read people's minds and beguile them. Because it could see into others' thoughts and move at high speed, it could almost evade any attack. Even more terrifying was its astonishing physical power. Mua was so shocked by its appearance that he momentarily lost himself. He couldn't accept this outcome. Even the legendary ninja tool of the Sage of Six Paths couldn't bring his son back to life. Did that mean he would never see his son again? Also, what was the connection between this monster and his child? Had the box of ultimate bliss transformed his son into that thing? On top of that, Mu also had a deep question: how did Senshai know so much about the box of ultimate bliss? After all, it was a secret treasure of Hidden Grass Village, and even Mua himself didn't know many of its mysteries. Yet seeing how things played out, it was exactly as Senshai had foretold. Just then, Senshai's voice rang in Mua's ear, pulling him out of his thoughts. Mua, that monster isn't your son. Don't get confused. Fall back, I'll handle it. Before he had even finished speaking, Senshai's entire body was already enveloped in lightning-style chakra. With a flash, he launched himself at Satori. Indeed, this monster's power to read and beguile people's minds was no joke. The moment Senshai attacked, it predicted his strike and flew skyward to escape. However, faced with someone as fast and strong as Senshai, a human ten-tails, so to speak, Satori's mind-reading ability wasn't so helpful. First of all, it couldn't keep up with his speed. And secondly, it would soon understand true fear. You won't be able to hit me. After dodging one of Senshai's attacks, Satori's voice echoed. Hearing this, Senshai broke into a grin. Just now, he'd merely been testing out Satori's capabilities, unsure yet how he wanted to deal with it. Satori had solid abilities and strength. Worst case, maybe it could be turned into a rare summoning beast. That said, if it were killed, it would simply retreat back into the box of ultimate bliss. Senshai planned to see if, after beating Satori down, it might surrender willingly. Lightning style, horizontal chop. Senshai's figure reappeared right in front of Satori. This time, Satori clearly sensed a flood of terror. It had read Senshai's intent, but it simply couldn't match his speed and had no way of dodging this blow. Boom, a hand chop wreathed in crackling lightning chakra slashed down brutally. The power behind it was both mighty and razor-sharp. Satori's strengths lay in 4 key areas: powerful attacks, swift movement, mind-reading, and mental manipulation. While fighting Senshai, it could see everything going through his head, enabling it to dodge the moment he initiated an attack. Unfortunately, in both speed and raw power, Senshai was superior. He was a true master of lightning style. Furthermore, ever since he'd enhanced his body with the rumble fruit, he was all but immune to any mental manipulations. Another ninja might have found Satori extremely tricky, but against Senshai, Satori was completely outmatched. Using the horizontal chop, Senshai's hand struck Satori's shoulder with immense force, knocking the monster clean out of the air and slamming it down onto the ground below. Crash! With a heavy thud, Satori crashed into the earth. Whoosh! Spreading its wings, it tried to take off again. At the same time, it realized Senshai intended to close in for a rapid flurry of attacks using lightning brutality horizontal chop. Though Satori knew Senshai's plan from reading his thoughts, it still couldn't dodge in time. Senshai's voice rang out, lightning style, lightning brutality horizontal chop. Slash. 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 This time, lightning arced across Senshai's entire body. His internal lightning-style chakra was surging non-stop. Bang. 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 As each of Senshai's hand chops rained down, Satori predicted them all but still couldn't get out of the way. Lightning-style, thunderbolt. After dishing out a flurry of hits, Senshai seized Satori in a sudden grapple. Lightning chakra roared across his entire body. In an instant, Satori was driven down from midair, hurtling earthward like a falling star. Boom, rumble. A deafening explosion shattered the surroundings. Dust flew in all directions. Chunks of rock, blasted apart by the impact, hurtled through the air. As the dust cleared, Senshai of course stood there unharmed, while Satori lay sprawled on the ground, dazed and its chakra in disarray. Even then, Senshai didn't let up. He attacked once more. Lightning style, backhand chop assault. Boom, left and right, Senshai pounded the monster with a dozen punches. Satori let out a series of piercing shrieks and then dissolved into a mass of black chakra, fleeing back into the box of ultimate bliss. Clang. Clack. When Satori's chakra returned, there was a sound of mechanical movement from inside the box. Moments later, the box snapped shut again. Senshai watched Satori's final retreat as it transformed into black chakra and slipped back inside, pondering thoughtfully. So this thing is a chakra-based life form, like a tailed beast? In elemental form, I guess I could also be considered a chakra-based life form. In any event, Senshai had dealt with Satori in just a few moves. Mu and the others were still somewhat dazed. Although Satori had been utterly suppressed the entire time, they could see it was undoubtedly dangerous. From their vantage point, Satori had predicted all of Senshai's attacks, but because Senshai's lightning style far outclassed Satori's speed, it never had a chance. Mua had briefly pictured himself facing Satori and realized that with his own attack and jutsu speeds, he'd hardly stand a chance of landing a blow. When Senshai sent Satori packing back into the box, Mua and the others approached, all wearing grim expressions. Mua, in particular, looked awful. He had spent years planning to resurrect his son through the box of ultimate bliss, only to discover the truth was nothing like what he'd imagined. Gazing at the box in the distance, Mua began thinking about how to handle such a dangerous item. The box of ultimate bliss can be fully charged if it absorbs a large amount of chakra. If it ever opens on its own and that monster Satori comes out again, that'll be a nightmare. Maybe I should just sink it to the bottom of the ocean? Or keep researching it? He immediately abandoned that second notion. There was no point in studying something so dangerous. While Satori was indeed strong enough to be worth researching, to Senshai, it was almost trivial. There was no reason to risk their lives over something so useless for their level. As Mua was wrestling with his thoughts, Senshai smiled and said, Mua, the box of ultimate bliss really is a relic of the Sage of Six Paths, but as you just saw, it can't grant any wish. Once it's opened, it simply releases a terrifying monster. It runs very deep, and I'm not sure Hidden Grass Village is equipped to handle it. Mua nodded gravely. Given Hidden Grass Village's current strength, dealing with Satori would be exceedingly difficult. Even after a period of development, facing that monster would bring heavy casualties. Frowning, Mua looked at Senshai and asked, Lord Senshai, do you have any good ideas for dealing with this dangerous tool? Senshai nodded seriously. Hand this relic over to me. Before Mua could respond, Elder Gama, wearing a horse-themed mask, immediately objected. Absolutely not. This is a Hidden Grass Village treasure, no matter what. Besides, you just said it's incredibly dangerous. Why do you want it? Senshai snorted dismissively. Elder Gama, if you had any idea what goes on outside this village, you wouldn't ask such a naive question. Yes, I'm well aware that this relic runs deep, and you guys can't handle it. But I'm different. In the Hidden Mist Village black market, I'm known as the Ocean of Missions. This is nothing. So let me take this dangerous ninja tool off your hands. Of course, Elder Gima was reluctant to let such a powerful relic go so easily. But Senshai shut him down with just a few words. That monster Satori isn't dead, it fled back into the box. Who knows when it'll reappear? Are you sure you don't want me to take this ninja tool away? Hearing this, Elder Ginyu and the others looked at each other, expressions changing. After a brief exchange, Ginyu spoke up, Lord Senshai, if Mua has no objection, then please take the box for safekeeping. Senshai might be fearmongering, or he might be telling the truth. Either way, if Satori came out again, Hidden Grass Village might be doomed. In that case, it was much wiser for them to hand over the relic to Senshai, forging a stronger alliance in the process. And everyone could see Senshai already had a good relationship with Mua, who basically held all the power in Hidden Grass Village. Giving him the relic as a gesture of goodwill would only strengthen their ties. Having a powerful ninja like Senshai as an ally was worth more than some finicky old artifact. Seeing Ginyu's stance, Senshai turned his gaze to Mua. With a slow nod, Mua agreed. Keeping it in Hidden Grass Village would be a ticking time bomb. Nobody here was strong enough to defeat that monster. Oh, right, Mua, this completes your commission, yes. At that, Mua took out a check worth 20 million ryo, which could be cashed at a money exchange, and handed it to Senshai. Senshai accepted it and heard the system prompt in his mind. Long-term commission complete. Employer, Mua. Commission objective, capture a tailed beast. Reward, 20 million ryo. Mission rank, S rank. Mission reward, 4,000 employment points, plus 1 super draw. At this point, his employment points were quite substantial. He had already made a huge haul from Hidden Mist Village. The total had exceeded 5 figures, enough to do 120 10 times draws and still have 2 super draws. He'd earn yet more once he handed over the tailed beast to Pain. He was practically swimming in rewards. Afterward, Senshai released the 3 tails from his summoning contract and stored the box of ultimate bliss in his system's space-time dimension. Mua had seen him use dimensional storage jutsu many times before, so it no longer surprised him. With Hidden Grass Village matters settled, Senshai wasted no time. Together with Kakazu and Karen, he departed for Hidden Rain Village. After traveling for a while, Senshai stopped. Kakazu looked at him curiously and asked, "What's wrong?" Senshai replied offhandedly, "One of my wood-style clones accepted an escort mission. The caravan should be along soon, so let's wait a bit." Kakazu, long accustomed to this, said nothing further. Undertaking missions continuously while on the move was simply part of Senshai's nature by now. The route from Hidden Grass Village to Hidden Mist Village had once been perilous, but lately it was much safer. Why? Because after Hidden Grass Village and Hidden Rain Village allied, there was a lot more traffic. Both villages had stationed plenty of ninja along this vital road. Without any trouble, the three reached Hidden Rain Village again. Senshai went straight to Pain to deliver the captured tailed beast. Word had already spread through the Akatsuki that Senshai, Kakazu, and Kisame had managed to capture a tailed beast. This time, in the open area of Hidden Rain Village, not only Pain and Conan arrived, several other Akatsuki members showed up as well. Summoning jutsu. Boom, white smoke gushed upward and billowed out in all directions. A moment later, the Three Tails Isabu appeared before everyone. But its appearance had changed dramatically. Seeing the Three Tails now so emaciated, practically skin and bones, and much smaller than before, everyone's expressions turned peculiar. Conan, her gaze on the wasted-looking Isabu, couldn't help but twitch at the corners of her mouth. What in the world had that guy done to the beast? In a room atop Hidden Rain Village's tower, Nagato, hooked up to his life support system, was equally stunned. Just a few days without seeing Uzumaki-sensei and he's turned the tailed beast into a starved husk? The rest of Akatsuki looked at Senshai with doubt and confusion. Kakazu, who knew the truth, couldn't be bothered to explain. He simply found a nice spot to sit and recover his strength. Partnering with Senshai meant you needed to seize every chance to rest, otherwise you'd die of exhaustion sooner or later. Chapter 41, Senshai summoned a sickly, weakened Three Tails, and Pain handed over the check he had already prepared. With that check, Senshai could withdraw 10 million ryo at the money exchange. Commission complete. Employer, Akatsuki. Objective, capture a tailed beast. Reward, 10 million ryo. Mission rank, S rank. Mission reward, 10,000 employment points. Catching a tailed beast yields a huge bounty, as well as a large number of employment points, another big windfall. Nagato couldn't help marveling once again at Senshai's abilities. According to his plan, capturing tailed beasts was supposed to be a long-term project, requiring meticulous preparation. But to his complete surprise, Senshai had already brought in a tailed beast so quickly. Not only that, but Senshai's Kage-level combat power and astonishing intelligence skills had left Nagato even more amazed. It was as if Uzumaki-sensei alone had better intel than the entire Akatsuki. After pondering for a moment, Nagato used the Deva Path of Pain to continue talking to Senshai. Do you happen to know the whereabouts of any other tailed beasts? Ideally, one that's also alone, like the Three Tails? Senshai heard this and appeared thoughtful. Another tailed beast that's on its own? I don't think so. Wait a second. After thinking a bit longer, Senshai's eyes suddenly lit up. If my information is correct, Hidden Waterfall Village might have one as well. Just as he was about to explain more, a swirling vortex-like cripple appeared. An instant later, the masked man wearing the tiger stripe mask stepped out using his space-time ninjutsu. At this point in the Akatsuki, aside from Senshai, nobody seemed to know the masked man's true identity. Even Nagato still believed the man in the mask was Madara Uchiha. But of course, Senshai knew perfectly well who was behind that mask, Obito Uchiha. If Obito had been less pessimistic back then, maybe he could have awakened Double Kami and avoided his tragedy. Unfortunately, there was no if in life, and one of Obito's Sharingan eyes was still with Kakashi, so the idea of dual Kami and using Susanoo was out of the question. When Pain saw Madara Uchiha appear, he said to Senshai, "You may leave now. We'll discuss this later." Hearing that, Senshai couldn't help silently griping in his head. Nagato's body is already crippled, and Obito is aiming to cripple his mind as well. How wicked. Pain and Obi both disappeared in a swirl of the vortex. You've already captured a tailed beast? Obito's voice carried a note of surprise and doubt. In his mind, the tailed beast plan wasn't supposed to start for another 2 or 3 years. Pain replied truthfully, the new recruit to the organization, Uzumaki-sensei, is extremely capable. Not only does he have Kage-level strength, but he also seems to have an unbelievable intelligence network. Obito asked, a bit taken aback, an unbelievable intelligence network. Pain nodded slightly. Yes. Even before joining us, he knew everything about the Akatsuki. He also knows the secrets of the major shinobi villages as if they were second nature. For example, he was the one who told us about the wild Three Tails residing in a lake near Hidden Mist Village. And he basically captured the Three Tails on his own. Hearing all of this, Obito, hidden behind his mask, couldn't help gaping in shock. But of course, with his face covered, Pain couldn't see his expression. Meanwhile, Senshai had already taken Karen back to his residence. He wasn't in a hurry to take on more missions. He intended to do some serious lottery pulls, draws, first. He had accumulated 130,912 employment points, so surely he could get something good, right? Sensei opened a system interface. Let's start with 10 pulls. 10,000 employment points deducted. Remaining points, 120,912. Drawing, congratulations, you have obtained a Chain Explosion Tag Scroll, Sai. A Conan Capture Kit. 10 Akiraku Ramen, a Naruto Capture Kit. 23 Color Dango, whoa there. So this time I've got an Itachi Uchiha Capture Kit. Itachi was known to like sweets, especially 3 Color Dango, though not many people knew that. Technically speaking, his real bait is his foolish little brother, but oh well, Sensei saw that he'd gotten a big pile of food, ninja tools, some everyday items, and a few negligible ninja techniques, nothing really good. Even so, he wasn't upset. From all his time adventuring in the shinobi world, he knew you have to use up your bad luck so that good luck can follow. That means he was probably building up good fortune for a better pull next time. Another pull. 10,000 employment points deducted. Remaining points, 110,912. Drawing, congratulations, you have obtained World Affinity +1. Oh! The first one's already big. Current World Affinity, Shinobi World, SS rank, new ability unlocked, Sage Body. At that moment, Sensei felt an incredible sensation throughout his body. Each of his cells began transforming and upgrading. Over time, his body was evolving into the Sage Body. All at once, he sensed his perception of both chakra and natural energy becoming sharper and more sensitive. A massively heightened life force coursed through his limbs. Overjoyed, Sensei realized his ninjutsu had grown stronger, his wood style more potent, and his total chakra pool larger. He was a bit taken aback at how quickly things were progressing, first wood style, then sage mode, and now straight to the sage body. He really was heading in the same direction as Senju Hashirama. When Sensei came to his senses, he had already finished that draw. He couldn't be bothered checking the rest of the items, he'd just look at them all once he was done. Let's keep going. Just as he was about to do another draw, the lottery screen showed a message: you have reached 1,000 uses of the basic draw, which meets the conditions for upgrading the prize pool. Upgrade now? So it could be upgraded? Sensei stroked his chin. Indeed, most of the items from the basic draw weren't very useful to him anymore. Might as well upgrade. 100,000 employment points will be deducted to upgrade. Remaining points after that, 10,912, upgrade in progress. Time remaining, 72 hours, how much? 100,000 points? That's 110 pulls worth. Gone in one shot? Sensei nearly choked. He pressed a hand to his chest, taking a moment to calm himself. Alright, no need to be angry. I still have 2 super draw attempts I can use. Super draw in progress, congratulations. You have pulled an SSS rank reward, a pair of Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, TCH. This is ridiculous, what a waste. If I'd gotten these earlier, I might have been excited. But for me, at this point, Eternal Mangekyo is somewhat underwhelming as an SSS reward. Even Susanoo might be weaker than my current body. Plus, there's no telling what Mangekyo ability it comes with. In the shinobi world, a big draw to the Mangekyo Sharingan is the unique ability that comes with it. But the gap in strength among those abilities can be huge. For instance, Amaterasu has the hype but famously 0 kills. Meanwhile, Kamui is unbelievably overpowered, teleportation, intangibility. One-eyed Obito spent half the series looking invincible. Sensei shook his head, unimpressed with most Eternal Mangekyo powers. Alright, system, let's keep going. Gimme something good. Super draw in progress, congratulations. You have pulled an SSSS rank reward, Karma Seal, pure version, whoa. Is that what I think it is? Straight up Otsutsuki powers. A fancy tattoo? Is that in the same prize pool as the Eternal Mangekyo? Sensei immediately checked his panel. Name, Karma, pure version, rank, SSSS, description, a special power of the Otsutsuki clan, granting near mortality. As this power develops, the user's body is slowly transformed into that of an Otsutsuki. Current development level, D. Unlocked abilities, 1. Parasitic transference and reincarnation, compress one's self as data within the karma and implant it into another's body. Once it fully unseals, resurrect through them. 2. Absorption, completely absorb all jutsu formed by chakra, converting it into stored chakra for your own use. 3. Regeneration, instantly heal injuries without activating any special technique, letting the body heal on its own. 4. Space-time portal, summon a black-red circular gateway like a miniature black hole, allowing free travel between spaces. Wow, so now I'm heading straight into Six Paths territory? Sensei used it without hesitation. A diamond-shaped mark appeared in the center of his palm. Right then, Karen, who was following him, moved closer, Huh? When did you get a tattoo, Senshai? Senshai suddenly remembered he still had the pair of Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan in the system inventory. In this world, having absolutely unrivaled power was always a priority, so every boost to strength was crucial. But at this point, he no longer needed the Mangekyo. Meanwhile, Karen was pretty much just baggage on missions. Perhaps he could let her have the eyes so she'd be able to protect herself. Karen, I have something good for you. Hearing that, Karen's face lit up with curiosity. She couldn't help wondering what Senshai intended to give her. Close your eyes, Senshai said. Karen obediently shut them, cheeks flushed, her heart pounding as she imagined what Senshai might present. Once her eyes were shut, Senshai tapped her forehead with 2 fingers, just like how Itachi had once transferred his ocular powers. Then he selected the Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan pair in the system. Using Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, Karen's body trembled slightly. She felt 2 distinct flows of chakra entering her eyes, triggering some impossible evolution. In that instant, her power seemed to multiply exponentially. What is this? It feels like I have more chakra now, and my eyes. Senshai smirked. Hey, it's a real treasure, Eternal Mangekyo of the Uchiha clan. Karen's eyes went round. After her travels with Senshai and Kakazu these past few months, she'd seen enough to know just how precious this gift was in the shinobi world. Tears welled up in Karen's eyes. Besides her mother, Senshai was the only one who had ever truly cared for her and looked after her. She had no idea how she could repay him for everything he'd done. Even though she sometimes threw little fits, she always tried her best to help Senshai in whatever small ways she could. But in her mind, she was still mostly useless, especially in the face of such an overwhelming gift. She felt a deep sense of inadequacy. Why are you crying? Does it hurt somewhere? To his eyes, she didn't look physically hurt, just emotional. Karen didn't answer, she simply lunged into his arms, sobbing, Senshai, I don't know how to become truly useful to you. Wha? Tears rolled down her cheeks like beads on a broken string. Senshai realized what was going on and gently patted Karen's head to reassure her, don't worry. I'll help you get accustomed to these Sharingan soon, see what abilities they grant you, and help you get stronger. Then you can assist me with all kinds of commissions. Karen wiped her tears and looked up at him resolutely. Senshai, it seems a lot has changed in Hidden Rain Village lately, how about we go check things out? I'll treat you to something. He thought briefly, then nodded. Sure. We've been constantly on the road doing missions, so we haven't really taken a look around the village in a while. Let's go. He took Karen's hand and headed to Kakazu's room. Knock, knock, knock. When Kakazu heard the knocks, the corners of his mouth curled into a faint, confident smirk. Hey. Senshai, this time you're the one off guard. As soon as I got back, I immediately rested. Now you're here knocking, so I'm fully recovered and ready for another multi-day mission grind. I bet you haven't rested yet, so you're definitely going to lose this time. The door creaked open before Senshai could barge in, and Kakazu spoke in an insolent tone, mission details. He was sure that if Senshai came looking for him, it must be for a mission, so he cut straight to the point. Senshai sighed, shaking his head as if disappointed. Kakazu, don't you know we have to balance work and rest properly? Why are you always thinking about missions? That's not good. You might have 5 hearts, but Karen and I can't keep up with that pace.